Not make Megan? No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's the song called?
On 105.3 The Fan.
All right, for the tie of 34 yards on the right hash. The kick's away from 34. It's good, and the game ends in a tie. Yeah. They tie at 40.
And that's the way we open up, with a weird, random Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan with the entire morning squad here except for Peyton Russell. He worked the game yesterday, so we got Jacob in his spot. We got Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And how are we supposed to feel?
Well, now I know what it's like to kiss your sister.
Dak said, good thing I don't have one.
Yeah.
Jerry got asked about a post game. He said, I don't have one. How's it taste? Said that to Mike Silver.
Oh.
Even from Arkansas.
Oh, right. Wow, it's good. I feel better than the Packers should, probably.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's it sucks, but it actually could come back to be a beneficial thing at the end of the year when playoff seedings, if you're lucky enough to make it.
Standing wise, draft pick wise, let's get this out of the way because a lot of Tolos are asking about it. Not as good.
Are you kidding?
As having a loss for the draft pick.
No, because a loss for the draft pick means a win for your draft pick, which also puts your draft pick up. So what you've done is you've played both sides to the middle, and both of your draft picks have been held down to lower than they could have been if you won or lost the game.
Sure. Yeah,
is what an optimist would say.
Yeah, that could make sense. Yes, we don't want to be pessimists this morning, do we?
Bobby, you said that you were very interested to see how a team after a tie walked back to the locker room. The reports were that it was like it was a loss.
Yeah, and I wonder, we were talking about this as they were walking by because we were like, what are they going to act like? Like, none of us knew. We haven't seen them tie. And so it was like, all right, how is this going to go? And so as we're watching this, they're walking by, and you see the players, I think, they're almost talking out loud. Like, normally, like, we're expecting, all right, if they win, they're going to come in here, they're going to be talking. If they lose, they're going to walk in here, and they're going to maybe just be very sullen and head down. This one, they were like walking by us, and it's almost like they were having to say out loud. A few of them were just like, I don't even know how to feel after a game like that. But most of them were very down. And I think that if it would have been the reverse and they had the ball second and they kicked the field goal to tie, like, maybe their demeanor's different.
Yeah.
And maybe their demeanor's different if things go in a different order or something like that. But everybody, Jerry especially, looked like we lost. Brian Schottenheimer looked like they had lost. And I think a couple other guys just looked confused.
I mean, look, Jerry is powerful enough at the next owners' meetings to say, hey, let's get rid of ties. Let's go to the college way. They're so hell-bent on not doing things that college football does with their overtime or anything this may be, because the Cowboys and Packers are big enough brands on this stage. It may be enough to get that changed.
He could always change his mind like he has with the tush push. Last night, he was given a couple of opportunities, and he said no. He's like, no, ties have been part of the game. To me, it's if you're going to have sudden death ties, you need to have 15-minute quarters. This whole both teams get a possession, I think it's stupid that the quarter's 10 minutes then.
Both sides are going to have this argument. I'm a little bit down about it and unfulfilled. I tweeted last night because it felt like the Cowboys had that final opportunity to win the game. They're going to say the same thing before the Pickens touchdown.
Sure.
And maybe, the 6 consecutive scores that took place with the heavyweight. It truly was a heavyweight back and forth with touchdown, answering each other. They're going to say the same thing. We felt like it was over here, like we're feeling.
If I'm a Cowboy fan, I'm elated that my offense was able to do what it did, especially in the second half. If I'm a Packer fan, I'm like, this is not a championship defense. You can't be giving up points like that at will. Even though Cowboys are a very good home offensive team, you can't do that.
Nick Harris tweeted, through 4 weeks, the Cowboys have the number one offense in the NFL entering Monday Night Football at 404 yards a game. They have the number 32 defense, allowing 420 yards per game. And then there was this crazy stat that teams with like that amount of offense, here it is from Dante Fleming, teams with 40-plus points and no turnovers were 300-0 at home, including the playoffs.
Oh.
They're now 300-0-1.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is worse than a loss to me, because at least when they lose, they have nothing to fall back. They lose the game, and they usually have to sit there and go, let's sit in all of our accountability that we have to take for losing a football game. When they win, they can say, look, we can take solace in this thing that we did, and we can have the jubilee over it. Last night, all of them were just kind of like Jerry refused to say, he was at one point, he's like, I can't call that a loss. I can't call that a loss. They worked too hard for me to feel like that was a bad thing. And it's like, no, but it is. It is a bad thing. There are bad things about this. And you're now in this weird purgatory position of just like, well, I guess I can't feel great or awful about any of it. And so, let's just run it back. And that's the frustrating part of this.
Brian Schottenheimer was asked, I love this question. I think this is exactly the way I feel. Was this an unfulfilling tie because you had so many chances to close it out?
Look, we got to learn how to win. This is year one of our program. But when you have the fight, Calvin, that these guys do, when they're willing to battle and just fight for 70 minutes plus, two weeks really in a row at home, we're building something special here. And no one in that locker room is happy. No one in that locker room is fulfilled. We didn't win. And there's definitely things to clean up, but I would be remiss if I said I'd be remiss if I didn't say how proud I was of them and their fight. And I wanted that for them. But, man, NFL football is hard.
Yeah, but I mean, it was such a blown opportunity. It's especially for Shotty. Like, it's a blown opportunity for, like, this is this could be the initial foundational win that he gets whenever it's like, all right, I'm trying to build something, I'm trying to change something. Like all that stuff he just said there about we're doing this, we're doing that. That hits harder when you win. Like I don't think he's talking that way if they lose, but because they tie, it's kind of this weird half ground. It just, there were so many things about that felt like settling last night, and there were so many things about it that just felt like not going for the throat or not putting it on the line. And it's like, you're probably not a playoff team. That's a really good Green Bay team in general that we all thought was coming in here, and that's a Green Bay team that was like a big Micah Parsons homecoming, and this is your chance to make a statement. Make a statement.
It throws off us as sports fans in America. Like, ties, this happens in Europe all the time with soccer. Ties are very European. Very European. It throws us off. Like, truthfully, it's obviously you can't feel like you won, but you also can't feel like you lost either, because it's not objectively, it's not a loss in the loss column.
Well, I think when you get more, it depends where you come at it from, right? Like, nationally and from a macro, it's like you're feeling worse if you're the Packers.
Correct.
And the Cowboys, they should be able to build off of this definitely for the positive, because I had them losing at least by double digits. More on that later in my bank account. But when you talk about the springboard and what's needed for the Dallas Cowboys season and ending up with this, if you're trying to make the playoffs, it feels a little bit more disappointing. Let's get down to business. Overtime. Cowboys receive. Pickens, third down.
By the way, what did y'all think about the Packers deciding to kick?
I liked it.
Okay, see,
you know what you have to do.
Right, because
didn't we do that and give the Giants the ball?
Well,
did we do that, Bobby, in Arlington? Give the Giants the ball, and then we got it afterwards to know whether you needed 7 or 3?
Can't remember who got the ball first. I remember this was a discussion
Super Bowl.
during the Super Bowl. I think we had this as a
Shanahan
discussion.
decided to kick, and we killed him for it. Everybody killed him for it.
Why would you take it first?
Why would you take it first? So the reason you would take it first is, Shanahan decided to take it first. You decided to take it first because if you both kick the field goal, you get now the first sudden death opportunity.
Yeah, that was the first time anybody had like been in that position or whatever it was, and he chose to receive. And the next day we were all saying, "Why would you receive? There's no benefit to receiving." Yeah, and then they went to the sounds from the sideline or whatever, and the Chiefs were all like, "He wanted the ball? Okay, cool." Like, they all thought if we won, we were going to give them the ball.
So overtime, the miraculous maybe throw of the season, Dak to Jalen Tolbert. It was insane. First and goal at the 5. I think we all think they were getting in.
Yeah.
They were going to score, right? Micah then with his first sack and only sack of the evening, chasing down Dak. I agree with Collinsworth. I thought Dak was going to get in there. Jerry says he doesn't think he was going to get in. And they ultimately settle for the field goal. So let's take it to the Franklin Franco fan text.
Real quick, raise your hand if you had Seattle 2006, like,
that
PTSD
was talked about a lot after the game in the halls.
On that run.
Which is the Romo fumble snap on the field goal, and then he picks it up and he starts scampering in. Everybody's like, "Oh, he's going to score," and then he gets caught by his ankles.
Oh, same thing. It was just like almost an identical play. Like, he was a yard and a half shy, and like he gets tripped up at the very end.
I thought he was probably going to get in.
Yeah.
Did you?
I couldn't. I thought he was going to get tackled like the 2 by somebody who was there.
I was the only one, it seemed like, on the group text message that was okay with them kicking the field goal there. Bobby was vehemently against it. RJ was a little bit more in the middle. Pepe disagreed with it as well. Let's start off there with 4th and 5 field goal.
Yeah, look, I'm okay with it because it's like, all right, whatever. You have a lead. My issue is this is a know your team kind of thing. If the Cowboys if this was a 13-10 game or a 10-10 game that made it 13-10, your defense. Your defense is stout. Fine, kick the field goal. But I was like, this defense, we knew what was going to happen. The only thing that was going to be in question was Green Bay going to have enough time to get all the way down the field, right? Because that's where maybe a 15-minute quarter or untimed.
Feels like the team getting it second gets screwed.
Right, they really should have an untimed overtime.
Oh, that'd be NFLPA, baby.
I know, right? Yeah, but I probably would have gone for it just because the defense, I knew what was going to happen. They were going to let them march right down the field.
But
but you get a tie out of it.
Yeah, when they march right down the field and you don't score, you lose on a field goal.
Yeah, that's it. Right. So you're putting it basically in the we are going to win the game or lose the game right here.
Yeah, I hated it. I thought it was a really bad call. I thought it was a really bad decision from Brian Schottenheimer. I thought it ran completely counter to everything that he's preached this offseason about compete and everything else. I thought it was compete, and then it was let's lay up. And it was putting your trust in the wrong group of people. It was putting your trust in the defense. Instead of trusting the offense to execute on 4th and goal from the 4, you went ahead and put them in the position of you knew the defense was going to have to stop them 4 times from picking up 10 yards, which they couldn't do it 3 times consistently throughout the game. So you knew when you gave them a 4th, that was going to happen. There was no doubt in my mind when Green Bay was facing 4th and 6, they were going to pick it up. Green Bay's going to pick up this 4th and 6 because there was no way you were stopping them 4 times in a row. There was no way Green Bay was stopping Dallas 4 times in a row, the way that offense went.
Right.
I have a problem with, and we saw it once live, so I don't know what the discussion was like on TV. I have no idea what Dak was doing on the 3rd and goal, throw out of the end zone, where it's like, are we not even going to try anything here? Are we not going to try to extend this play or fit it in somewhere? So I didn't love the play sequence, but to me, it's like, this is 4th down. You need to go for it because if nothing else, you're going to make them go 96 yards in 4 minutes.
Would you have run it on that 3rd down?
If I know I'm going for it on 4th, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was the play sequence?
It was a 1-yard carry to Javonte Williams. It was then the Dak scramble where he got caught, and then it was the throw out of the end zone.
All right, where are y'all at on it? I'm very interested. I felt like it was kind of 60-40 last night on my Twitter timeline with okay with the 3. 877-881-1053. And then they almost got the gift of all gifts as Matt LaFleur and the offense are butchering the clock winding down. A lot of Tolos saying, where's the home cooking? Where's the Arlington clock operator as Jack Sanborn has the ball go off of his back? And here's Brian Schottenheimer talk. I thought Tarico had an amazing observation. If that ball bounces up,
it's over.
You win.
Yeah.
The ball, unfortunately, bounces straight to the ground. Schottenheimer on the last play.
Yeah, he's the carry player trying to run down the middle of the field. It's tough. They're trying to get speed on there. And, man, I wish it would have bounced around for another half a second or so. It's hard because you have to match speed with a guy that's faster than you. And it's hard to play defense with your back turned. But, again, I think, this is going to be a lot of really good things for us to take, and there's going to be a ton of corrections on both sides and special teams. I think the discipline and the penalties bounce back. We have to be better with that. That starts with me as the head coach. Goes on next to the coaches and the players. And you just can't shoot yourself in the foot. But I say it every week, man, the process stays the same. And it's almost midnight right now, right? So I've only got a few more minutes before I have to move on to the Jets.
Broadus said afterwards, and he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, as somebody who's just been around the league for forever, home clock operator, do not ever let it stop at 1 second. And he was dead serious. He's like, you make the referees put the second back on. Wow. He said, do not leave a second on the clock. He said, you take off that second and then make the referees go, nope, we're reviewing it. We're putting a second back on. But you don't just give that to the visiting team.
Is that so? That's still, it's not a league.
No, it's a clock operator.
So it's a Cowboys employee.
Jerry made a joke afterwards. He was like, somebody was like, did you think that was bad from your clock operator? And Jerry went, well, guys, it's a family member. And he was joking. He's like, I'm just kidding.
If you listen to the post-game show, Brian Broadus wanted to go for it on 4th. Brad Sham said absolutely not. Let us know on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And we need your Cowboy report cards with star up, star down. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. Star up, star down, and the home of the Cowboys is next. But first, they are chosen.
214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You hear him changing the play. Hand signals. Pickens turns around, says something to the receiver to his left. Snap back. Standing with time. Thrown in the end zone. Caught by Pickens to the post. The Cowboys are going to take a lead to the dressing room. How do you do?
It is now time for Star Up, Star Down. In case you did not know, this is Sean and RJ with Choppy on percussion. Cowboys insider back from the stadium late last night, Bobby Belt. And that was Brad Sham, your voice of America's team, with the 40-40 tie. It's Star Up, Star Down. It's your Cowboys report card on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line at 877-881-1053. And there are people asking if this was the best game that Dak Prescott has ever played. I think Jerry Jones maybe alluded to that. Was it after the Giants game he suggested it?
It was after the Eagles game.
The Eagles game.
Yeah.
That's right. He's had better numbers, but this thing is freaking impressive across the board. 31 of 40 for 319, 3 touchdowns, no picks, got sacked one time by Micah. The QBR was a 94.4 Star Up.
Big
Rain
time.
Dakota.
Big time. Played the game at a very high level, processing the game well. It was just that was a well quarterbacked game in general. We've seen a few of these. We've seen some really bad ones this year across the league. This was a really, really solid game by Dak. I mean, he was fantastic in this one. And it felt like at every point, no matter when they got the ball, that they were going to score. And if you're Green Bay, that's a big problem. That's a big problem for you moving forward because you looked like you couldn't stop anybody. You couldn't stop a nosebleed.
And he continues to come through in big moments. I tweeted, here it is, all on his shoulders again. He comes through with Pickens, the throw to Tolbert, one that I will never, ever forget. And then Dak was asked after the game, how tough is it not to get frustrated with your defense? Because every Tolo hit me up. It's a shame that we feel this terrified with 43 seconds left. You know what's going to happen. It is inevitable with this crappy D. Does Dak get frustrated when he gets no help with no stops? No stops defensively in the second half?
I love it. It's the game. It's the game of football. It's the NFL. You're playing against the best. And that means you've got to play your best when it's needed. Thankful for these opportunities. As I told y'all before, I guess, right? Like, especially when you miss ball, when you've been hurt and you've had to sit there and watch it. You watch games on, watching those college games on Saturday, all those come down to the wire, and then watch the noon games. Like, you want to be in those positions. You don't want to watch just other people execute and be in those positions. And not only that, that just helps you. That experience just makes you better for, more of those to come. So it's fun. It's part of it. It's not, sure, I believe in my defense and they're going to stop it and make the play. And sure, if they do or they hold them to a field goal or whatever it is, I'm just thankful that we still have an opportunity to go out there and answer. And this game, I can be mad about the 1 second on the clock. I can be mad that, they drove the ball, but at the end of the day, I'm pissed that we didn't score in the red zone. We had an opportunity to score in the red zone, and we do that, and they're having to, get back on the line again and throw another Hail Mary to the end zone. So not for 1 second am I looking in the defense. I'm a guy that looks inward first and looks at what we need to do and what I need to do to help this team. And if we
That's good. There's Dak. What, Bobby? What's wrong?
Don't be so nice. Don't be so political with it. Look, he's right. They needed to score when they got inside the 5. That was not a great play sequence. Whatever else. Maybe you would have scored if you would have tried the 4th time, like you should have. But you can't look at anything going on with this football team right now with a straight face and be like, I certainly don't look at the defense as a problem. It's like,
what's going to happen if he calls them out? They're helpless.
Right.
They're going to pick it up. They're going to go and grind harder at practice.
They're helpless, but I mean,
early in the year too. He will. He's been known.
He'll do it.
Yeah. Later in the season. Normally, if they don't practice right, which apparently last week they had to restart practice again because they didn't get off to the right start 7 or 8 plays in. But probably too early to go there, and it's not going to do anything. They're not capable of more.
Then say everybody. Don't just say I look at the offense. Don't do that. Like, you can include the offense and make it a everybody involved sort of thing. But the reality is this team doesn't generate enough pressure, and that's what was going to kill you. Last night, these are the splits. Jordan Love, when he was under pressure last night, he was 3 for 11 for 9 yards. When he was classified as not being under pressure, he was 28 for 32, 328, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. You've got to generate pressure. You've got to blitz him. There are all sorts of things. Guys got to win more consistently, and those are the things.
What percentage of dropbacks should be pressured? Like, should there be pressure on? Like, what's the league average? And I don't know if you know that.
I need to
number.
Look at what it is. Yeah,
the league average pressure rate. If it's 25%, then
it's less. It's higher than that.
Then they're right there. But if it's 40 or 50, then obviously you've got to get more pressure. Because it did feel like there was a point in that game where Love was leaving the pocket, quite a bit. Now, whether or not he was leaving the pocket early or that was because he felt the pressure and the pressure was real, that's a different story.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Man, I got to hand this guy. I was very, very low on the running backs coming into the season. Very, very low. But then, it was like, hey, the offensive line's going to be good, then the running game's going to be good. But when you're down 2 offensive linemen and you still play well, Star Up to Javonte.
Everybody okay with the signing of Javonte Williams now?
Look at this.
And here's a direct snap to Williams, banging in from the middle, and Williams scores a touchdown, and the Cowboys regain the lead.
Look, it's clear he's the only running back that should get the ball now at this point. So far, if you want to start, especially on 3rd and 12, Hunter, we don't need that.
Not going to be Jaden Blue.
Not going to be him.
Inactive again, and then Miles was limping off in those shoes.
Blue, they don't even know where his uniform is. And then, you
weren't happy with the Hunter Lipke 3rd and 12.
3rd and 12, a draw to your fullback. That is a white flag play. That is a wave the white flag play. It's third. This is not 1947 anymore. Teams pick up 12 yards all the time.
It really felt like the thing that's really surprising about scoring 40, at least to me, it felt like Brian Schottenheimer was calling a very conservative game to start off. Well, they had 0 points in the first quarter, but Collinsworth even kind of alluded to it, and I was like, does Brian Schottenheimer think they're capable of winning a 13-10 game? When you get the rare stop for the season, not just in this game, when your defense gets the rare stop, you almost need to score 7 points every single time. And it felt like he was a little bit conservative to go ahead and start off, and then they end up dropping a 40 burger.
Yeah, the first drive, I liked the 3 straight run calls. I didn't mind that you literally punted on that drive, because to me, Micah's coming in there, he's amped up. Micah's coming in there, all the adrenaline in the world. He wants to blow up a play right out of the gate. Like you saw the very first play, they run it at him, and he lost the edge. He dipped under. He was trying to make too big of a play. He was trying to play hero ball. If you throw the ball, if you drop back and throw it, and he collects a sack on that first drive, there's no telling how much that all right, continue to juice him up, amp him up, keep him going. I like basically saying, we're not even going to give you a shot this time. You're not going to get a shot to get to the passer. You're not going to get a shot to tap into any of this. We're going to let your emotions cool down, and then we're going to get into the football game. And so I didn't mind that. I'm going to go Star Up.
Let me finish up with Javonte's stat line off of RJ Star Up. 20 for 85, 4.3 a carry, had a touchdown. He's the battering ram every single game. That goal line shotgun snap that he took after the big run to get down there in the first place for the 30-27 lead. So there's just no possible way as a Dallas Cowboy fan not to love Javonte Williams to start off this year. Star Up to the scouting department, the people in that front office who said, no, we can let Rico go even for cheap money to bring in an injured Denver Bronco.
Yeah, he's been really, really good.
Fantastic.
And really solid. And that's the kind of player that, all right, you
most
look
exciting running back since Zeke's early years that we've had, unless there's someone I'm forgetting.
I thought Pollard was pretty exciting, the year before he left for free agency. I thought he was somebody who he could hit home runs. He was a little electric. But I mean, Javonte Williams is somebody who you feel like you're wearing a defense down. You feel like you're getting the absolute most out of a given play with him each time. And so I'm a big fan of what he did. I'm gonna go. It's like a tie. It's a Star Up and a Star down. Wow.
What a theme.
But I'm gonna go Star Up I thought Brian Schottenheimer did a good job in general with play calling and the tempo of the game and judging those sort of things. It's still a tie because I got to go Star down on 2 decisions. One, the one on the field goal to kick it there. 2, and it seems small at the time, but it ended up not being the not going for 2 when they got it to 13-8. I don't know why you kick the extra point there.
All right, so let's talk about that. People were making fun of our exchange when I tweeted you, Mr. Analytics.
Yes.
What do you do here? And you were commenting on the next touchdown.
Right.
You're like, oh, you obviously do this in this situation. I was like, yeah, I know, dip. Tell me about the one beforehand.
So, I mean, the chart.
Because you don't chase points early.
You don't chase points
That's
early.
the saying. Don't chase early.
But there is just a chart, and I don't know I'm sure all these teams have their own chart that they go by, their 2-point conversion chart.
Mm-hmm.
Just the basic one is, when you're down by 5, you go for 2. When you're down by 4, it's called decision. There's usually a kick the PAT or go for 2, and there's very few that are just like it's a decision, like decision time. Like now, we don't really have a good handle on this. You make the call based on the game situation. But down by 5, it's pretty standard. Just go for the 2.
Bobby,
same if you're down by 2. Go. It's the same kind of formula.
Bobby, when do you subscribe to the theory of don't chase early?
I want to collect the points. If there's a discrepancy, if it's a thing where it's like, all right, if I make the extra point, I'm still going to need a touchdown. If I miss the extra point, I'm still going to need a touchdown. If I get the 2-point conversion, I no longer need a touchdown. To me, it doesn't matter what stage of the game that is. To me, I'm going for 2. Just because I want to know right then, like we've talked about, I want to know what I need to get. And I want to need to know, like, I can't assume that I'm going to score anymore the rest of the game or that they're going to score. I need to approach it as if this will be it, and we'll be at the same score by the time we roll into the fourth quarter.
Someone's going to just go for 2 every time. Because that 2-point conversion rates are above 50%. It's closer to 60. Someone's going to just do that.
I feel like we've passed that. I think
Probably.
teams tried to start doing that when this first became a thing, and then it's gone away.
Yeah. So maybe it doesn't happen, but honestly, the decision that I had both a positive and a negative thought on was early on. It was 4th and 1 from their own 31. Cowboys.
Oh.
And that's the one they tried to draw. They called a time. Green Bay used a timeout, and they tried to draw them off sides. And the good is, at the very least, you got them to burn a timeout. That's good, right? But 4th and 1 from your own 31 with this defense, knowing that you can't stop anybody, you haven't stopped anybody for 3 weeks. That's like, all right. And I hate when teams do this. They always try to get them to go for it. They always try to get them to jump off sides. Just get them to jump and then run it as like 2 seconds left of the play clock.
It's a weekly occurrence with this Schottenheimer waited out, and we all know what's going to happen with the punt. And I was thinking, when you give up 5 yards and take the flag on the delay, you're at midfield. Like, you're fine kicking at your 45.
Yeah.
This was like your own, like, 25.
Right.
And I was like, I'm not. It didn't end up burning them, but I was like, I'm not just trying to give up 5 yards of field position when everyone knows that you're not going for it right there. And every time I look up, and I have to go back and really break it down to see if they're all justified. I know last week, Bobby, I think you told me they were justified in using them. But every time I look up in big moments to say, okay, what do we got here? Minute 38, timeouts. The Cowboys never have 2 or more timeouts. Yeah. These timeouts are disappearing early or in the middle of quarters. And that's concerning to me from a game management standpoint moving forward. Where are the timeouts to burn? They don't have them. I've noticed that now for a couple of games. 877-881-1053. So that's shoddy game manager, star up and star down. What about the guys defensively, George Pickens and whoever else you want to put that spotlight on? Star up, star down on a Cowboys Monday continues. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods on the Fan.
After we get...
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Love under center. Back. Little slant over the middle. Caught by Dobbs. Slanting in on Elam. Touchdown, Green Bay. 2 touchdowns from Love to Dobbs.
Brad Sham with the call. How about that connection?
How about that?
Romeo Dobbs torching Deron Bland and anyone else up against him last night as he has 6 for 58, 3 touchdowns as part of the 40-40 tie. This is Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. No better place to get your Cowboys and NFL coverage than 105.3 The Fan. Let's continue Star Up, Star Down. We haven't really gotten to any of the downs, but Bobby, take it where you want.
I'm going to first turn on my microphone. Then I'm going to give you, I'm going to give a star up to somebody who I don't think we're going to talk a lot about this morning, but somebody who I think flashed again for me, and you need him to flash moving forward. I did think Donovan Ezeraku played well yesterday.
Yes.
Ezeraku made a couple nice stops in the run game. This is 2 weeks in a row that he's looked really strong in his run support. He's playing disciplined. He's seeing things quickly. It's just he's still kind of learning the way of getting sunned by NFL offensive tackles, and he's working through that. As soon as he gets that aspect down, I think you're going to see a really complete football player, somebody who's got really good instincts and a really good get off. And what you're seeing right now is a guy who's right now one of their better run defenders on the team. So I've got a star up for Donovan Ezeraku, who I think has played really well the last 2 weeks.
I needed more of a close-up replay on that personal foul where he hit the helmet.
Yeah.
I didn't see it cleanly. I was not totally convinced. I'm not ready to kill Ezeraku for that, because Collinsworth on that replay is like, if that's a personal foul, we need to throw out all the rules in football. And then they had the rules specialist on NBC said, no, it was an extra hit to the helmet. I didn't clearly see it. I saw something, but to me it wasn't that clear. Maybe the referee saw it, but man, the big penalties and huge moments for the Dallas Cowboys reared its ugly head again last night. Maris Leofau is in that spotlight.
That's a terrible play on his part. You got to be smarter than that. And you know, look, if you were blocked out,
and he had a whiff, a huge whiff right before that.
Yeah, and if he was blocked out, he was blocked out. You still got to be able to control yourself. That was a.
Now, what do you mean blocked out?
Like if he was, Bobby had mentioned in the break, he was blocked out by the ball. He couldn't see the ball behind the player because he was behind him. All right, I get it. It doesn't really change anything. I mean, it changed a little bit, but still, you had 3 steps. You had 3 steps. The ball didn't come into your view in 3 steps. That seems uncontrolled.
And he makes me look stupid. That's an additional star down, maybe an easy star down for making me look dumb. But I'm raising my hand. I was part of the Maris Leofau, fan club. Get him on the field. He's flying around. Get Sanborn out of there. Get Kenneth Murray out of there. Get someone with some explosion. Get someone with some feistiness. We saw it on that special teams tackle with maybe the hit of the week in the NFL. But then I had to eat it on the timeline with people saying, here's a reason he's not out there. He whiffs, and then the boneheaded, stupid penalty. And I had to eat my words a little bit, advocating for him to be out there for more playing time.
Well, you don't have to eat them for Jack Sanborn. Now, Jack, go ahead.
Let me finish up real quick with the big plays that cost this team penalty-wise. 12 on the field wipes out the Diggs interception. Now, are you blaming the Cowboys more or giving LaFleur credit for that quick sequence? They were giving him credit on the broadcast, Bobby, for that quick sequence to trap the Cowboys with an extra man on the field. But, man, you talk about a moment that Trayvon Diggs needed. You talk about a moment that the Cowboys defense needed. You talk about a moment that the fan base needed to believe in Trayvon Diggs. Wiped out, 12 on the field. That's one. Illegal formation wipes out a big Kevontae Turpin third down. That would have been a first. Illegal formation. And you can't talk stupid penalties. It's a rule in the Metroplex. In case you've just moved here or you're listening on the Odyssey app. You cannot talk stupid penalties without the inclusion of one Sam Williams and the face mask on third down. But he was bailed out a little bit because Trayvon had a hold, It was 2 flags thrown. So if it wasn't going to be Sam with the face mask, it was going to be Trayvon Diggs with the hold. And then Todd Archer tweeted this out, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this true? Tyler Smith had 3 early penalties? 3?
Second game of his career that he's been flagged 3 times. But yeah, he had 3 penalties all in the first half, I think.
Because I felt like Green Bay was accumulating the stupid penalties. I'm like, all right, yes, we're facing a dumber team again. It felt like 1st and goal, they just were an automatic false start, moving back 5 yards. And they had to happen multiple times. And I'm like, we got them in terms of the penalty and the discipline. And then you look up, and the Cowboys get flagged 11 times for 95 yards. 11. Green Bay had 7 for 53. 18 flags thrown in this game, making it, in addition to the scoring, a 3.5-hour contest.
And both teams' penalties were really crippling. Like, the non-penalty
on Bland.
Yeah, well, that at the very end of the third,
that was stunning to us that they didn't throw a flag there. We were all looking around like, oh, okay, is that Torbert just saying like, all right, here I'm going to do you one solid since I've kind of, there's nobody who looks more satisfied calling a penalty than Ron Torbert. He looks like he just loves letting you know.
There was a holding call that Green Bay had on themselves early on when they were kind of doing whatever they wanted. The non-intentional grounding.
Yes.
On Dak.
Yes.
I was like, oh, we kind of got away with that one.
Yes.
So there were some interesting calls in that game. I do want.
What was the moment? Last thing on it, promise. What was the moment of the Leofow penalty?
That was in that
was
drive, right?
The one, the unnecessary roughness or whatever. It was either. I believe that was the one on the field goal to tie. It was either the field goal to tie or it was the touchdown to Dobbs. I think it may have been the touchdown to Dobbs because I think there was some time that passed after.
Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. Get them in on the text line 877-881-1053.
I do want to do a Jack Sanborn star down. Listen, I don't really know who you are. I know Brad Sham asked a few questions about you in camp because he couldn't stop talking about you. But I just want to let you know, Twitter doesn't like you.
Man.
Twitter's not a fan. Man. So just little kind of PSA, giving you a heads up there, man. Dude. Stay off social media.
And have a different slanted spine so that ball bounces up next time instead of down. We would have let him totally off the hook if one more second would have burned off the clock. But Bobby, this Jack Sanborn thing, he's probably the number 1 black sheep on the team right now.
He's painfully slow. He's just he doesn't look like he's fast enough to play linebacker for you, and that's the thing.
And they benched him for who was the linebacker who came in? The other linebacker. Chop, help me out with it. Shamar James.
Oh yeah.
They put him on the bench. It seemed like
it would have taken me a while to get to his name.
Late in the 4, I had it written down. Yeah. Shamar James.
He was active for the first time this week. He's not good enough right now. And the problem is
he's
that
not going to be good enough.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, he's
right now.
He can play within the defense if things are a certain way. Given what the defense is right now, he's a massive liability. And he's not very good. He's one of these guys who it's like, okay, yeah, fine, Adam, can he play special teams? Oh, I guess he's going to be a backup linebacker. Can he do this or that? But it's like a crown jewel of the defense that Matt Eberflus is trying to build here, which I'm still trying to figure out the hell that is. It's not going to work. The linebackers are so bad right now. The linebackers are bad. I know we keep talking about the secondary, and the secondary is bad, no doubt about it. But the linebackers are terrible.
They need Overshown so bad. Overshown. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Overshown's got to come back and be healthy. Like he's got a lot to overcome. Star up, star down.
Yeah, we're gonna go star down to Matt Eberflus. I'm
Zach Wilczek, cover your ears.
Yep. Watch out for this, Zach. I know that's your boy. I got to be careful here. But no, the Matt Eberflus continued insistence on a few things. Why does James Houston continue to play minimal snaps
after doing stuff like this? And we talked about getting in more PT last night.
All right, here's Love back to throw. There's light pressure. He pumps. Ball stripped out. Rolling around at the 15-yard line. Who's got it? Cowboys got it at the 15-yard line with 13 seconds to play.
Strip and the recovery with 13 seconds left, which turned around the entire game as, they scored 14 points in 32 seconds for the 16-13 lead.
About a quarter of the snaps is what he's playing on defense, and that's been consistent for the last 3 weeks. And to me, I don't understand why there's not heavier usage for him because every time he goes out there, he does rush the passer. He should be in there on all your obvious passing situations right now.
I haven't noticed Dante Fowler one time this year.
I did notice Fowler a little bit yesterday. I thought Fowler was okay yesterday, but I mean,
I forgot what number Dante Fowler wore. I've forgotten. I don't even know.
It's Overshown's old number, 13.
Yeah. I'm like 13. Who is that? Where's Dante Fowler? But Houston, one of these rare carryovers where you saw in the preseason, and it's happened during the regular season. You're saying he didn't play a lot more snaps last night?
No. So he played 22% of the snaps against the Giants, 23% against Chicago. He played 25% last night.
Well, he did play on special teams because he had a hold.
He did play on special teams. Yeah, they gave him 14 snaps last night. So those snaps have gone way up because he had played 13 on special teams all year before that. But Eberflus not giving him more of an opportunity. The continued insistence of using Donovan Wilson as the deep safety is odd to me. If he's responsible for lineup changes, I think putting Diggs to the bench over Elam is nuts to me. And I know that Diggs hasn't been great. That's not an endorsement of Diggs. Elam is the worst player on this football team right now. He's not good.
Was that his zone, or was he responsible for that last Dobbs touchdown? Upper left corner. I think that was Dobbs. I can't keep track of
yeah.
I think that was the last one, and I was like, Elam's not even close.
The last Dobbs touchdown, I think what that was, it looks like it was cover 3. I don't know what Wanye Thomas was doing. Wanye Thomas is the one who I think was wrong there because he funneled to the corner side of the end zone. It looked like cover 3, which everybody's supposed to have a deep zone right there. But it's the same thing. Start down to this too. The body language of a defense that after every touchdown I've seen them give up this year, the hands go up and they turn and look at each other like, what were you doing? What were you? It is such a fast, immediate demonstration of blame game between teammates in terms of their body language, and I hate it. I hate seeing it after every single big play, after every single touchdown. They're instantly like, what are you doing? And nobody wants to just seem to take it as, all right, this is my fault. But to me, that begins and ends with Eberflus. I'm not saying Eberflus needs to be fired or anything else. Eberflus needs to be on notice because this isn't acceptable. And a lot of this, I know personnel's not great, but he's not helping it. And it's a lot easier to change one than it is to change 25 guys in personnel.
877-881-1053. We continue with star up, star down. And we, of course, have to get to, I think it's a good sign. We have not talked about number one yet. Micah Parsons doing more barking before and after games than he did in this one. That's not anything new. We also have to go around the rest of the NFC East. How much help did the Cowboys get in the division? Your Cowboys Monday continues with Sean and RJ. But
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has been...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What?
Facial Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Saffron Squad?
One of the statements of the day as we go around the NFC East and around the rest of the NFL before we focus on Micah's return, which we have not actually talked about in the first hour of the show here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Back together again. We got Jacob in for Pepe and Aiden in the back. His voice is gone from going to the game last night. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. One of the wins of the day, RJ, I know you agree, the Philadelphia Eagles. This thing got closer than I thought late. Going to Tampa and improved to 4-0, 31-25. I thought I heard someone on NBC Post say that it can't be true. They didn't throw for any yards in the second half. That's not.
That would not surprise me because they have Jalen Hurts, and he's not very good.
Throwing for any yards in the second half? I have to triple check that. Look at that one. But how about filthy?
That was, I got to hand it to him, man. Like, you know,
actually, you know what? AJ Brown would agree. More on that in a second.
It's true.
Not a yard?
Mm-mm.
See, that's not football. That's whatever.
In fact, if you include net passing yards with sacks and stuff like that, Philadelphia had minus 18 passing yards in the second half.
Look, they, the final score I don't think was indicative of that game. There was a really solid effort by Philadelphia, and they just continue to handle teams.
The fourth quarter was 5-0 in terms of points. Five zip.
Yeah, they just continue to handle teams. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's a good team or a bad team. Like, they play well. They went on the road against a team that was undefeated. Now, even though that team had only won those 3 games by a combined 6 points,
and no Mike Evans,
right, absolutely. They still got players. They still got receivers. Ibuka's a good player.
It was 24-3. Yeah,
I mean that's a butt whooping on the road. You're up 24-3. I mean, I got to hand it to him, man. I mean, I hate him, but Sirianni's got that team playing good football.
It got down to 31-23, and then Baker threw a tough end zone interception. I had to totally try to justify it, saying the ball would have gotten there, but it was tipped. Still was first down. He was scrambling a little bit too much, desperate to go ahead and make something happen. And then, Bobby, you're going to throw up. You already look physically ill this morning over the Cowboy ending. But Baker and Sirianni was chirping Baker Mayfield. And Sirianni is what Baker was coming out of college still as a head coach. He's the Baker version of NFL head coaches, except Mayfield is even way more mature.
Yeah, and how old's Nick Sirianni now? He is 44 years old, so he's also much older and should have learned by now.
And the controversy and headline that will be coming out of Filthy comes from A.J. Brown. Keep the box score up because I'm going to need his targets. He tweeted this after a win. If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way. So while you're quietly withdrawing and not making a scene, you tweet this out to get 3.5 million X interactions. AJ Brown is crying again. Man, it's just a shame that they're winning so much because they would have already had him on the block. This thing would have gotten 10 times uglier, and it's already been simmering and boiling for a year.
But he is in that zone of prime where it's like he can kind of get away with things. He's a big time player. Like, he makes some big time catches. What was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
some big time plays. He just does this. By the way, one more note on this game, and this also goes to the Indy game. 3-0 teams who are underdogs in Week 4 since 2012 are now 3-14 straight up. So Indy and Tampa, they were dogs. They were both 3-0, and they both got beat. They're 4-12-1 ATS against the spread since that time too.
Bob, he had 9 targets. Now 2 catches, 7 yards, 3.5 a catch. But they were kicking ass. They're kicking ass and they're undefeated. He's never happy.
Yeah, generally, I think.
What book you going to break out and read?
I think generally, when you're a star receiver, you don't say, all right, my target. Generally, I want my targets to be, I guess, just combine whatever my receptions and yards would be for the day, and that's the same number of targets that I want. Because he had 2 receptions for 7 yards, which was equal to his 9 targets. And so it was, look, I get his frustration in general, but he was targeted more than twice as much as anybody else on the football field. And this is, I'm sorry, you guys can talk all day long, and not you, but just in general, people like out there in the NFL landscape can talk all day long about how he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been to 2, he's won, things like that. Jalen Hurts is just not going to be the dude to throw you into an elite career as a receiver. It's not what he's going to do. They're not going to throw the ball like that.
Now let's get to the NFC East debut that everybody was focused on.
Dark call signals, takes the snap. Little shovel pass for Theo Johnson, makes the catch into the end zone. Touchdown, Giants.
Giants radio with the call. I was worried with the way this started, and then it fizzled. Still ends up with a win. RJ Choppy was right. I was waiting to start Jackson Dart on the road in New Orleans. Choppy said, get it done at home, even if it is against your mighty Los Angeles Chargers and MVP Justin Herbert. It was a first drive rushing touchdown. Brian Daboll in his fields, absolutely loving life. And the New York Giants beat LAC in New York. Malik Neighbors carted off, torn ACL, gone for the year.
All right, 2 things. First on Dart, just get ready. I'm sure it's going to happen today. The overrating, the overhyping of Jackson Dart. It's going to happen. Look, there was nothing wrong with this game. 13 for 20. He was more like Jalen Hurts than anything else. But first starts will go easy on him, but they're going to overrate him. This is New York. It's New York City. They're going to overrate him. They're going to hype him up. I should say overrate. They're going to overhype him. And they're going to shove him down our throats. But this is what they should have done from the very start. Just get him out there. Get him out there, see what he can do. He used his legs pretty well yesterday. I forgot about that aspect of his game.
Yeah, I mean, he was fine yesterday. He wasn't a problem. I think that there was a little bit early on. To me, it looked like a defense trying to figure out who he was and what he was doing. Because I think early on he looked more efficient, and then he obviously kind of slowed down. Now also Malik Neighbors went out, like you just mentioned there. So I mean that complicates things right there. But yeah, he looked fine. The guy who's looking like a psychopath is Daboll on the sideline, who's clearly just so, you are my lifeline. If I'm gonna go down, it's gonna go down with you, and if I'm gonna save my job, it's gonna be because of you. Like, there were all the reports out this week that this Jackson Dart decision was 100% Brian Daboll. There was no input from Joe Shane. The Mara family didn't say anything. This is Daboll saying, no, I need him out there. I need to make this happen. And he did a fine job. He was fine. And next week, I'm sure he'll look fine. Saints aren't very good. I'm sure he'll look fine against them, too.
I like him. I think he's going to be a decent player. But, we're going to overhype this game. Which I get it, it's football, right? That's what you do when you only have one data point.
It's the same city that shoved Tommy DeVito down our throat for about 3 weeks.
No quarterback, no receiver, no win.
First and goal off the Commanders 7. Play action, Penix loops it here to the near side. Into the end zone goes Kyle Pitts, and the Atlanta touchdown.
Falcons radio with the call. This was a fun game, back and forth. Atlanta moves to 2-2. The Commanders fall to 2-2, 34-27 ATL. Michael Penix with 2 touchdowns. Bijan had 17 for 75 rushing it. He had 106 yards through the air. I was wrong about this man's elusiveness. He is the new school Barry Sanders. Still not Barry Sanders, but the closest thing to it that we have in the league in terms of the moves and the ability. Debo tried. Marcus Mariota had an okay game, but the Commanders lose without Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and since you've just owned that you were wrong about Bijan Robinson, I will own that I was wrong about Jaden Daniels and have been wrong about Jaden Daniels and how I thought he was going to be a total bust.
He didn't play.
No, but this is a great example of that offense. It doesn't matter if Cliff Kingsbury's designing it for you. It doesn't matter if your running game is really efficient. That offense can't move when he's not out there in terms of passing the ball.
27.
That's fine, but you're not moving the ball
That's fine. It's
You're not.
They scored 41 the week before against the Raiders.
No, I know, but you're not moving the ball. They're not efficient passing the ball right now. They're not. They can't keep up with teams that are throwing. When Michael Penix is doing what he did yesterday, which he played really well in response after getting benched at the end of the game last week for Kirk Cousins, when they're moving the ball like that, that passing game is just vanilla, and the execution is really, really painful. And I know a lot of that's Marcus Mariota himself, but man, they need Jaden Daniels back.
That is the NFC East. Back to the Cowboys and Micah. How much better are you feeling about the trade after last night? We'll have that and phone calls at 7:20 on your home of the Cowboys. Oh, yeah. And that baseball team.
He got hit. It's over. The Guardians of Miracles pull off another. And Cleveland is headed to the postseason.
The Texas Rangers losing to Cleveland, who are 15 and a half back?
15 and a half games back on July 6th.
Jake Rietma rolling in his grave. Bruce Bochy intentionally walking the previous hitter, then the HBP, and that keeps the Houston Astros at home, missing the postseason for the first time since 2016.
America is saved. It's saved by the Astros being knocked out. Now, this was a great final weekend. Shame on Major League Baseball for having having to go up against the NFL. But also, I hate the format they're going to have. The Guardians just beat the Tigers 3 days ago. They just knocked them out. They just won the division. And now they got to go play them again on Tuesday to prove they're already better?
Yeah.
I hate that.
No, I mean,
I hate that. I already beat you. Why do I have to beat you again? All right, I hate. That's one thing I hate about the postseason in American sports. I've already spent the last 6 months proving I'm better than you, and now I got to whittle it down to 3 games to prove I'm better than you again.
I'm really hoping Corey Majors doesn't come in here and say, I didn't want the Rangers to lose, even if that meant costing. Corey's listening probably right now. So text it. We were all hoping that they lost, right, to keep Houston out. I know this is a misery loves company, and you want to knock them out actually yourselves while making the playoffs. I'm not above this whatsoever. Of course I wanted the loss.
Yeah, I'm incredibly petty, and I would rather keep Houston out. I'd rather increase my odds potentially to get a better draft pick. When you're out, that's how you're playing spoiler. Like people are like, you want to play spoiler? Well, yeah, I want to play spoiler for very specific teams, though. If my losses play spoiler for them, then
I've got nothing against Cleveland. Nothing.
No.
So, I don't want...
In fact, I feel sympathy for Cleveland.
I do, too.
That's just not a place where I would want to be.
I don't even think it's a place.
It's literally the mistake by the lake.
Yeah.
And so, I certainly... It's all factories, as Joe Kim Noah said. It's not what anybody wants to be. Give them a victory every now and then.
14th pick. The Rangers now have the 14th pick in the draft. If they had won, it could have been as low as 16.
15 times I simulated it before I got the number 1 pick for the Rangers on Tankathon.
Eric Nadell says... that he fully expects Bruce Bochy to be back. I'd really be surprised if he's not. And they end with a record that seems perfect for them.
81-81. Great pitching. Horrible hitting.
Yep.
I mean, there you go.
Mid bullpen or slightly above average?
The bullpen ERA was solid. They couldn't figure out the 9th inning. That was their problem, right? They would blow a lot of games in that. But the bullpen was, in general, by and large, pretty decent.
Did they finish? I got to look now because I don't know about the Friday game. They didn't. Did they finish the year with nobody getting 10 saves? Yep, they did. Not a single pitcher on the set because they had 3 guys that had 9 saves. One of them was Luke Jackson, who was not here anymore.
How many teams in baseball did not have someone with a double-digit amount of saves, I wonder?
It can't be common. It just came. I'm trying to think. This is, I think, the second time in a few years that it's had. No, okay. So 2022, they had 13 was their team leader. It was Joe Barlow. But yeah, this is their thing.
All right, get ready. 877-881-1053. That's going to be the number when Jacob hits the cue to call button to win Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran tickets throughout the entire week. We go commercial free. And for the first time, really today, we talk about Micah Parsons. How are you feeling about the big move after last night's game? Back to the Cowboys, star up, star down. And how are you feeling about Micah now? Commercial free expressway with an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the expressway is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz in Plano.
Empty gun this time. Williams was split left, and he comes into the gun and stands on Prescott's left. In the gun, second down, quarterback draw, up the middle, Prescott into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Could that have happened again later in the game if not for Micah Parsons and his technical sack? Many Tolos just wanting to credit that as a tackle. If you played it on underdog like I did, then you wanted that sack as the higher or lower was 0.5. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto, commercial-free expressway on your official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Thanks to everyone on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for tuning in. Bobby was there as our Cowboys insider. The Micah, I feel like we didn't get a great gauge for the Micah reaction. You were there in the building. What was it like for him coming out on the video boards? First play, we're all trying to say, is it going to be 50-50 boos versus cheers? Take us inside the building.
It's impossible to know when there are that many Packers fans there. Holy cow. It wasn't 50-50. I don't know how it sounded on TV, but it was probably 40% Packers fans. Wow. So I mean they were out there in full force, and that's the thing, you'd hear boos a lot. But it's because what would happen is Packers fans would start "Go Pack Go" chanting just randomly throughout pregame, during the game, and then Cowboys fans would boo. And so there were all these different points where you're like, all right, did Micah just come on the field? Are they booing him? Oh, no, okay, there's a chant over here. They're booing that. I think that in general, it's stunning to me still. I counted yesterday from the press box, and obviously I can't see everybody, but like when I was looking down in the lower bowl and off into the other sections as far as I could, of the Cowboys fans that were there, I counted in the stands from my view 4 Micah jerseys for the Cowboys. Like there's been a split pretty quickly. Whereas like, I mean, I saw way more 21 Ezekiel Elliott jerseys, way more other jerseys of guys who have left us. I saw more Amari Cooper jerseys yesterday than I did Micah Parsons ones for the Cowboys. There were significantly more number 1 Packers Micah Parsons jerseys than 11 Cowboys jerseys. And I thought, I didn't expect that to happen so quickly. But these first 2 home games, people have cut ties pretty quickly. So yeah. I don't know how much there's... I don't think there's a lot of burning hatred for Micah. I think there is just kind of like, yeah, he's gone now. Just fine. Go. If you wanted to go, go. And I think it's a point of ambivalence almost.
And Choppy, you said all you had to do was label this game a certain way and the Cowboys would benefit.
Label it a big game or a bowl. Be the Micah Bowl, and he won't even show up. And the amount of tweets and texts that I got during the game where it was just his stat line highlighted. There was just 2 tackles for like most of the game.
8 pressures, 1 sack, 34.5 pass rush win rate, according to PFF.
34.5, that's probably pretty decent.
I don't know. I don't look at that stat. I think it's useless.
Look, I'll tell you this. I think Cowboy fans can take solace in the fact that, and they will say this today, you're paying $47 million to give up 40 points. I'll be okay without it.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm feeling really, really good about not having him after last night.
Right.
Then you get a tweet this morning that kind of sobers me up, and they're like, if you had a Micah for 2 pass rushes,
sure,
2 crucial plays on your side.
Well, you can scheme that, though.
You probably win. You can scheme that, though. You probably win the game. You don't have Russell Wilson sitting back there all day.
Yeah.
That's
fair. Those are all fair points.
Yeah, very fair.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mike is a great. He's not a good. He is a great football player. He is an elite talent on the football field. But there are some of the questions that they had about him, and Jerry brought him up, like big games or some of those are real, and you can't pay everybody. You can't pay everybody, and you pay $47 million. I would expect to not give up 40 points.
There's an argument to be made that he is the single most talented player in the NFL at his position. Like, if you want to just talk about naturally gifted, built for, I don't even think that's close. If you want to just talk about naturally gifted for his position and what he possesses, he's way up there. Does he make a difference in the game last night? Maybe. Like it may be something that changes the outlook completely.
What were they on third down?
They were 10 for 14.
Oh.
Yeah, and look, maybe
and
on
Love,
4th
I
and
think
6
was like 9 for I think Love had 9 of those conversions.
Maybe on 4th and 6, and you're choosing to just rush 4 like you did, Matt Eberflus. Maybe you get home with Micah Parsons in there, and that changes the overtime calculation. But you've also got the other thing you got to worry about. Green Bay maybe runs the ball more effectively if he's over there. You've also got the issue of Kenny Clark if he's over on Green Bay. Does that change anything for the way you ran the ball and the way that your offense moved? And so there are all these different things that obviously, butterfly effect things that take place. But I think, honestly, this team is probably still 1-2-1 or 1-3 or 2-2. They're not significantly better, I don't think, on the football field right now if Mike is here for the first 4 games.
We've seen this defense look close to this for years when Micah was here. Okay? Mike Zimmer started off last year horrifically. Micah Parsons was on this defense. So they've been pushed around. They've been run on at will. They've been helpless. The Green Bay playoff game happened with Micah Parsons. That's why I'm not putting that all on him whatsoever. I'm just saying, and I think Jerry would really, wave that in our faces saying, and he did multiple times last week on KNC. He incited this all over again on Friday when he basically was like, we didn't come close to the Super Bowl with him, and we know that you can run at him. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're going to get murdered even more now because you're sitting here trashing this guy publicly. Again, Micah, after the game, talking about facing Dak and the Cowboys.
I mean, bro, I think we was getting pressure all night. Like, you go watch that all 22, and you look how precise number 4 looked tonight. Just getting through his throws, getting to his receivers, the timing. I think he played a better game than we played defense. So, shout out to Dak. And I told him, I said, you go watch that film, and you lucky. If he wasn't on your shit, it would have been a long day. It would have been a real long day for you. But he played a hell of a game, and I give him kudos for that.
This is perfect Micah. Perfect Micah. Afterwards, Tolo TR sent me this quote. Micah on the Packers defense allowing 40. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pissed off. Micah's always going to bark, so he's going to be Kobe. Want to be Kobe and MJ before the game and after the game. He looked lifeless in his face last night. It's dangerous to judge body language and everything, but he looked lifeless, except for when he was upset that he had to go on over to the medical tent and the Cowboys ended up scoring. But I was like, yo, man, are you going to wake up here?
This I would love to do, and you can't really do a study on this because it's not possible, but this is the life of a mercenary. You drain the emotion out of what you do, the love, the joy. Now when you're just doing it for the cash, when you're doing, it's like you wanted the money, you want it out, you wanted your contract now, you go to a new team, everything changes. It's like you don't have that youthful joy about what you're doing anymore.
This was just in this game.
I know, that's all I had to go on. I had to go on.
Well, he's played other games for the Packers this year.
Yeah, but we didn't.
He's saying he doesn't love football anymore?
No. That's not that. It's just like, when you start doing things, there's a romanticism about just playing for the team that drafted you. And the moment you don't do that anymore, I think it sets in that, this is a job. Kind of like that.
I just think it was there's probably a few different factors. He was probably trying to keep his emotions in check. One, so that's probably he was very cognizant, I would imagine, of how he was looking and his body language. And then the other aspect of that is the reality is it's probably a little sad that I still own a suite here. Yeah. My family's still sitting back here. Yeah. There's all this stuff. I'm walking in the other side of the tunnel. I'm walking into the other locker room now, and it probably just felt a little empty. I should have been here on the other side tonight.
Then he had the lower back.
Yeah,
which I joked, get him his table. Get him his nachos and his table. And Collinsworth last night on the TV broadcast said, I sense from both sides, neither really wanted this to happen. So I think that's kind of what you were touching on right there. What did Jerry do to rile things up afterwards, talking about number 1?
Well, I knew that he is the great player that he is. And I like the way that we got ready to play him, and we played him, and we ran at him, and but we knew he was there, and he made a difference. But that's the way it goes. Whether we like it or not, I'll take my side of it, and Green Bay can have their side of it.
And Bobby, you tweeted out a quote from Jerry comparing Micah to Dak last night. That's getting some play.
Yeah, he was asked about, Clarence Hill had asked him, okay, is this the reason why you paid the quarterback over the pass rusher? You've made similar statements before. Is this another example of this right here? And Jerry's quote was, it's very simple. Dak was indispensable in my mind. Micah wasn't. He said, it's just numbers. It's that easy. And that's not personal at all.
I mean, look, Dak earned $60 million. Not exactly, but
played like a $60 million player last night.
100%. He played a fantastic football game. Yeah. And they're not in that position without Dak. I mean, without Dak playing that game last night, this is not even a contest. But Green Bay rolls them.
The truth of the matter is, it's convenient. It's great timing for Jerry to be able to say that right now with the way Dak has played this year, really, not just last night. Dak's position was indispensable. Okay, it wasn't Dak Prescott's a better player than Micah Parsons. Anyone with vision, or I don't even care if you're blind.
Well, last night he certainly was.
Yeah, last night he was. Dak's position was indispensable. And now, Jerry, is this all going to be put to bed with this long, drawn-out saga?
Well, I'm going to let everybody, and I'm sure if you watched it tonight, but just let everybody take a look at it, decide for yourself. That's the way this works, and will be different viewpoints about where the differences are out there. But I like what we did out there for our half of this time.
So that's Jerry and Micah going back and forth. We'll take the high road. We'll let Micah have the final word here. It'll be cut 54, Jacob. 54. 54 cuts. Peyton couldn't even dream of this.
I mean, he's literally dreaming about it because he's asleep right now because he, God forbid, he show up the night after a Cowboys game.
And I only see 2 Ryder Cup ones.
And Jacob put in that work?
Jacob's been here for like 24 hours. He did Rangers into Cowboys and then showed up. I walk off of airplanes with no sleep and come in, and then Peyton is just like, I just can't do it.
Kenny Clark talked about how the trade was handled, and he was contacted on the Green Bay end, and Micah talked about it on the Cowboy end.
All the emotions for me, being the guy with they traded me. I think, I told people, I said, understand.
Turn this off. This is horrible. That's horrific audio. I don't know how we got that. So there it is. Little recap of the Micah show last night, as he was pretty much a non-factor. And the Cowboys definitely game planned it, no doubt. Sure. More and extra attention, but you're feeling good. I think you got to feel really good as a Cowboy fan. And as my buddy texted me, this is a side win for Jerry. Yeah, he tied, but this is 1-0 on the Micah scoreboard for Jerry Jones. Just like we're going to compare Luka and the Lakers and AD, and I do believe it is 1-0 Jerry.
Yeah, this isn't cows lose, cows stink. This is cows tie. It's okay.
Cows tie. Micah didn't do much.
Yeah, Micah stinks. There you go. Cows tie. Micah stinks. This was the win. Like the win was like you could have gone in here. Micah could have balled out, had a game, and you're sitting there eating it until the next time these two teams play. And that didn't happen. So from Jerry's perspective, hey, we got rid of Micah. And we still scored 40 on the team that got Micah.
And they didn't beat us.
And they didn't beat us. And that justifies not paying him $47 million.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a victory like when he wakes up this morning. He may feel good about it. He did not look like he felt good last night. Jerry didn't. Yeah, he looked very. I mean, he told us after the game, we were kind of walking off with him, and he had said after the game that they had celebrated because they thought that time had run out on the Jordan Love throw. So he said they initially jumped up and were all excited about it, and it ended up leaving a second left on the clock. So I don't know. It's really hard for me to come out of this game without anything more than just it's a missed opportunity.
So disappointed.
I'm telling you, it's so.
You are so down.
When they were walking to the locker room, I was just like, this was all for like no result. Like this whole game, this whole build up, this great football game we saw, it was all for going like. It's kind of like a preseason game. We'll just end it in a tie. Like it felt so empty and valueless to come out of that game. Anything that you could have built on, whether it be if you lose the game, you could really drill down on you guys didn't do this, and you need to correct this. If you win the game, it's we were talking about it last night in the press box. We're like, if he wins this game, Schotta can probably coast on this with the fans for a decent month. They've got a softer schedule coming up. This is a big victory. this is something that you could probably lean on for a while is like, hey, this is evidence of what Schotty's trying to build. Even if you lose games as the season goes along, yeah, but that was the big emotional moment where they were supposed to win a football game and they did it. And instead, they come out of there going, we'll just call it even. And that, to me, I think is just such a wasted and missed opportunity.
He's a Sith. He is. He can't comprehend. It's either black or white. There is no gray. There is no middle. It's win or it's a loss. And even a tie, it goes into the loss category.
70 minutes and all that football, just it feels, I don't think that's like, it has to be this way. It's just when you get in there, you ended up ultimately doing all of that for 70 minutes to just say, we're not going to really settle this at all.
Yeah, but they're going to be in Frisco today. I think you're worried because the tie may give them a feeling of a win, not to crack down. But they're going to be, I know they were disappointed afterwards. They should be waking up. They're going to be in that facility today feeling much better about themselves than the Packers. They're going to say, "I'll spin it. I'll spin it."
That's bad, though. I think they're going to come away feeling they're going to come away from it feeling much better without the actual victory. That's what I mean. Like
okay,
that,
and they're going to say we have 13 more weeks, and we hung with a Super Bowl contender. We're supposed to get smoked. No one gave us a chance. We know we can score 40 on anybody if, and I actually thought in the first half that I was going to be giving Eberflus. I gave Eberflus and the defense a star up at halftime for settling down after this thing was 13-0.
They did settle down.
What happened?
They had 3 drives there where they were really good.
What happened in the second half after things settled down in the first half to the defense?
This is what their defense ultimately is. I looked at it last night. So if you take out kneel down, 70% of drives from the opponent this year are ending in Dallas territory, whether a score or they're giving the ball back in Dallas territory. They're crossing the 50 on 7 out of every 10. And when they cross into Dallas territory, it is a 90% score rate.
Is this
touchdown or score?
Score. The touchdown rate is like 80.
Is this worse than Mike Nolan?
No, Nolan was so bad.
I mean, this is so bad.
This is bad. This is between Nolan and the first bit of Zimmer.
And Rob Ryan?
The problem to me is
the problem with Rob Ryan is that they had. I mean, how many times did they have 12 men on the field with Rob Ryan? They couldn't.
I mean, they lead the NFL in 12 men on the field penalties right now. So
the Rob Ryan was. You know how the Ryan brothers are like just kind of. They're kind of wild cards, right? You never know which. That was that defense. It took on the personality of Rob. It was almost like couldn't even run their own lives.
We all really like Rod Marinelli and find him to be a great gentleman. He's come on the show in the last couple of years. He's fantastic. I love him. There reached a point where Rod Marinelli's defense was not something that this team wanted as their identity anymore. And they're like, this isn't working. There's way too much left up to bend but don't break and all this. We're moving on from this. And you went on to Dan Quinn and you went on to Mike Zimmer, and now you are doubling back on concepts that you said we need to get rid of from the organization 6 years ago. And that's a problem on the defensive side. And not only that, after compete all offseason, and your offense puts up 37 points and has shown what they can do, you stood up there and said kick and let them compete. Let the defense compete and let the defense give it up.
Brian Schottenheimer was on today, he would take issue with that and say, you don't think we competed this entire game to have a 40-40 overtime game? Like, we didn't sit there and obviously pour everything out. That was a hell of a competition.
Half your team did. I think your offense competed, and I think it's cheating your team to put it in the defense's hands to compete at the end.
Well, I think
they had earned the right to go for that instead of they earned the right for the 4th down opportunity. The defense didn't earn the right for the 4th down opportunity.
877-881-1053. That's to call it 8 to see if you can cheer Bobby up. All right, with how are you feeling today off of a tie? We'll take Cowboy calls at 8. Need that phone number to win these Ed Sheeran tickets coming up here in just a second. But let me give you some of the Mike Nolan numbers.
All right.
Just to see how this current defense will end up stacking up. Well, stacking up is actually insult to the term stacking up. The Cowboys allowed the most points in franchise history with 473 allowed. They finished 31st in the league in run defense. In terms of big plays allowed, they allowed a franchise record in points And let's see. Oh, my gosh, Rob Ryan. In 2013, they allowed 432 points in Monty Kiffin's first year. Yo, we've had some SE defenses. Holy crap. They give up 405 points in 04. That's when Parcells switched things up.
God.
But
yeah, he switched up to the 3-4 at that point.
Yes.
And he had a coordinator who was a 4-3 guy. He still let him run it.
They finished 23rd in yards per game, 31st against the run, 11th versus the pass. So right there dismisses, I think, Mike Nolan's defense as being as bad as this one. Although where are we run defense-wise, how much better compared to 31st? They gave up 29.6 points a game. That was 28th in the league. They allowed 69 plays of 20 yards or more, including 51 passes and 18 runs.
Yeah.
So those were the explosives.
Ugh.
That year with Mike Nolan, they were so bad. I don't think people remember how bad the communication issues we see now were just as brutal and just as awful. So they had allowed on, what was it, 5, 6, 7? 7 times they allowed 34 points or more. They allowed rushing totals during that season of 307, 182, 261, 294, 208, 153, 151, 150. They were the worst run defense I've ever seen in my life.
Yesterday was the best first quarter of Jordan Love's career. They immediately had 5 plays of 15 or more in the first quarter. 5 plays of 15 yards or more in the first?
Well, you're just trying to, you're tricking them. You're tricking them into throwing so you can nail them down late. That's what you're trying to do. It's bad. 31st in points allowed, 32nd in yards allowed, 32nd in pass yards allowed right now. Run defense is solid. Top 21.
420 a game, yardage-wise, you're allowing.
I will never forget the Nolan defense against Cleveland, where they fought back, and then, all right, here's your opportunity, and they allowed Odell Beckham to score from 55 yards out on a reverse, where it's like, okay, you guys just don't give a damn. And half the guys on defense were just not. You remember that was the year where guys were talking to Slater and saying stuff about how these defenses don't know what these coaches don't know what they're doing. They're not very good at their jobs. All that sort of thing. It's just that Nolan defense to me was nobody had any respect for that. And Matt Eberflus has not poured hot sauce in his eye yet. So we're good on that.
All right, your Cowboy calls coming up at 8. You have the number for that. You need the number right now to win these.
Now I'm singing like girl. All right, Tolos, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see Ed Sheeran October 24th, 2026. That's 13 months from now. At AT&T Stadium, that's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Jacob. We'll see if Pepe is back tomorrow here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers.
I don't know. He initially said he only needed 1 day because it was a 4-quarter game. He did not anticipate going into overtime. Just like how Shotty had given the walkthrough Wednesday after the overtime game, and then they got slaughtered against Chicago. Be very interested to see if they get the walkthrough Wednesday this week. But I guess Peyton may need Tuesday as well because it went into overtime. He did not anticipate that.
What
Poor guy.
What time did you get home?
1:30.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I tried to stay up last night to watch some of the post. I made it to about Brad Sham on there after some of the calls, and Zach Wilczuk's very passionate defense of Matt Eberflus.
Oh, I got to hear this. The muscle relaxers kicked in for me.
Muscle relaxers?
Yeah, my back. It feels better this morning, but I took some, I got some prescription pain meds that were not prescribed to me. They were given to me, and I feel much better.
Sounds like that belongs in best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. All right, let's take a little break to figure out everything everyone got involved in at 877-881-1053. Text us your tales of the weekend on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I'll start off with worst. Worst was y'all's coverage of my colon on Friday.
Great reporting by us.
I don't know what.
I figure your worst would be your toilet's coverage of your colon.
If
on
you
Friday.
guys actually worked that hard on the show, we could have some of these fake Marconi awards. If you guys actually, focus on things that matter. I have never woken up to so many tweets. Amanda was dying. It was so humiliating and embarrassing. I have decided, and I didn't give y'all that much detail. Y'all took it and ran.
Yeah.
And
never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Yeah.
AI intros and my
great.
fake voice, Amanda told me, and all that stuff. And Brian Schottenheimer taking his little shots. But man, that's all I got at this Wild Fork event on Saturday was how's your stomach? How's your belly? How's this? How's that? And it was nonstop. I don't know how many times you guys must have referenced or discussed this.
Oh, I thought you meant going to the bathroom.
Yeah, I thought it was nonstop.
I've decided from now on, I'm not even giving an explanation. I'm just writing out.
I'm just like, guys, I'm out tomorrow.
I'm not even telling you the bosses why.
More creative license.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah. Yes. But no, this was like a 12-hour thing. And I took Amanda to lunch on Thursday to one of her favorite spots afterwards. So I wanted to pin it on.
Great place.
It's a great place.
I love it.
Great place.
I love going there.
We had a shrimp appetizer. So I was like, that had to be it. Because you ever get that feeling when you feel full the rest of the entire day?
Yeah.
But
I usually think it's a good thing. It's like, ooh, the food was like high in whatever nutrients my body needs
I
to
had
stay
no
full.
appetite for dinner. I was like, I'm not hungry whatsoever. And then I sat there. I'm watching Thursday Night Football. I did my email. I sent y'all everything. And then I start feeling like the pain in the stomach. And I'm like curling up a little bit. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then you go to the restroom. And I still don't feel empty.
Right.
I still feel like bloated and filled up. Well, Amanda's feeling fine. So I'm like ruling out the shrimp that was at this place. She tried to blame it. She's like, well, this is what you get. It's all you do is you eat leftovers. And you have probably all these weird combinations of things that you eat all the time. Gather the foreigners. And I was like, I don't think so. I didn't eat anything crazy. Now, my daughter had been sick, throwing up nonstop 2 days before. And I was like, but can I get this from a baby? Like, am I really going to get something from her? Again, why didn't the wife get it? Then I go to Wild Fork Saturday. 4 other people told me that themselves or their significant others had some type of bug that they were just throwing up for like a 12-hour period. But it was like 12-hour period. But that night, overnight, torture.
Oh,
I did everything I could to prevent throwing up because you don't
want to.
You don't ever want to get to that point. Threw up twice. I hesitated so much I didn't even throw up in the toilet because I was like, first off, I didn't want to go near the toilet, but I'm like, I don't want to throw up in this sink. Sorry if you're eating breakfast, y'all, but I don't want to throw up in this sink because I don't want the chunks in the sink. But throw up twice and then all night just shedding weight.
Shedding weight.
I gotta say, you said because you never want to throw up, and obviously, like nobody just would opt for that.
Yeah. When you know it's the best thing.
I was going to say there are 2 different mindsets that I've known. My mom and dad were very different this way. My mom, rest her soul, had said that when she felt sick, she would do anything she could. She'd rather feel the cramp and everything else just to not have to go through the experience of vomiting. My dad, on the other hand, was just like, as soon as he felt it, he's like, I want to go now because the sooner I do this, the sooner this gets out and the better I'll feel. And so it's definitely 2 different schools of thought. Kristen will do anything she can to avoid it. She doesn't want to.
I don't want to either because when I'm such a violent vomiter, I get those my eye blood vessels pop. But I always do the better out than in philosophy. I'd rather have it out of me than in me.
But my gosh, the coverage that y'all provided. Someone was like, I don't even know if they'd preview the Packer game. As they were previewing your prostate.
Well, we thought the Packer game was going to be a lot like.
That's right. And then best of the weekend, the turnout. I was pretty stunned. Wild Fork and Prosper, the amount of Tolos who came out there. We had these awesome fan cutting boards that the station and Raul put together. So thanks to Royal for having us out. Tolo Rick and Bill Brock and Tolo D and Eric, who brought us the delivery up here of all these goods. He was out there and a ton of other people. So it was a magnificent turnout at Wild Fork. So that was my best of the weekend.
Man, our weekend was full of baseball. We drove to Mesquite twice.
You've been hanging out my hood.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday we were out there. We spent, yesterday we were there for, the whole dang day. We were in and out of, we had baseball, then we had like a 4-hour break, so we went over to Boomer Jacks and watched the noon games, got some work done, and came back to the field. So there really wasn't a best. It was all just nonstop driving. But shout out.
Well, you should include the Ryder Cup in your best.
Okay, that is.
Just in case we don't have enough time.
That'll be fine. That was a gutless performance on Friday and Saturday by the Americans. Absolutely gutless. Now, they showed.
Now, when did you start watching this? Because I had Ryder Cup FOMO myself. Because I'm like, I can't turn away from the football. I got a message from Kevin Gray who's like, turn this on. Yeah. And I was like, okay, Kevin, it must be important. So I'm watching on my cell phone. But all the coverage, I decided Saturday I had to work and then, family day and all that. But all the Ryder Cup updates, this felt like a heavyweight boxing fight and a UFC event combined with the brawls on the street.
So Friday, I went home after the show and I watched nonstop, right? Saturday, it was started at like 6 a.m. again, and I watched through, until, college football got on. Sunday, I was able to keep an eye on it because we were at Boomer Jack, so I was able to watch football and I had them turn the golf on. And then when we left and we went back to the baseball fields, I turned it on. I had it back on because it was like, all right, I think the Americans got a chance here. Like after
Mickelson for Phil between tweeting politics.
Yeah.
On Saturdays, like the Americans didn't play bad. They played pretty well. Europe just had answers. So Phil was giving them props for the way they played on Saturday before yesterday's comeback.
Yeah, and then, there were some mistakes. There were some mistakes that Keegan Bradley, who's the captain, made. He basically went against all the data. Europe just followed the data. He went against all of it. He had the short hitters on the odd holes, the long hitters on the even, and they should have flipped it. I know that's nerdy golf stuff, but I was proud. I was Lee Greenwood yesterday. Proud to be an American. They came back.
You would if you were Lee Greenwood with the way that they're writing articles.
I know, right? Proud. Boy, I'll tell you.
So you don't think this was ugly? Rory McIlroy chastising the New York crowd, beers being thrown, vulgar things apparently being said about families.
It is absolutely ugly. Rory's wife should not get a drink thrown on her, which happened. He should.
Or some would say, like Chipper Jones would say, you shouldn't even go. His family was not allowed in New York with Larry.
Yeah, I would say, look, you can't be surprised when a New York crowd acts like a New York crowd. Just don't have it there. Don't have it there. You cannot throw things at people. Rory should have been and would have been completely justified, in my opinion, had he gone into the stands and beat the ever-loving you-know-what out of that guy. Completely justified.
Shouldn't throw, and shouldn't
hurl.
Don't talk
insults about your family.
Yeah, don't talk about family.
But
this is Rory finally snapping.
That bunker's looking tasty. Guys, shut the up.
Whoa! That's the gaslight.
That's the gaslight.
Poke. Your mom, your kids. Guys, shut the F. Whoa!
What are you doing?
He's so sad.
And then he sticks it. He takes that next shot. It was a great shot, and he sticks it to about 6 feet. It was a really tremendous by the team Europe. I mean,
but 10 out of 10 entertainment value.
Yeah, it was high. It was high drama. That was more intense than any golf tournament. It was really, really fun. I wish Team USA had maybe a point or two more going into the final day, because they really had to have a remarkable comeback to win that. But I was surprised they even made it close, because it got tense for a minute.
Bob, best and worst?
I didn't see any of the Ryder Cup. That was probably the worst. That sounds like I missed something that I would have really been into. I just was with, 95% of the rest of the country.
This was the only golf event you should watch. The only one.
I mean, yeah, I should have turned away from dramatic football events. Week 4, I should have been in there on the golf. What is this again? It's like an exhibition of USA versus Europe or something. Yeah, didn't we beat Europe once before? I'm not worried about that. Best. Thanks to everyone who came out to Ennis. That was a good time at the Ennis Fire Station. Shout out to Roberto, not me, but Roberto, who at the very end of the remote walked up to us and gave us some brisket burgers that he makes. He's he's just started like a food truck type operation. But Roberto came by, gave us some stuff from Rob's Burgers, and they were these little like brisket burgers, but they were sliders, and man, they were good. I even was okay just removing the pickle and still eating it, because typically pickle juice gets on there. If there are pickles on it, I can't touch it. But these were very good.
Yeah,
so shout out to Roberto. Shout out to everybody else who came out there. It was a great time. I got a chance to drop by the suite last night. We gave away the Odyssey, or not the Odyssey suite. We gave away a separate suite on the Ring of Honor level. So drop by, saw all the Tolos who were there. I did meet Eric, who is the one who calls in and does the impressions of Trump that he tries to compete with yours.
Yeah.
So we did get a chance to see him. Everybody in there having a really good time. Everybody really happy and excited to have gotten the tickets. And I mean, it was a sweet setup where they were at. It was a great view of the game, everything else. So it was good seeing all the listeners there. And then I was a little concerned over the weekend, because I'd been told, Maker's Mark reached out a couple weeks ago and they're like, hey, we got it's a Dallas themed thing. You're a Dallas reporter. we just are sending like bottles of special edition Dallas Maker's Mark or whatever.
What?
Yeah, it's every year they make like a specific one for certain cities, and they're like, we're doing this. This is the 2025 release. We just wanted to send you one if you want to give us the address. I was like, sure. So I did, and they said they'd sent it, and I was like, did it arrive? They're like, yeah, it arrived. I was like, I haven't seen anything. That's odd. And so I looked around. I came up here on Saturday because they said it was there in the showroom, and I went and looked, and there was nothing in the showroom. And now I was like starting to think somebody ran off with all this alcohol, and I'm going to be very upset. But then I realized I came upstairs to see, all right, well, let me drop off the stuff I grabbed for Choppy and Peyton. And when I walked upstairs, then Gavin Spittle was here because they were doing Fan Phenom, and Gavin had the big old box, and he had brought it up here. So it was
Where's
very
ours?
good. I don't know. Maker's Mark just sent it to me.
You're a reporter.
Yeah.
Our names are on the show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think that's a conflict of interest for you to accept gifts.
And they're sending it. They're sending it to you, and we didn't get any.
Yeah.
What?
And it's Makers. My wife sells it.
Give me a competitor.
Exactly, they sell it.
Tell me another competitor that I can prop up.
This is look like half the other things that have come to me over the show. It's this is what I bring to the table. They email me, not my Odyssey email. They email me.
I guess that's the only thing that'll cheer Bobby up. Should he be feeling this down and upset after the tie? How are you feeling after a tie? And Micah Parsons after the trade. 877-881-1053. We unleash you on the Odyssey app and the phone lines with your Star Up, Star Down next.
forget something else, to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Pepper Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Frog?
Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
McManus for the extra point. Catch blocked. And they can return this for 2 points. And here comes Bell, and he's going to do it. All the way down the right sideline. That's a 2-point return for the Cowboys safety Marquise Bell. It was blocked by Wanye Thomas.
And that was the point that you could have pinpointed as the TP. One of the early turning points as it looked like the Cowboys were getting blown out. I made a win-win bet. I bet money on underdog. Thought it was a lock that the Cowboys would lose by at least 6.5 points. And didn't we all think? I mean, we had multiple text messages going with multiple people saying you should have bet $3,000, not $300, because this thing is going to be a 50-piece dropped on them. Yeah. That's the way it felt early on. The Packers, when they miscommunicate, like the Cowboys defense, when the Packers miscommunicate, they still have 2 receivers in the same spot with Matthew Golden and his 46-yard catch to begin the contest. And then things just slowed down for them until the second half.
Oh, yeah, it did. Look, I had the over, which hit by, mid-third. But I actually took Packers at halftime minus 1.5. The spread had moved. So I was like, ooh, I'm gaining a free 5 points here. Like, buckle up. Because
Vegas is so scary. What did y'all pick Friday?
28-13 Packers.
I think I had like 31-20 or 34-20 Packers.
Broadus was the only one I heard that picked the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
He picked the Cowboys, and you said Broadus was trash-talking fans in the pregame, Green Bay fans?
They're like walking by, like Packers fans are like walking by, and he's like, you know what, they're not even, I don't really respect it whenever I ask where they're from. Nobody ever says Wisconsin. If you don't say a city in Wisconsin where you're from, I immediately don't respect it. Watch right here, sir, where are you from? Oh, Greeley, Colorado. Oh, that's where the Broncos do training camp. He abandoned his own team to claim the Packers. He was just, and then as the guys walking away, he goes, try not to get beat up today.
And didn't he work for them?
Yeah.
Why is he trash talking?
That's probably why he doesn't respect it then, because I've seen the people of Green Bay.
He's got a ring.
They're the nicest sports city I've ever been in.
Yeah, the Green Bay people. That's the thing. He said if they're Wisconsin, yes, he's not going to take any Chicago Packers fans or Kansas Packers fans.
It happens.
But I thought this thing was going to get out of hand. I thought the money was a lock. Easy money. And then, but I already tweeted, and my mother told me this when I used to root for the Bills in the Super Bowls. If you really want to make money, take a bet that I truly, truly believe in and bet the opposite. As soon as I took Packers minus 6.5, I said, all right, it's a win-win for me. Cowboys win the game, I'm good. I'm more than fine losing the money. If the Packers sit there and blow them out, then at least I'm getting a decent chunk of change out of it. And, of course, worst-case scenario is this. Is this with what happened? But you can give credit to Wanye Thomas and Marquise for that special teams play, making it 13-2. And the Packers, of course, last week lost to Cleveland because of a block field goal.
Dude, did they figure something out? Did special teams coaches figure something out this offseason?
So
because there are so many block kicks.
Yeah, John Gruden went off on this, and he's just talking about you can't practice. There's no practice. There's no physicality. I think we had 3 punt return touchdowns yesterday. It was a crazy day in special teams. I'm giving a star to the Cowboys special teams yesterday. Brandon Aubrey was blowing away Mike Tirico with the perfect kickoffs in the bounce zone and all that stuff.
Turpin, nice returns. And, it really shows how good Aubrey is because, like, the Packers were having problems figuring out the whole return aspect of it. Like, with the landing zone, are they in, are they going to fall into the end zone or not? And it's just a weird situation, but something's going on with special teams this year.
Yeah, Dallas before yesterday, they had been 32nd in the league in starting field position, so they were having some sort of issues with it. But yeah, the block kicks, the distance. Last night when he's lined up for that 53-yard field goal, I'm like, they're making this. Like, it didn't even feel like a concern. It's like 53-yarders are the new, like, 45 or 44 or something.
But we end up with a tie, and we don't know how to feel. Bobby, by far, is the most disappointed on the show. Me and Choppy are kind of like in that no man's land. Where are you? Let's open it up to the Tolos at 877-881-1053. Eric in Dallas, is this the sweet winner? Eric, you're live on the Fan.
Good morning, the Fan. Sean and RJ. Glad to be back. I had the pleasure of meeting 2 wonderful Americans last night, Bobby Belt and Eric Chifalo.
Eric is for sure.
Great Americans.
Eric would really love you, Eric.
I wanted to give a few stars up and a few stars down.
Hey, by the way, I don't appreciate that little comment you made about my hands posing that photo. I didn't appreciate that. I didn't know that was you. If that was you, I would have rigged the contest. I will rig it. You don't win again.
He did put his hand up to mine. He was like, I wish Sean was here so I could measure my hands against it. I was like, put your hand against mine. I'll tell you where he comes up to. I was like, no, your hands are bigger than Sean's.
Go ahead, Eric.
Sean, I'm 5'1". I had to find out.
5'1". I didn't want to say nothing.
5'1", buddy.
Yeah.
I had to find out.
You sound taller, if that makes you feel better.
Thank you. I've been told that.
6'3".
The impression. 6'3", 210.
6'3", 210, right? Absolutely.
No, star up, Dookie Dak. I know I call him Dookie Dak, but I was impressed. He's done great this season. Star down. I just want to say star down, Cowboys fans. I know there were a lot of Packers fans, but we've got to be one of the quietest freaking fan bases. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, I was, 1, the smallest dude in the suite. 2, I was the most sober dude in the suite. Yet I was consistently the loudest.
Yep.
And there was no energy. It was like when it's critical drives, especially in that fourth quarter, the last 2 minutes, critical drives, like it's like they had to see the cue on the Jumbotron to be like, oh, yeah, let's make some noise. Like, Get it together, Cowboys fans. Like, we got to do better.
Thank you for the call, brother, and congrats on the tickets. This is a week. We can say this now, right? We've been together a long time. This is a week live audience sports crowd in this city. And Cowboys and Rangers are at the very top of the embarrassment. Watching poor Dak last night at the end, trying to get the crowd hype, I felt sad for him. Now, Bobby, you were there, and you said it was 40-50% Packer fans. That's a problem in itself, that many were allowed in there. But a Ranger game, it's embarrassing. It just is. I don't give a crap who gets mad. It's a fact. And the Cowboy games, it's a mall. It's a mall in there, and the roof was open. Dallas Stars won. Then maybe Mavericks in terms of the 4 professional sports teams here. But Cowboy and Ranger crowds, it's weak, and it has been for a long time.
Ranger crowds are really good in the postseason when they get there.
Yeah. Oh, wow, World Series crowd.
I know.
No,
World
but
Series.
they weren't in the World Series I went to.
In 2011.
Yeah.
In 2010, they were at the Old Globe.
I have no sense of. It's like we need that Ryder Cup coach.
Yeah.
To coach us up to those. That was embarrassing. That was sad. Scotty Scheffler. We need
Benedict Scheffler. That's his name. Okay.
Was the crowd getting hype at the end, like real hype for big crucial stops?
So we're in the tunnel at the very end of the game, so you can't you don't get the same sense for the stadium. It was loud. That place was very, very loud on the Wanye Thomas block kick. Like, I will say that got intense loud. I'll say this: that stadium has not been the home field advantage that you want it to be for a lot of years. I do think that in the last,
and people get priced out.
Yeah, and I think that like generally as long as fans don't come in here and scoop up tickets like Bears fans or Broncos fans or whatever else, when it's a majority Cowboys crowd, that place can get really loud the last few years. Like I mean, there was a game against the Saints a few years back that I remember standing in there and being like, this is as loud as the Superdome was when I was in the Superdome.
Neil in San Antonio, you're up next. Neil, whoa,
jeez, Neil.
Neil, you
Hey,
got?
what's going on, gentlemen?
Did you get that out?
Yeah, I got it out, man. That breakfast, man. Don't try the breakfast burritos at McDonald's. Man.
No, you should go to Whataburger.
Yeah, tell me about it. All right, so how do I feel? This is how I feel, man. I felt like the time when I was set up for a blind date, and when I saw the young lady, she wasn't fine, she wasn't ugly, she was just mad. That's how I felt when the game was over with. It was like, man. But, let's give love to the offensive line, like Bass and Nate Thomas. So, Bobby, what happened to Guyton? Because he didn't finish the game. And I noticed that Nate Thomas, he held up pretty good. Star down, the back seven, and the clock operator. Come on, dude. You're the home dude. If you're the home team, let it ride, man. Let them pretty much call up and be like, yo, put a second back on the clock, but don't do it into your own team. And last one, if you had to make a trade, okay, to help this defense, would you trade a pick for Hendrickson from Cincinnati, or a fourth-round pick for someone like Bobby Wagner, or whatever pick you can for a veteran free safety who can play the field? Love it, gentlemen. Tolo.
Thanks for the call, brother.
So Tyler Guyton last night, he suffered a concussion, so he's going to be in protocol this week, and he'll need to be cleared before the Jets game. That's why he went out. Guyton actually, there were times yesterday, again, I'll watch it a little closer, but there were times yesterday you'd see him in pass protection in the second half, and I was like, I'm watching him on a rep and going, he's holding up. Like, he's locking this guy down. Steele and Guyton overall played pretty well. Making deals for guys, I don't think this isn't the team to do that for.
I agree. Bobby in Rowlett. Bobby, you are live on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Star Up, Star Down.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Mid.
All right. Hey, so I got a few stars up. I got one for George Pickens for, acting and performing like a wide receiver one.
Yes.
While CeeDee is out. He played great yesterday. Another one, Coach Schotty. He was calling plays that were benefiting the Cowboys and slowing down their defense, and that's something that we haven't really seen yet this season. So I'm very impressed with that. I think if we could get those play calls set for the rest of the season, I think we'd be a hard offense to stop. Also, star up for Turpin. Those returns, man, all night. He set us up for field goals, for opportunities to score. What we got? Star down, Leah Fowl. You got to know the situation you're in. You can't have a penalty like that late in the game. I think that was a game changer right there.
Thank you for
we could have stopped them.
Thank you for the call, Bobby. Appreciate you. Cavante was 6 for 175 in returns. He had the long of 45.
He had a big catch on the sideline too at one point. I thought that he's been good. Jerry singled him out after the game, and George Pickens. Pickens is now 1 touchdown shy of his career high in a season.
What?
Really?
Yeah, the most he's ever had in a season was 5.
Well, the Steelers only scored 7 touchdowns a year anyway.
he had never scored in his career. He's never scored touchdowns in back-to-back games. He scored in 3 straight.
Dak Prescott on his new number 1 with CeeDee out, putting up 8 for 134 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises, honestly. Super proud of him. He played just as I expected him to play, and what I was most impressed about is just the way that he was focused and locked in the game, the whole game, and not only just locked in, doing everything that he needed to do and do it right, but just the conversations he's having in the huddle, uplifting other guys, saying the right things to, keep guys focused and keep guys staying in the moment and being present. And not only was he saying it, he was doing it himself and being an example, and made play after play to big play after play to give us a chance. And whether it's the overtime touchdown, whether it's the touchdown right before overtime, or whether it was overtime catch on the sideline, or early in the game of, right before the first touchdown, making that one-on-one on the left sideline, he made plays all night long, and not surprised at all. He's done that all camp. He's done that his whole career, and just having a guy like that, he's going to do more of it.
Incredible performance. You could see how hyped up CeeDee Lamb was for his guy with George Pickens. And he didn't even get thought about in this game until about 6 minutes left in the second quarter. Nothing. 0 targets, 0 throws, 0 production, and then he blew up and did it in clutch time. Let's keep going with this. Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods on the phone lines, 877-881-1053. We're going to run through everyone who is on hold. You can get yours in as well. 877-881-1053. Cowboys Monday continues with Star Up, Star Down after this. But today is a...
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 7. Love under center. And he'll give it to Jacobs coming right. Oh, a couple of great blocks to the 5. Touchdown. Jacobs shredded the Cowboys' run defense that time. Perfect run blocking for the Packers, but a great job out in front of him. And Diggs got absolutely turned around inside the 5. And Jacobs has run the Packers back into the league.
The old patented U-turn from Trayvon Diggs when the ball's coming at him. Made a couple of tackles, actually, after that I was surprised by. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here with the Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan, but he loves doing that little U-turn where he runs away from it and then, spins back around, a quick spin. The guy's already in the end zone.
Yeah, it was a nice play, nice tackle on the screen pass.
Yep.
And look, it was really good that he was...
Nice tackle on the screen pass in overtime.
Was that it?
Yeah, that I didn't like that tackle because that gave us a tie. I would have rather they scored.
Oh, jeez. And look, I mean, it was good to see him intercept that ball, even though it was called back.
Yep.
To remind him that he could still catch.
Well, how about the move of starting him off on the bench?
That is fascinating to me. It's a star down because I still think Kyrie Elam is the worst player on the starting lineup right now on both sides of the ball. You mentioned that interception. We ran into Reggie Bush last night. Eric and I did.
What?
Well,
we're walking back from the suite and we're getting ready to get on the elevator and I'm just standing there. I'm not really paying attention, but Eric goes, Reggie Bush, and he goes, oh my gosh, and so he was nice and he was chatting with him. Reggie Bush does not follow football, is what I discovered standing there.
Why?
Because he's like, well, we're just hanging out for the game, and he goes, yeah, man, I can't believe CeeDee Lamb's not out there. And then I was like, what? And then Eric was like, yeah, that sprained ankle, that was tough. And he goes, yeah, but why wouldn't you have one of your best players out there? And it's because he can't play. And then he said, didn't Diggs have an interception? I was like, yeah, but it didn't count. He goes, oh, it didn't count. Oh, okay.
Wow.
So he was, I don't know how into it he was.
All right, back out to the Tolos with your Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods. We're going to go to Oak Cliff with, is this Hickleberry? Jacob?
Hickleberry.
Hickleberry.
Hey, Hickleberry from Oak Cliff, Texas.
Okay.
First of all, y'all, we have to give Dak some love because he was not the problem.
Yep. Right.
But start down to our defense, they still should not have allowed so much. But, y'all, if it hadn't been for the couple of penalties, I think we'd have beat Green Bay handily. And thank you for my call. But a quick shout-out to my two ride-or-die partners, Bubba Taylor and Jeff McGowan. Thank you guys for my call.
Thanks for listening and turning it on, leaving it on.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Bubba and Jeff. And who was the other one? I messed up.
That was it.
No, okay.
Bubba and Jeff.
Don't chime in with sarcasm.
That was not sarcasm. That was me genuinely saying it.
Hell
I think Hickleberry's
him
funny.
And so and who and what?
No, I was trying to say what was the other. I didn't know what the other name was.
If it's not Reggie Bush, you're not good enough to call. Apparently, according to Bobby, you're not important enough.
No, Reggie Bush would not be allowed on these phone lines with his information last night.
Tom in Jersey, you're next up. Tom, you're live on the Fan. Tom.
Star up for Dak and George Pickens. If George Pickens plays like this for the rest of the year, I hope they pay him. It's a perfect compliment to CeeDee as the other side of the one. And Dak has just been playing his brains out. It's been amazing. Star down to the defense and to the NFL. The NFL had you make such an overtime better and worse at the same time. Just emulate the same rules from college until you get a winner. You don't have to do a 2-point conversion. But enough with the tie, because what this is going to do is it's going to screw somebody up getting into the playoffs. And a star down for Jerry Jones. Jerry, I don't know how you thought letting Micah go would make this defense be any better. You're wasting Dak Prescott's last few years in the NFL by putting a team around him completely whole. They have the second most cap space in the league, and if they don't use this next year to improve the defense, it's just a waste of time for Dak and myself as a Cowboy fan. Thanks for the call.
Good call, Tom. Thank you. Jerry defended the league, I saw, with the overtime structure last night afterwards.
Yeah, he said he was asked a couple different times, do you want ties or ties? Should the NFL get rid of ties? Because I assume they're figuring, all right, here's your opportunity to get him to say it because it just happened to him. And he was like, nope. He didn't blink on it. He said, nope, ties are fine. This is our structure, and this is the way it plays out.
For standing purposes, let's get this out of the way technically. If you're trying to make the playoffs, this is better than a loss. If you're trying to get the draft pick, it's not as good as a loss.
Unless you own Green Bay's pick, which you do. So the fact that you own both picks from the teams last night, it is like it ensures that both of them are not as bad as the picks could have been at the end of the thing. But it's usually it would be bad for a draft pick if you're talking about if you don't own the pick of the person you're playing.
But like if they end the season, I guess 10-6-1, and another team is 10-7, then they get the playoff, right? So there's an advantage to it. I just think you should not want. I mean, what other sport has ties now? None in the professional ranks in the U.S. It happens in Europe. Europeans love ties. They're obsessed with ties.
Well, I wish they would have tied the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But by the way, that was garbage. Okay, how does Victor Hovland wake up with a stiff neck and still get a half point? He withdraws. He should be getting 0.
Tolo Caleb tweeted, fun fact, Cowboys win, draft pick improves. Cowboys lose, draft pick improves.
Scorigami yesterday, too. Never had a 40-40 game in football history.
There you go.
Jeff in Keller. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Well, boys. It's my star down is, I guess, to everybody that's listening, that I've always made the edict that if I'm the voice of reason in a room, we got real problems. I just got to say that Dallas Cowboys were on the road last night. Their number one receiver hurt. You had no secondary. Your offensive line's decimated. And, oh, by the way, Reggie White incarnate was on the other team and should have sacked you 14 times, strip sacks and all this stuff. Again, my favorite to any degree, they are who we thought they were. Not only did you guys show the world that, hey, look, it's not that bad, because you guys had no business putting the way everybody was anointing.
Oh, yeah,
lose by 30.
So you're telling us we should be feeling better.
I think you should be feeling damn good. Who was on the offensive line? Bobby and RJ were in the secondary. You and Peyton were on the offensive line. And I think it's kind of ironic that the Packer fans managed to flood Arlington, but Matt LaFleur, after we played them in that warm-up game that we lost to, he was bitching about them, too many Lions fans in the stands. I think you guys should feel damn good about where you are. You have no business even being on that field.
Thank you for the call, brother. Look, I understand all that. I get that. People are asking me, is this another moral win for you, Sharif? You're the moral win captain over here. I don't feel as great this morning as I did after the Eagle game. Why? Because there was mystery. There's mystery and intrigue after game one, where I'm left wondering the week after, what can the defense be? Can they clean that up? Was it an aberration getting worked? With the Eberflus, can things get fixed? Well, now we know everything, I think. We know for the most part, you're screwed defensively. You have to score 40 every single week. Tall task. That's not exciting to me, to have that type of pressure put on Dak and the offense every single week. You're still missing Lamb for the next 3. This defense is not getting fixed anytime soon, and probably throughout the year. So my intrigue and my curiosity is less today, even though, again, you step back, you tie the Green Bay Packers, that's a surprise to most people. And you could be feeling good about a lot of aspects there in Frisco, but there's nothing that's going to sell me on this defense. You got your help, you got your cavalry. Deron Bland, I have a star down for Deron Bland. I'm trying to give him a little bit of a break. Clowney was there. I noticed him once or twice. No more cavalry is coming unless Jerry Jones blows up the Micah draft ammunition. So does that make sense?
I get it. I feel better about the offense.
I felt good about the offense.
I always felt good about it, but I feel really good about it now. After week one, it was all right. They had a pretty bun second half, and we'll see what they actually do. But that offense, if Dak's going to play like this,
well, this is unfair to put on him too.
Of course it is. But
so to say if Dak plays like that, he's not going to play like this. Like Not ever. I mean, he's not going to play this every game.
Not every game. No, he'll have a stinker or two. I mean, everybody does. Even the greats have a meh kind of game.
Justin Herbert yesterday.
Yeah.
I just know what's on the other side now. I was wondering and hopeful after Philly. I'm not anymore. You are incapable.
Right. I'll tell you, it is going to be
on D.
It is going to be fun in a way because you are going to be throwing the ball. This is going to be a track meet. It's going to be like watching, fun and gun, run and shoot football.
Leo in Garland, you're up next here with Star Up, Star Down here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Leo.
Hello? Hello, am I live?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm going to take a page out of RJ's book. I'm going to be selfish here. Star up for Jalen Turbert because he caught that tiptoe catch, and I won my fantasy. So, star up to you, buddy. I won by 1 point, man, so I needed that. Star down to the clock operator who did not let that clock run out. Also to our defense as well. And one more thing real quick. I want to chime in on what y'all said earlier about the fans and the noise at the stadium. You guys got to understand. I'm going to take a page out of Remember the Titans. Remember what he said. Attitude reflects leadership. Leadership sucks here. Jerry Jones, we haven't won nothing in I'm 39 years old. The last time we won the Super Bowl, I was in the 4th grade. That's when we were relevant.
Yeah.
In the 4th grade. So I don't want to hear about, well, we're not loud enough. We ain't bringing that home noise because, Jerry, you suck.
Thanks for the call, Leo.
In this position.
Appreciate you, brother. Kurt in Maryland, listening on the Odyssey app. Kurt, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, guys. I don't know how you can't feel good about last night when no Cowboy fan or nobody was picking us against Green Bay whatsoever. Even me, I'm a diehard Cowboy fan. I thought it was going to be a blowout. Yeah. I go star up to the game plan against Micah. Micah was really neutralized most of last night. He had no effect on the game whatsoever. Star down again is the defense like it's been, but there's no way in the world, guys, when you thought that we were going to get blown out last night, that you can't at least be encouraged by the offense down 2 offensive linemen and then down CeeDee Lamb. I mean, again, does Dak got to score 40? I mean, hey, he might do, but you're not playing an offense like that every week either, though.
There's Kurt with the encouragement.
No,
encouragement.
Dak's got to score 44. That's why you don't kick it. You kicked it, and you were willing to settle. And that's just a problem. That's going to bug me all week about Schottenheimer.
So in that moment, you were fine knowing we don't convert this, we're losing.
Mm-hmm. And forcing them to go 96 yards, basically, or 55 or whatever it would have been. Because they would have been at the 4.
I assume, though,
but they would have gotten a field goal range.
I'm sure from the 4, they probably would have. But you're at least making it harder on them. Put them on the 4 and then start actually blitzing.
I would have been fine with that. I do think that Green Bay might have done a little bit different with their clock management down the stretch. I mean, they let like 30 seconds off the clock there for no reason.
I mean, they almost let all the time run off the clock to throw an incompletion in the end zone.
Because they wouldn't have needed to save a timeout. They could have had, you know what I mean, for the field goal unit. They could have had time to run more and more plays.
What do the Cowboys do if they've lost another offensive lineman? That's next in Below
the Belt
right here on Sean and RJ.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
fine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Prescott in the gun at the 39, 2nd and 7. Snap is back. Good block from the right tackle. Rolling right, Prescott throws on the run to the right side. Oh, that ball caught. Oh, please tell me he caught that. Tolbert, did he catch it?
They're saying catch.
He did his best Michael Gallup down at the 5-yard line. I don't know how Prescott got it there or how Tolbert caught the ball for 34.
One of just many plays ultimately rendered meaningless by a tie yesterday between the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. We're actually going to talk about it from a positive perspective, though. Not just that play, but some of the other things that the Cowboys have going on in this game, and some of the things that I think are still, hopefully, the building blocks that they can drill down on and actually continue to establish what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to establish here. First, the big news out of last night, the big injury news out of last night comes at the offensive line. We talked about it a little bit a couple segments ago when somebody called in. Tyler Guyton did leave this game with a concussion, and Guyton had played pretty well throughout the second half, particularly in pass protection. He ended up missing the end of the game, and it was the second time that Nate Thomas had come to the game. I'm curious if they addressed this on TV at all, because they did not. We didn't hear about it, I don't think, post-game, and I know there was never an injury announcement in the press box. When Nate Thomas came in for Terrence Steele in the second quarter, did they have any sideline report about Steele was banged up or he was getting taped up or anything? I have no idea what was going on there with Steele, because I assumed that was some sort of benching, it seemed like. And then it was Nate Thomas got an illegal formation right after that, and it seemed like, okay, well, that was your opportunity. Now you've blown it. Go back over there. But then when Tyler Guyton went out, Nate Thomas steps up. He plays pretty well. And that's likely what you're looking at next week in New York if you don't have Tyler Guyton. If you're without Tyler Guyton, it's going to be Nate Thomas at left tackle. You're looking at Cooper Beebe still being out at center, and that's Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass at right guard. And now you're talking about the Cowboys are basically down more than 1/3 of their starting offense with the defense that they have. That's troubling, even going on the road against a bad team like the Jets.
Man, well, what a different era in the National Football League, where we're talking about the concussion yesterday maybe knocking you out for next week's game. Otherwise, I'd be like, whatever, three or 4 days.
Be fine.
Their kicker.
I know.
I was like, oh, did he get concussed after, of course, making the kick? Mm-hmm. And is he going to sit here and come back and get the Cowboys? Collinsworth was actually giving credit to, like, Hoffman and Bass, like the interior of the offensive line last night. And we were talking about the doubleheader Monday Night Football, and I was like, who plays again? I just need Denver to suck. So Josh
Jets,
Clark
Miami, Denver. Who's the third team? Fourth team. Jets, Miami, Denver. Bengals.
There's a reason to watch, so we can scout the Jets, because that's the Cowboys' next opponent. So that'll give me a reason to watch the New York Jets this evening.
That is literally the only reason to watch that game.
I mean, it might be interesting to see, does Mike McDaniel get fired in the middle of a football game?
That could be it.
That might be kind of fun. I will be watching it. It'll be for the Jets, and it will also be because I just want to see how tense do things get during a Dolphins game, because that just always seems like somebody could pitch a fit and leave, or Mike McDaniel could just go like, I don't know, I guess we're all dying anyway, so let's just not do anything.
And will Chris Fowler have a voice?
Right. Props, though, to the Cowboys' offensive line.
Yeah.
Major props star up, because Dak had been getting pressured early on the season. You're down personnel, and Micah Parsons was neutralized. Everyone said Rashawn Gary, who actually leads the NFL in sacks, he was going to get, that was the Matthew Berry's little fantasy play last night for NBC, that he was going to do his damage. Javonte had a nice night, so major props to that offensive line.
And I want to give star up here to Connor Riley, who's their new offensive line coach. It felt like in previous years, guys having to step in and play, it obviously was going to be a talent drop down, but it always felt like there were issues of communication along the offensive line. There were issues of guys knowing what they were supposed to do, how they were supposed to work in tandem. That has not been the case so far with guys stepping in and having to play. Right now, it looks like Connor Riley, Clayton Adams, they have gotten a handle on that and know how to really get them to play in sync as a unit. I think last night there's a lot that needs to be said, not only about the offensive line, but some of the stuff the guys were doing with chips and blitz pickups. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders when he was out there for a little bit, Brevin Spanford, they were doing a really good job with some of their secondary guys making things difficult. I think Micah Parsons is waking up this morning in a lot of pain. They were beating him up every opportunity they got, legally beating him up, but like really getting in there, making sure he was feeling every chip, he was feeling every double team, and making sure that he wasn't going to get any sort of easy access to the quarterback. And that's something that I think he deserves a lot of credit for, the offensive line coach Connor Riley, and something that the offensive line as a group deserves a lot of credit for. I want to ask you guys about George Pickens here. So Pickens last night, he has the first deep ball that he doesn't really go up for. And this is becoming a frustrating thing for me. Pickens has all the things I think you look for when they've talked about him being a contested catcher. He has all the things you look for. He has the length. He has the leaping ability. He has the hands. Like all these different factors that go into it. There's something off right now with him and Dak, at least. It feels like in terms of the timing on some of those jump balls, where it feels like he doesn't totally, like even the first big catch he makes.
Pickens would have been called for traveling in basketball. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone jump, and I could have sworn his feet came down and made the contact. Then he had the catch.
Yeah.
The feet landed.
Yeah.
After the jump.
Yeah, and that's like the timing has not been there yet. He doesn't.
Well, that's scary then, because if the timing is not there and he's still doing, 8 catches on 11 targets.
Yeah.
For 100 and something, 40.
Yeah. And I mean, look, he last night he was fantastic, particularly in the second half. He's so what?
I hope you are watching on the fan cam Twitch. I know you are. The numbers are through the roof. Bobby is so down today. He's so down. Maybe I'll save it for 9. I want to get to the bottom of why you're down. I know the bigger picture reason why you're down, but Bobby is so sullen. Is that a word?
Yeah, sullen.
Downtrodden, sullen. He's so sullen today. I'll get to it at 9. Go ahead.
So,
your delivery and everything. You're so the thorn in your side.
I'm so I know. I'm just so struggling to, even though it was a good thing, I'm struggling to say good things about a game that you ultimately like. I hate. Here's what I most hate. That was one of Dak's best games he's ever played. That was one of that had an opportunity to be a signature win for Dak. That was supposed to be the foundation for the things that Schotty's trying to establish. So, see, this is what culture can do in a game where you have absolutely no business being competitive in it. We did it, and we finished it, and this is what we did. The Jalen Tolbert catch, which was great, is remembered way differently if they go on and win that game. I hate that they took so many different things that could have been positive builders for them and stripped it away. So that's what's so tough.
That was what I was going to ask. Are you this disappointed for this year's playoff chances, or you're just talking about for the program?
For what they're trying to ultimately establish as, here's what we want to be.
So this isn't like, really hurting you or sobering you up like, all right, they're definitely, that was a playoff springboard game. You're just talking about the big picture.
Yeah, I'm just talking about legitimately trying to, what? Go ahead.
What's your theory? What's your RJ theory?
What's your
Why are you
thought?
shaking your head?
Were you even watching this game yesterday, or were you on Ryder Cup at this point?
No, Ryder Cup was over by then.
Oh, okay. That was all the earlier games you missed.
No, I saw the noon games. This you got to see through Bobby. You got to wade through.
He's pretty transparent.
He is. There's always a motivation.
Yeah, remember my therapist
Here's
said
the issue.
I present really aggressive facts so that you think I'm transparent, and then I can quietly conceal the things I don't want to reveal.
Here's the issue.
Said.
Mike would have gone for the touchdown.
No, he wouldn't have.
And he would have gone for the 2-point conversion earlier.
Mike would have kicked it on second down with 6 minutes left because he just wanted the points then.
Mike was super aggressive. Mike was one of the more aggressive fourth down coaches out there. Mike would have gone. That's his problem, is that he knows it, and he doesn't want to admit it.
No, I genuinely
he's
don't.
Just personally disappointed.
He's disappointed that Schotty didn't do it because he knows Mike would have done it, and that screws up everything in his narrative.
See, no, because
this is true.
No, if you want to talk about the way Mike would have handled it, Mike was concerned about his job stability. Mike was not going to risk a loss on something like that. He absolutely would not have done it.
See, I last year he may have been concerned about his job security because he was in the final year.
You know what it is. Here's probably as we do below therapy.
Brought to you by Window Nation.
Yeah, brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. It came. I came away from it rattled in the sense of what I thought Schottenheimer was about in those moments. That changed it for me. It was something where I thought it's a no doubt he's going to go for it here, and then he ran that kicking team out there, and I was like, why?
I think you might be looking a little bit too much into it.
I don't think it's a character question, by the way. I'm not saying like Schottenheimer's character. I'm just saying like the way that his approach it changes. Yeah, it makes me go like you.
But if they don't get that, okay, the option in that moment is kick. We can still lose, but we have the tie. If you don't get it, you are losing. You're definitely losing because they're getting a field goal range. I don't give a crap if they're on the 1 or the 5 or the 15. So he's like, Yes, we haven't stopped them in the second half. The odds are we're not going to stop them. You did have a 4th and 6. It was, golden, wide open completion, but you at least got it to 4th down. But if we don't get it there, we know the game's over. If we do take 3 points, I'm fine with the 3 points. I think I'm the kind of the lone one in the room, because Peyton was against it as well, kicking. We get the 3 points, we have a chance. If we don't get it, we have no chance. Well, it's game over. They're going to kick a field goal.
Well, we know they're getting
at least if they kick a field goal now, we don't lose.
So that's the issue for me, is that he kicks that field goal knowing minimum they're going down and kicking a field goal. He was playing for at best a tie when he kicked that. He did not play to win the game.
Now he's going to come on here and say that's not true. If you talk to him behind the scenes, he's going to say, "No, I was believing that we are going to get a stop." I wouldn't believe that.
Right, and that's where I would say I would be offended as somebody on that offense that you chose to believe in the other side of the ball to get you the stop instead of believing us to get you the touchdown. That's a problem for me, where we just spent 60 minutes or 66 minutes at that point fighting to put you in a position to keep you in this football game, and then at the end of the day, when we said just give us one more shot, you went, I want to let the defense play. And it's like that would kill me if I was on the offensive side of the ball.
But he's not putting trust in the defense. That's not that's where I disagree with you with that. It's not a defensive trust move. It's just like, let's not lose the game right here. This will be an L. This is a guaranteed loss if we fail on 4th and 5.
And it's a guaranteed tie or better, or tie or worse if you kick the field goal.
Yeah, so
you've got a shot to win if you score the touchdown.
But Bob, we talk about this in analytics all the time. Do we take into account the plays on that drive? It was an ugly drive leading up to it as well. Like, there was nothing that in the previous plays. I would take the whole game into account. You're scoring 40, but that was an ugly drive to where maybe he's like, this thing is broken. We're not clicking. Let's go ahead and take the 3.
They had a timeout left at that point, I think. If that's the instance, I'm calling timeout.
I think they did call a timeout after the Tolbert catch.
Yeah, and I call the timeout. And then if you're looking at that 4th down, you go, you know what? Dak, you've earned this opportunity. George Pickens, you've earned this opportunity. You've played a certain level tonight. You've come up big in every situation. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you this opportunity. You're a guy who's trying to get paid. This is the game without CeeDee Lamb. You've stepped up big. Here's your opportunity to go do it again. And that to me is, I thought he was that guy. I thought he was that guy who goes, I'm going to kill it right now. And he didn't do it, and that was disappointing.
Below the belt here on Sean and RJ. It's below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. What else happened throughout the NFC East and the NFL? Is RJ going to get to brag that his boy Patty Mahomes ain't done yet? And how in trouble are my Baltimore Ravens? Around the rest of the NFL and the NFC East, and Nick Eatman from Frisco after this.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, sorry. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Up on the football quickly is Patrick Mahomes under center. Worthy's in the backfield. They're going to roll to the right side, and now Mahomes throws for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Kansas City! Marquise Brown. Hollywood goes all the way across the formation on 4th and 1 for a 15-yard touchdown pass. Mahomes has 4 TD passes into the land of the sweet nectar.
Oh, God. I wish we didn't interview that guy at the
land of the sweet nectar.
Wish we did not interview him at the Super Bowl because I actually really like sitting down.
He was
with
good.
Mitch Holthus, Chiefs play-by-play voice. Is the dynasty back? Final hour here on Sean and RJ. I'm not fist pumping. You can if you want. Cowboys, that's Bobby fist pumping for a tie.
Half a win.
We got Jacob in the back. We got Aiden, who went to the game last night as well. We got you on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20, back from the game in Arlington. We recap the NFC East. It was a dominant, impressive, early statement from the Philadelphia Eagles. Buccaneers got close. They couldn't throw the football on the Philly offensive side. A.J. Brown's not happy about it. The Eagles, unfortunately, though, are still 4-0. It was a scary beginning if you're a Cowboy fan for the Jackson Dart era. First drive, 89 yards, gets in the end zone, and then kind of mid the rest of the way. But the Giants still beat the Los Angeles Chargers at the Meadowlands, but they lose Malik Neighbors for the year. He is gone. And then the Commanders could not survive the absence of Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. They lose to the Atlanta Falcons. So that's a recap of the NFC East. Around the NFL, Chiefs 37, Ravens 20. Of course, I sit yesterday, Dak Prescott and Pat Mahomes in both my leagues. Screw you, web guy Josh Clark, because you're going to have Bo Nix in Denver against me tonight. But here's Mahomes. Xavier Worthy back in the lineup, 5 for 83, and Lamar Jackson hurts the hamstring. The Ravens fall to 1-3, and your Chiefs, RJ, are 2-2.
First of all, I wouldn't worry about anybody in fantasy who's starting Bo Nix. Are you starting Bo or is he?
He is.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about him. I wouldn't worry about that. Man, look, the Chiefs, I got to say, like, you know, their 2 losses are against, the Eagles by 3 and on the road in Brazil, to a team that was previously unbeaten. So, I mean, I guess it was the first game of the year, but they were unbeaten until yesterday. But it's just, they're not terrible. The Chiefs aren't I feel better about the Chiefs if I was a Chiefs fan today, obviously. I still don't think they're fixed.
Bobby,
they're certainly broken.
I just want Bobby to answer this.
Mm-hmm.
Will the Chiefs be in RJ's power rankings Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. By the way, Xavier Worthy, he led them in rushing and receiving yesterday, so they were missing a weapon.
By the way, they should be in your power rankings, too.
That's your answer right there. They're going to be in there on Wednesday. Cooper Rush, man, the Cooper Rush experience, though. Boy, I didn't see the end of this back half of this game. 9 for 13 for 52 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Sounds exactly like a Cooper Rush offense.
9 for 13 for how much?
52.
Oh,
Bobby had been worried about the Ravens in big games. Here's another man. What's their schedule strength throughout the first quarter of the season? It feels like they got heavyweight fights every single week, but this was at Arrowhead. Their defense sucks, and I got Ravens people texting me that their head coach, they're a fraud just like their head coach. Gutless, pretenders.
They've allowed the most points in the league.
What?
Yeah, we've allowed the second most points. They've allowed one more point than we have. Now, look, they allowed 41 to Buffalo. They allowed 38 to Detroit and 37 to Kansas City. Now,
look at that schedule. You have the Bills, Lions, Chiefs, and the number 1 D in the league.
Those are 3 really good offenses, obviously, or at least 3 really good teams. So, I mean, it's not like it's excusable, but it's not like they played bums. And if they played bums and they allowed these many points, that's a problem.
Yeah, but I mean, they're at home against the Lions, and they got beat worse than that score says.
Yeah, they did, and they got pushed around.
Buffalo stormed back on them. Kansas City thumps them. Now, the good news for them is they've got Houston and the Rams the next 2 weeks, and then it's a bye week, and then it's a lot easier. It's Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Packers, Steelers.
So they had up on ESPN, they had the analytics say that the Ravens still have the best odds. They have a 47% chance to win the North. That's the best. That's the best. It's the best of any of the teams.
Still the best odds. Well, I guess that should take us on over to Dublin. Let's go cut 39, Jake, for some 9 a.m. football. Could Carson Wentz keep it going with the quarterback whisperer?
In the shotgun is Rodgers, play action pass. Looking, throws over the middle of the field. Has Metcalf open and on the run. Metcalf crosses the 45. Midfield, crosses the 40, the 30, the 20-yard line, the 15. Picks up a block and rumbles into the end zone. And Metcalf goes 80 yards for the score.
Bobby's starting to buy a little bit after they unleashed DK Metcalf yesterday. There was a chance late. I was turning this game off, trying to have the family time, and I'm like, wait a second. Minnesota is back in this thing. I got Jordan Addison in fantasy coming off the suspension. All of a sudden, he's got a lot of yards, but the Pittsburgh Steelers still get the win, beating the Vikings.
Yeah, look, this is, it looks like the Steelers are a good football team right now, or a decent football team right now. And this is
3-1.
This is a little bit of an odd position for them to be in, because you do feel like, okay, you're seeing DK play the way that he is. Aaron Rodgers looks pretty stable. And the more you're watching this, the more you're starting to feel like, okay, this might be a legitimate Pittsburgh offense. If they can be a legitimate team on offense, we know that they'll scrap and they'll fight as a defensive team. This is an opportunity for Pittsburgh to really, that's why I'm kind of surprised at what Choppy was just saying about Baltimore being where they are. Baltimore being 1-3 and Pittsburgh up on them already 2 games and looking as solid as they do. I'd bet on Pittsburgh right now in that division.
It's Baltimore's got like 47%. Pittsburgh's got 45%. So it's like they're right there, and then Cleveland and Cincy have virtually nothing. I don't know. Did y'all get so I got a notification right before this, middle of this game. It was like Pittsburgh quarterback robbed in Ireland. And I'm like, Aaron Rodgers was robbed?
Right.
I was like, why would they have said that?
It wasn't his wedding ring, as he's wearing that on the field.
It was.
We still don't know who he's married to?
I don't think so.
Is it Brittany?
But yeah, but we don't know.
Right.
I don't think we know her like who she is at all.
But Skylar Thompson robbed on Friday out in Ireland. I didn't know they were. I know they're like that out there.
Suffered minor injury. The Irish stereotypes?
I mean, they're yeah.
He suffered minor injuries, but is apparently okay. The league wants to stage 16 international games per year, so every team plays one. Melbourne is next, then Asia.
Melbourne? No, I'm sorry. That's just too far away.
Well, look, I mean, this is something that. So you were out on Friday.
It's Melbourne.
Yeah, it is Melbourne. It is Melbourne. But if you were to you were out on Friday, there's talk already, as Goodell said, like, hey, we could go to the negotiating rights early. There's now buzz that they could start packaging all of the international games and just saying, well, this is its own streaming service, is the NFL International. And that they were saying that they could get a whole new TV rights deal out of that by putting more games in the package, and then could go to the table early and go, we need even more revenue, and we're going to start picking and choosing. We're no longer letting you give them up. We're taking games from CBS. We're taking games from Fox, and they're going to go in this package.
Impossible to predict in the offseason that this would be one of the matchups of the day in L.A.
Stafford from his own 12-yard line set up in the shotgun. Has the snap. Hits his back foot. Lobs the ball left side. Tutu's open. Over the shoulder catch 40. Tutu down the left sideline with a vapor trail behind him. 10-5. Touchdown LA.
Rams radio. Tutu Atwell with an 82-yard touchdown with 90 seconds left. And, okay.
I feel bad for that guy.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. I instantly go to one guy. The internet gave another. The 1, 2, 3 of that play, all-time embarrassment-wise. Everyone has to say the number 1 seed.
Sean Jackson.
That's mine.
Yeah.
Is this Adonai Mitchell? Adonai?
No, Adonai. This is A.D. Mitchell. This is a guy who's very, very close with George Pickens.
A.D. Mitchell, the blunder of the day. They're down 13-10. He lets go of the ball before scoring. And the internet said he pulled a Jonathan Taylor. And I was like, I can't even think of a close number 2 to Deshaun in my brain.
Deshaun.
No, I know it. I know it's happened other times, because every time it happens, and even when it happened with Deshaun, they were like, I remember them going flashback to 8 years ago. But for some reason, Deshaun's the one that stands up, mainly because he was just so. It's almost like Deshaun knew he was doing it, and he's like, let's see if they realize I did this. It'll be like my little win. Like, Deshaun was just so defiant about it. But yeah, the only other things that come to mind when I see this, I think of Deshaun Jackson. I think of Chris Webber timeouts. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I think of when I say. And it sucks for him. Just finish the play. Just get through the end zone. You know, as what's her name? Your McMenamin or whatever last week. Act like you've been there before, like Aaron Glenn.
Oh my God, McCartan.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's her, McCartan.
877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. I'll fly through the rest of the games. You stop and start me wherever you want. Bills actually struggled with the Saints. This was 14-10 at halftime.
15.5-point spread. That's what it started at. And
it was 21-19 into the fourth quarter, well into the fourth quarter.
Buffalo actually ends up winning 31-19. This was a slugfest early on, but Joe Flacco was terrible. He was awful yesterday, and that offense giving the defense no chance. I was like, throw in Dylan Gabriel, throw in Shador. Let's at least get a first take segment out of this.
I thought they were gonna.
Lions end up winning 34-10.
I thought they were gonna. Joe had nothing. And it would have made perfect sense to throw Shador in or Dylan Gabriel.
I can't figure out week one. I guess it was a warm-up game like Jeff and Keller said, because these last 3 weeks, that's the team that's looked the most impressive, has been Detroit.
Bobby's starting to love his boy Drake May. The Patriots waxed the Panthers 42-13, and you're loving the quarterback.
Man, he looks really, really good. They had the note yesterday, 2 passing touchdowns and 75% completions in 3 straight games. The only time that's been done more times in a row was Tom Brady the first 4 weeks of the 2007 season. And that's not in Patriots history, that's in NFL history. He is so good. It looks like, to me when I was watching him, it looks like Aaron Rodgers, the way Rodgers used to kind of like move around the pocket, extend things, step up, make a slide here, and then it's like, all right, I'm going to kill you with the arm. And he has just been fantastic to start this season. Drake May is right now, he's the best quarterback out of that top tier right there along next to Caleb Williams.
Dud of the week is the Titans falling to 0-4. They get shut out by the armpit 26-0. Shut out by the Texans. And I got to play this. They drive me crazy every single week. The opening was there for some more BS from Sam Fraud Cisco.
Jags take over the 47. Let's see what they can do with it here. They run it to the left side with ETN. Got it to the 45, 40, 35, 30. Travis Hall on the far sideline. 15, 10, 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown. On the first play after the takeaway. Travis Etienne into the end zone for the score.
All right, maybe slow down. Space your words out. Jags radio with the call. Soon as Jacksonville misses a field goal, I'm like, here we go. A BS final drive coming up again. And then Eric Armstead gets his old team with the forced fumble. Jacksonville moves to 3-1. Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh after the game.
Yeah, they got into it a little bit. Keep your name out my mouth.
Yeah.
But
Saleh had accused him of some legal cheating system. What is it, Bob?
They figured out a sign stealing system. I didn't
I didn't see the specifics. I knew it was he had gotten all worked up because he had told him the same thing, that it was a cheating thing basically. And then Cohen comes up to him and says, "Keep my name out your mouth." And then Saleh goes super aggressive with the unedited audio. Like when you listen to the unedited audio, he says,
"Tell you what,
I'll bleep your world up. You don't want to bleep with me. I'll bleep and end your bleeping life." That's enough that might get him in trouble with the league for that.
What are you pointing at?
I have my sticky note. Jacksonville will win the AFC South. That was from last year, but it's okay. It still plays.
As long as it's up there.
Yeah, it's still up there.
Could you pick a worse guy to go after than Robert Saleh?
There's nobody. There's nobody in the league that I would.
Campbell.
Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's the only one because I think Dan Campbell is I think Robert would actually have some compassion for you if he was in a fight. Like
Vrabel.
Dan would just rip your body apart.
Oh, Vrabel.
Vrabel, I wouldn't want to go at.
And then a gut-wrenching loss for Pete Carroll. How do we feel about the Bears Cowboys after Chicago wins 25-24? I know one thing. I hate Ben Johnson. I hated him during the Cowboy game, trying to pour it on. We'll play it tomorrow with that interview he did. But what'd you think of Chicago and the Cowboy evaluation through the lens? It wasn't pretty.
It's tough because it's the Raiders, and I don't really know what to make of the Raiders. You know, that's a 1 point win. I really don't know what to make of it, but I have Ben Johnson takes. I'll say for tomorrow. I feel bad for that poor girl.
No, I don't feel any better about that game. It was nice. Geno Smith was kind of throwing the game away for him as Ashton Genty tried his hardest to save the Raiders and finally got his touches. He finally got his touches and he's showing up. But to me, no, that looked like a average to below average Bears team for a lot of the day yesterday.
Is Nick Eatman encouraged, sad like Bobby, or straight mid like many of us after the tie last night. Back from the game in Frisco, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this. And
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, for the tie of 34 yards on the right hash. The kick's away from 34. It's good, and the game ends in a tie. They tie at 40.
It sounds like Nick Eatman had the reaction that myself and many did. I felt unfulfilled. Kevin Hagelin, he never tweets anybody back, but he saw my cry for help, and he tweeted back to the Tolos, somebody fulfill Sharif. I was angry at the league for having this be a possible result, and I wanted something to be decided. 40-40 against Micah and the Packers. And Nick Eatman, Bobby was telling me you were kind of frozen there trying to figure out how to cover this for DallasCowboys.com. Nick joins us here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Was that the case?
Yeah, I was staring at my screen for about 20 minutes or so. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know what to feel, you know? I mean, but ultimately, as I continued to write the column, I think if you read the whole thing, you kind of see, like, I'm starting to get a little bit more pissed off about the actual, like, just the fact that there is a tie, you know, and obviously this is something that's happened in the league for a long, long time. You know, I was listening to that clip you just played. It's like Brad Sham, he's called everything, right? He hasn't called the tie, I don't think. Mm-hmm. And so, like, that's just kind of weird when you think of it that way, but. Yeah, I hate the rule, and I hate the way it's just, like you said, just unfulfilling.
So the headline ended up being 1 second from a win feels more like a loss. Bobby had said that the players and Jerry were walking back to the locker room kind of with the feeling of a loss. Why are you feeling that way versus the other side you could take?
Yeah, and I hated the headline, by the way. You know, this is one of those decisions that, like, 1 a.m. and I'm driving home and I'm thinking maybe I should change it. I didn't know what to think really about it.
Yeah.
The reason why I say that is just from the order of events. You know, I think if it would have been flipped around, you might have thought of it differently. But when you think of the fact that they score with less than 5 minutes to go to take the lead, I mean, you're like, all right, I need one stop, and you don't get it, and then they get a touchdown, and then you come back and you score with 40 seconds. Okay, certainly you're going to win now, and then you don't. And then you get the ball in overtime, you drive down, you first and goal at the 7, you end up getting a field goal. There's a 4th and 8 to win the game, get off the field, you can't do it. And then you're down to 1 second, and there's 1 second left in the game, you still think you might have a chance to win. So all these chances to win, and you don't, that's kind of why, to me, it feels like a loss.
Let's go to 4th and 5. I've been the biggest supporter of them kicking the field goal. Bobby is basically devastated over it, and Choppy could be talked into anything like most things in his life. Where
give me a good argument, I'm in.
Are you talking about in overtime?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to me, it comes down to before that, you got to make that decision before that. That's why I didn't love the Dak, you know, I didn't love the scramble on second half. If you get down there and it's first down and you get what I think they got to the 4, and then, you know, if you're gonna decide, hey, we're going for it, then I don't like the play calls on second and third down either. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily. I was fine with the field goal from where they were, but more I thought about it as you know, like later, like after the game was over, I was like, I would have run it with. I don't think Javonte Williams is. I mean, I don't think they could have stopped him if you would have thrown it. You know, run it there 2 or 3 times. And so worst case scenario, it's 4th down and you're on the 1 and you go for it. You don't get it. Well, at least you've got him pinned back there. And so I would have probably liked that situation actually. But I didn't hate it at the time. But, you know, all these what-if scenarios, you're like, yeah, maybe. But not on 4th down on the 4. But I would have run it more to get it closer.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, so here was my thought on that specific play and what's, I guess, bugging me about it. What bugged me about it then and what bugs me about it now is that you were kept in that game for 65 minutes by your offense, and you were kept in that game by Dak Prescott and George Pickens and the things that they were doing, Javonte Williams, and it felt like Schotty had decided that we're gonna kick this and we're going to put the game, we're going to give this opportunity to win the game for us to the defense instead of the offense who has put us in this position in the first place. That's what didn't sit right with me, is that it felt like all this compete, and they were put in a competitive position by the offense, and then it was taken out of their hands. That's what I didn't like.
Yeah, I'm with you. I understand that. It's just that the overtime, the whole setup is weird because it's like the fact that you're playing with this squeezed quarter of 10 minutes. It just seems weird because it's like changes your mindset.
Hey, Nick, let's reset the call real quick. We're getting some weird buzz. Jake, go ahead and hit him back and try to go ahead and reset it. But that's Nick Eatman lost and confused over what to do with that tie.
Again, I didn't know when. I think I saw the stat. 1969 was the last tie. That blows the mind.
Yeah, and second most points ever in a tie game.
Which was the higher one? My goodness. Because there was a time 40-40 is an obscene score.
Yeah.
Obscene.
Javonte Williams, by the way, right now, he leads the NFC in rushing touchdowns. He is second in the NFC in rushing yards, 2 yards behind Bijan Robinson.
Let's get back to Nick Eatman here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Nick, your thoughts.
I can't remember where it left off. I think it was more about the defense, or Bobby's point on defense, on just putting the game on the defense. To me, what makes it so weird is just how you have to manage the game in overtime with the clock, and then obviously the kind of the unique rule there. I didn't hate just scoring and saying, all right, let's see if we can just make one stop. Plus, with the clock kind of running out, maybe if we can hold them to field goal, you get a chance to come back and win it. But I think I hate the rule. I hate the fact that when you walked into the stadium, it was absolutely electric, okay, because the Packer fans made it that way. The Cowboy fans, every time you heard Go Pack Go, then they would drown it out. It was just this incredible scene of emotions. And then at the end of the game, when it's over, it's like nothing from anybody.
Yeah.
And I will never, I don't know if I've ever said it, but I certainly will never be like, man, what a game. It's a shame somebody has to lose. No, screw that. Somebody needs to lose the game. Because that's just what we do. You play, like Herm said, you play to win the game. And I was a little confused with what Matt LaFleur was doing because that just seemed kind of odd the way they weren't really in any kind of rush.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It almost cost them.
Huh?
It almost cost them.
I know. And I to me, it's kind of like I just thought they were going to just play for the win. I mean, I thought they would just go down there and try to play for the win. Yeah. So I'm just kind of, it's just different. I've never done it. I've never been around a game like that. Well, I guess I have the Giants game, but it just kind of the way, do you play for the win or play for the tie? I just kind of thought they would throw it at the end zone more and try to win, especially because it seemed like it would be a pretty good thing to do. You've already had one extra point blocked. I don't know, it's not like they've been stopped throwing it into the end zone. So look for Dobbs and throw it in there.
Nick, what was your initial take when they decided to kick the extra point instead of going for two down 13-8?
It was funny. People to my left and right were asking me about it. And I was like, no, kick it. I mean, don't chase points this early. I mean, I wouldn't have done it. I would have kicked the extra point. And my main thing was like, if you give up a field goal right after this and you don't make it, you're down by 8 instead of 9. To me, I don't look for going for 2 until later in the game. But it's not so much a chart as it is, do you like the play call that you have? Do you like those calls? I mean, how many 2-point plays do you feel good about? So I don't know. I think early in the game I would have just kicked it. You obviously would not have.
Your thoughts, Nick, on the Micah circus, the storyline, and his actual game?
I'm glad it's over. It certainly is. It was a soap opera, and it and rightfully so. But I mean. We've seen every game Micah's played, right?
Yeah.
And we know that he makes a difference when he doesn't get a sack and all that stuff. So I'm not going to say that he wasn't a difference maker because he was, they had to chip a lot and all that. But when you think about, man, this team with CD out and 2 starting linemen out and finished with a 3rd lineman out of the game. Your backup running back, who's your 3rd down back, was not in the game. And they go down the field without, against Micah Parsons trying to close it out. They got Nate Thomas at one side, and they've got, Hoffman and Bass in there. And they score 40 points on the Packers. I mean, it's an impressive thing for what the Cowboys did. They did a really good job of blocking him. He wasn't that much of a difference maker statistically. And, it was – but still, it's even more frustrating when you're so close to winning and you didn't.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, what is Trayvon Diggs' standing at this moment? Was this a 1-week correction? Was this a timeout, or is he essentially the backup to Kyer Elam and Deron Bland at this point?
Bobby, I wish I knew. I don't know what's happening with that. I really don't. Figure it out. Is what I would say with the coaches. Figure it out. He's a talented player, and if he's not doing what you want him to do, my first thing is what I would say is, well, are we sure you're doing the right thing? I mean, this defense is averaging 31. They're allowing 31, 32 points a game,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not working. And so if the scheme doesn't fit, if Diggs' play style doesn't fit to what you're doing, then maybe you should switch things up, because one thing is proven: he's a damn good corner when he's doing what the things that make him, what he's done. Now maybe he needs more of a pass rush and all that, but he comes in the game, he gets a pick. That's 12 men on the field, but that 12th guy certainly didn't help him get a pick. I mean, he makes a play. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're trying to send a message. I don't know, but the other guys aren't better than him, and so I think they need to figure out. Rub someone's belly, make it work, get everyone on the same page, because you need as many corners as you can, and there's no way you can tell me he's not one of your best 2 corners.
What did you think of Deron Bland's debut or game back?
Again, Diggs is one of the top 2 players in the corner. He needs to get out there. When the 2 of them are together, I think that they are better together than they're not.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Can Kevin Hagelin fulfill me? Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next.
After we get you.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And they're at the 28, and they need a touchdown. Snap to Prescott, back and standing, and fires it left, and it's caught. Pickens circles away. 10, 5, Pickens, pylon, Pickens. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Brad Chan with a call on your home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Good call.
Was a good call. You sound surprised.
No, I'm just excited.
This is Brad Sham, dude. He's a legend. He's an icon. Yeah. What are you doing?
He's not a pessimist.
Can you believe it? That was an amazing call.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, what is coming up?
Guys, we have Stephen Jones joining us the day after the Cowboys tie. We'll have him at noon. So good luck to that.
Give me the word of emotion to describe you when time expired in overtime and we ended up 40-40.
Mine was anger at the clock operator for not running it down to 0. That person probably should have lost their job today. Let the refs review it. Run that thing down to 0. You're at home.
You know how many TikTok videos we're going to get today of a clock being manipulated in a time the way it shows it actually expired and all that.
This is not the first time they've had an issue with a clock, too. There was Dak's very first game, 2016. Remember, Terrence Williams caught the ball and he ran to the sideline to try and get out of bounds, and everybody was like, what kind of clock operator doesn't stop it at 1 second and make you review it?
And you're saying it's a hometown person?
Yeah, it's somebody there at the stadium controlling the clock.
That should really be league mandated.
It should be league mandated.
It should be like the medical.
Yeah, this is not like the official scorer in baseball where you can manipulate your second baseman's batting average by giving him a generous hit
instead of an error.
Instead of it, right? That's you want to do a home cook in there? Fine. Clock operator?
Yeah.
That's a referee. It should be a referee.
It just sucks that you couldn't get a different bounce. A different
Yeah,
bounce.
like if it would have hit Sanborn's foot.
Yeah.
Bounce in the air.
Yeah.
It just went like, bump.
Yeah.
Like straight like a rock.
Because
dropping.
Green Bay deserved to lose that game for the nonsense that they did at the end. And then Jordan Love's like, yeah, we're disappointed we didn't get a touchdown. And I was like, the question was actually about how terrible you did the clock operation and how you kind of lucked out.
So you're mad at the league for the OT setup.
Yeah, no.
And the clock operation.
Yeah, but seriously, I might be more upbeat than most people today, just because when it was 13-0, I was like, God, this whole season's going to be the worst, and like we're going to go.
This is a bad football team.
We're going to go
thinking.
4-13, which is going to be great for draft purposes, but it's going to suck to watch this team, and so the fact that they made it competitive was kind of surprised.
Same level of moral win as the Philly game, more, less?
I would say more, just because you actually got like some percentage points out of it. Because at the end of the day, like you lost to Philadelphia on this one, at least like it could come in handy.
Corey,
and
how
you
are
could
you
still go 7-7-3?
How are you feeling at the very end?
That's like that came out of my mouth was and then I said, well, I guess I need to go to bed now. And like that was just, I wasted 5 hours, I felt like, to get no real outcome. What I thought was really funny, I told Kevin this, my son told me, Dad, I cannot go to sleep until I know who won this game. And I was like, all right. And the game ended, and I was like, looks like you can't go to sleep tonight, buddy. This is a tie. And he was like, games don't end in ties. My middle school game ended in a tie, not the NFL. And I was like, this is how it is.
Fair.
Are you as
They won't adopt the college
I'm not
one
mad.
because they refuse to.
I'm not mad about this. It's I wish things would have turned out a little differently, but I'm very surprised that this team looked that competitive.
Are you as angry as Bobby that they kicked instead of went for it on 4th and 5?
I would have liked them to go for the touchdown.
Because it does feel like you're settling. Like, I mean, we were talking about that on the outside. What did your defense do to show you, like, hey, we're going to keep them from scoring? So I am upset about that.
I don't look at it that way, though.
Okay, tell me.
I'm not looking at it like I'm trusting the defense whatsoever. I think they knew either way, Green Bay scoring. So we either kick the 3 and hope for a stop to win, or if we fail, we're definitely losing. I think the increased percentage to win was the field goal instead of, I mean, obviously you score the 7 points, that's more percentage points, but they weren't putting any faith in the defense. We're screwed either way, so let's get 3 instead of possibly nothing, because the Packers will go down and get points.
But if they know they're screwed either way, they know they're going down to score some amount of points. They know that's happening regardless. So scoring the touchdown gives you a chance that maybe the points they don't score is the touchdown. Maybe you hold them to a field goal.
Or maybe you stop the 2-point conversion if they go for it.
The best you're getting on this one, when you go for that field goal, is the best you're going to come out of that game with. If you know your defense is you're going to come out with a tie. Whereas when you go for the touchdown, the best you can come out with is a victory.
Matt, be a math nerd for us.
Well, and I actually was going to go math on this.
Yeah.
And then the other reason that I think you could have gone for it right there is if they would have scored the touchdown on the other side, then you would have maybe gotten the ball back. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they would have gone for 2. Now, if they got it for 2, obviously that's a whole different deal. But that is one of the fascinating things about that strategy to kick it away is I assume you're going to go for 2 on the other side. But if they didn't, you would have gotten the ball back.
But how much more beneficial can a tie be than a loss going down the road?
I mean, it's essentially half a win. The way they break it down.
Yeah.
So, like, instead of being 1-3 today, you're 1.5 and 2.5. And so... Plus, for tie-breaking purposes, it makes it a lot easier to look at, right?
So
it's more beneficial, Bobby, to have a tie than a loss.
Is definitely more beneficial.
It's more beneficial to the standings. It's not more beneficial to what you're trying to establish with this team and the foundation of what they're trying to be.
So when the Cowboys had 2nd and 7 at the Green Bay 39, and they threw that pass to Tolbert, that gave them a 92.7% chance of winning the game.
Wow.
Okay, you get to 2nd and goal at the 4, and it's already down to 83%. And then you get to 3rd and goal, and it's at 72.7. When you kick the field goal, it only goes to 75.5. So their win probability went up 3-ish points. But I don't think that's I bet you if they did get the touchdown, it would have gone to 90%. But if they missed, obviously, yeah, it decreases. But it wasn't a grand increase in win probability.
Did you kind of hate the play on third down, though?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. I don't know what was going on there.
All right. Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby, but the way I understand it is maybe you win the game, maybe you lose the game because you went for it on fourth down. But the whole message has been compete for everything, compete for every play. And his message could be like, hey, we're either going to win this game or we're going to lose this game, but we're going to go for it. And Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the disappointment right there. Instead, he was
that's
like,
what you get from Dan Campbell, right?
Yes.
Dan Campbell is like, we're whatever.
For better or worse.
Next time, y'all better be better whenever we do this.
I thought he was. I thought in that moment he's going to be stone cold killer, and he's going to go. We're going to do this, and I'm setting a tone for what kind of a football team we're going to be moving forward, and how we're going to win and lose football games, and it's by not leaving anything on the table. It's by being aggressive and going for things. And then instead it was, let's kick a 22-yard field goal.
What about the extra point versus 2 points earlier in the game, mathematically?
Yeah, no, I just heard you guys talking about that. I am actually in agreement with Nick Eatman. I really don't like chasing that point before maybe midway through the third. Some people will say the fourth quarter. I'm okay with it. But right there, 13-9, 13-10, that doesn't really, I don't think that is a big deal at that point.
From a math perspective, though, I'm gonna hit you in your heart.
Yeah.
From a math perspective, though, I mean, it's the you get the field goal, you miss the field, or you get the extra point, you miss the extra point. You need a touchdown regardless.
Right.
You get the 2-point conversion, you need a field goal, and yeah, you're just assuming at that point. Like at that point, you have to assume that there's not going to be any more points scored, or this may be the score that we're looking at as we head into the final drive, and you've put yourself in a position to change what you need.
You're right. My counter to that, and I think people miss this all of the time, is they don't look at what happens in the rest of the game. So, like, you just kick the extra point, and so it's 13-9. They kick a field goal, you're good to go, all right? You're going to be able to tie the game with a touchdown, whereas if you don't get it, now all of a sudden you're in a situation where you have to go for 2 if you score a touchdown to tie. I will never be a fan of chasing a point before midway through the third quarter, unless it's like a game against Iowa and you know the final score is going to be like 15-13, then maybe I'd think about it in college football.
If you kick the extra point, you're still chasing a point.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I have the point.
No,
you're going off
now
the assumption.
You're chasing the other point that you would have had you gone for 2.
You say would have had, but
could have had.
Okay,
because you know what? Here's the thing: people never take into account. You could miss the extra point.
You could.
Nobody ever takes that into account when they don't go for 2.
It's just the percentages.
Sure.
Obviously,
Aubrey's different. He's a cheat code. Still,
I
bad
understand.
snap, fumble, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
You know,
I understand the logic.
Land shark. You never know what's going to happen.
Why does the time left in the game matter? Like, wouldn't you want as much time to make up that point? Wouldn't you want as much time to make up that point potentially as you could?
That actually is one point where I will break away from the math is math just a little bit, because I think from a common sense perspective, it doesn't make any sense to chase the point that early, because now people will be like, oh, you're just a field goal away. And you're like, okay, awesome. There's 8 minutes left in the second quarter. Like, it's going to play out in ways.
Do you think it affects your judgment too on other things?
Absolutely, because then all of a sudden you find yourself in a position where you have to go for 2 again. And we've seen this plenty of times. Okay, and that's a different deal. If you want to switch your philosophy to that every single time, we can have that conversation. But you've seen games where a field goal has won the game because another team chased those missed PATs or those missed 2-point conversions, and they could have been tied.
Corey, let's dumb this down to end this. This way, all this math is way above. I checked out like 4 minutes ago.
You asked the question.
I know, but I relied on you to fill the airtime and answer it, which you guys
you did a great job.
You guys did a nice job.
Proud of you.
I'm assuming your info was correct. Were you fine with the Rangers losing for the Astros to miss, or is that a loser fan mentality?
I mean, the season was lost a long time ago for me. So you can say loser fan mentality, but the Astros are out of it.
Yeah.
And that brings me some extra joy.
Yeah.
Did the way it ended
I needed some joy.
Extra joy?
A little bit.
Does anyone think it was intentional?
I don't. There's no way I think it was actually... Even if it was, F off. The people who are upset about it, the people who are like, oh, y'all did that on purpose. You lost enough games to not be in the playoffs. That's your damn fault, not ours. Get over it.
Yeah. Plus, we're 81-81. What makes you think that this team can just control?
Turn it on and off, baby.
Yeah.
All right, we're back tomorrow with Jerry at 8:30. The K&C Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday is next.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
from Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And Alec was so disgusted by the result last night right here on 105.3 The Fan. He said, I would rather go to the dentist office than be on this show, which is a little hurtful. But in his stead, we have Kevin Walker. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. My question for you to start this off, are you positive about the tie, negative about the tie, or neutral, as the tie would lead one to believe?
I think I'm neutral because there's a lot of things that are negative about this game. Like, just a lot of things that
just like the defense.
The defense was a negative just in general. The offense was an absolute Nick Harris posted that the Cowboys offense is number 1 and the Cowboys defense is number 32, like in certain rankings. You are the best and the worst, essentially. Like, it's a struggle. And that was last night. Last night's game was you are the best and also the worst at the exact same time. And I wanted to walk in today and say I saw moments that led me to believe that this defense is going to be okay. Because there were some things that I was like, oh, that's the first time we've done that. And it didn't feel like they just gave up 70, 80-yard bombs the whole game. It was just like 15-plus yard bombs. You know,
Sure.
like that's what it was.
Some of the game.
Yeah.
But
So I wanted to come away from that with that kind of feeling. But then the outcome is you still couldn't get a stop when you needed to. So that's the biggest thing is Broadus has been saying this a lot about the Micah trade. You don't have a closer. You don't have a guy that can close out a game for you.
Right.
And last night, when you had many, many opportunities to get the stop that you needed because you knew your offense could do their job, you weren't able to get the stop you needed. And that's an unfortunate thing for the team. So that's the negative side of it. But the positive side is your offense was really good and got points most of every time you needed it last night. They stepped up. And Wanye Thomas needs more playing time.
Yes, obviously I agree with that. Wanye Thomas and James Houston need more playing time. All right, I'm going to go to if we have the blocked extra point and returned for 2, that would be fantastic. All right, so I'm a positive, and here's why. And that's why I just kind of wanted to gauge people's reactions because I can understand how a lot of people would be negative. I'm positive because leading into this play, so it's 13-0. It looks like you are going to get your ass kicked in this game, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if that ends up looking like 34-6 or whatever the case is. But it looks like you're going to get wiped out after you got wiped out in your last game and you needed a miracle field goal to beat a not very good team, although maybe they changed that narrative, the Giants, yesterday. But I just saw the next 3 months and I was like, God, it's going to be great for the draft, but it's going to be miserable for watching football. And so leading up to this play, I thought it was going to be the worst day. And then you did get a little spark.
McManus for the extra point. Catch blocked. And they can return this for 2 points. And here comes Bell, and he's going to do it. All the way down the right sideline. That's a 2-point return for the Cowboys safety, Marquise Bell. It was blocked by Wanye Thomas.
And so that's the reason why I'm positive, is I thought that you were just going to get annihilated in this game. Because I just want to point out one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Okay. Because people keep talking about the Cowboys offense. And I'm here for that eventually. But, let's not lose sight. In the first quarter, that offense looked terrible. Their first 3 drives, they ran a total of 11 plays for 25 yards. So let's not pretend like this was a shootout the entire way. It looked like it was going to be a one-way shootout, and that's why I go back to it. I'm good with the tie because I thought you were going to get smashed as this game went along.
Yeah, you're good with it because you do this frequently, and I don't know how many Tolos out there no, I said what I said 2 weeks ago, and I'm stuck with it, and I'm staying there. I'm never going to change my mind. Just you say every week your expectations change.
Yes.
Where
Yes.
you're like, new information has been had. I will now base my deduction off the information that is new. And now that doesn't mean that you take away everything that you knew before.
not
It's
at
just,
all.
okay, this showed me something different that I had not seen. And this season, Kevin, there have been a lot of things that we haven't seen from this team that I think we saw last night. So I think that's where you're positive is because your expectation was so bad about what this game was going to turn out to be. You thought Micah's going to have 7 sacks. We're going to get embarrassed on the stage in front of everybody. Jerry might just leave the stadium before the game's even over at halftime. It's like you thought all the bad things, and it turned out to be not so bad.
Yeah, and by the way,
my expectation changed in the fourth quarter when I thought we had a chance to win it.
See, and that's a little tricky, and we can go back to make those comparisons to the Philly game because I totally understand that. By the way, apparently I am not alone in thinking that we were going to get murder, death, killed in that
right there with
game
you.
last night from the 2-1-4. Oh, damn, I missed that part. That is cool, though. And from the 2-1-0, I literally turned the game off when they scored the second touchdown. I missed the block and everything afterwards because I thought it was going to be an annihilation. And from the 3-2-1 ties are when you have two teams that aren't good enough to win. I'll tell you what, though, I don't think that's a bad thing. And maybe we save this conversation for another time. But the idea that Green Bay might not be that great is a huge positive for the Cowboys. And I know they started off like world beaters in the first 2 weeks, but take a look at that last 2 weeks where Green Bay is 0-1-1 in games against Cleveland and Dallas. That might not bode well for the rest of their season. And the worse they do, the better off your draft picks are going to be as you try to build something. Because I don't think anyone is under the illusion right now that this Cowboys team is like ready to do anything of note.
But there's still plenty of season left.
That is true.
I agree.
I will concede that.
Listen, there's a couple things. One, Jerry's continued pitch of the Herschel Walker trade and this trade being similar. I get what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
It is starting to get to a point where I'm like, okay, dude, like, but understand, you're selling hope again.
Yeah.
Whenever that happened, we were like, what are you doing? And then hope happened afterwards. You're selling us hope before you even get any players or any thought on what you're going to do with those picks and all that. So that is where I'm like, okay, stop that. But also, Kevin, this dude will not stop taking jabs at Micah Parsons. Before the game last night, he had already told us on Friday, whenever he hopped on with us, he was like, guys, we had Micah for 4 years, no damn Super Bowl. And then 3 different times on Sunday on this station, on NBC, he probably tweeted it out. He was just like, hey, don't forget, we didn't win a Super Bowl with Micah, everybody. So don't forget, if y'all are going to boo me, don't forget he didn't do anything either. And then after the game, he's like, and that's why I kept Dak Prescott and not Micah Parsons, because Micah can't do what Dak just did out there. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this dude just stays taking shots at this guy.
Right. No, it is a fascinating strategy.
But Micah didn't do anything.
Yeah, you know what?
He didn't have as much. Okay, he didn't have as much of an impact on the game as I thought, but he did have an impact on the game because Schottenheimer had to come up with a plan to keep him out of the game.
Okay.
And Schottenheimer did a really good job of scheming and coming up with the plan against this defense.
All right, that is a great point. I think, at least at the very end, a little debatable because you're right. Micah Parsons did not have the impact that I thought he would. But do you think if you're Micah Parsons or if you're the Packers, they're like, except at the very end when he needed to make the biggest impact, and he did. Like whether or not you're
dead on.
If you think Dak was going to score on that play, you go back and look at it. It looks like there was going to be a hit with Dak and the defender at about the 1.5, 2 yard line. I personally could see a way that Dak breaks out a little bit further to the left before the corner can cut back in to cut him off. And I absolutely think Dak could have scored on that play. If you disagree, that's fine. I think reasonable people can disagree on that. But what you can't disagree on is Micah Parsons getting the tackle sack was able to stop that possibility from happening. So you're right. For most of the day.
Did you call that a tackle sack?
Tackle sack. And that's what I'm going to stick
tack?
with. Yeah, exact. Or a sackle. I don't know if that will catch on.
It's spelled T-S-A-C-K. The S is silent, though.
Okay, I kind of like that. But that had the potential of breaking up a play that could have scored a touchdown and could have changed the trajectory of the rest of the game. So you're right. Most of the day, I mean, he was solid and he was getting some pressure, but I was worried that this was going to be like a disaster. And then at the very end, he made a key play.
There were times on third down, definite passing situations that he got in there and made something happen where Dak was like, oh, crap. There were definite moments when that happened. Other than that, they did a pretty good job. I really thought Schottenheimer offensively, because this is his baby, right? Like, this offensive game he's the play caller. He's calling it for himself now. He had to be good last night, because what we saw against Chicago 2 weeks ago, you're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
I know CeeDee Lamb got hurt, but you can't come up with anything else in between here. And then last night, the plan I thought was very good. He looked like he was in his bag in play calling. And Kevin, add into, it does look like he and Dak are not just on the same page, but think alike when it comes to what they want to accomplish offensively. Man, that the call whenever he pointed his fingers one direction, gave Javonte Williams the run, and he did some really good audibling last night. I thought there were a lot of positives to take away from this game. Unfortunately, you don't have an outcome that gives you a finality result that makes you feel good.
You brought up another thing that I think is very, very interesting and very fair. As the game goes along, it's totally fine to change your expectations. Like you talked about it, I feel this is my world philosophy. I think you should be able to change your opinion when new information is presented to you, and you don't have to just stay stuck with one thing no matter what. But as the game went along, it became clear that not only were you in this game, that you could win this game. The shocking turn of events to end the first half, and we can get to that in the next segment, that just changed my entire perception. But most of the second half, you were right in this game. I believe there was 5 lead changes, and you were right in this game. And I understand that people who feel negative today because they think either you should have won the game in regulation or you go back, and I will always think that you should have won a game where you force the team to a fourth and the game's over if you don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like any team that I follow in football, there will never, ever be a game in which my defense is facing a fourth down, and if you can make one stop, you win the game. I will never not be disappointed if you don't win that game. Now, I know you didn't lose it, but you didn't win it. And so I understand people's expectations might have changed throughout the game. And to your point about Philly, it was the same thing. I was frustrated when that game was over because I was like, man, you should have won that game. And I understand all frustration from yesterday of, man, you should have won that game.
I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. Somebody did ask, are y'all going to change it to Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because Cowboys tie because?
You know what? That is a great question that I had not considered. But you know what? This Friday, book it.
I'm gonna take out from this game, and I'm going to need to see more consistency from it. But I think George Pickens might be a stud. For some other team down the road, probably. But for last night's game, you needed him to do some special things, and Dak trusted him.
Right.
More than anything, I think that Dak needed to trust him because, hey, I guess what? I'm going to put the ball up in the air. Well, guess what? I'm going to go take it out of the sky for you, Dak.
Right.
All right. You know what? I'll trust you the next time and the next time. But you make those drops, he's not going to trust you. But I come away from this game going, man, They did something good with George Pickens last night too. What and was that score gone?
Yes, it was from the 4-6-9. Look, let's just talk about it real quick right now. NFL scoregami, quit being cowards and post it. Maybe you've posted it in the last 30 minutes, but you didn't post it last night. You didn't post it this morning. What, did those people go to sleep? I love the scoregami account, but they quit standing
Maybe they
on
don't
their
know.
business.
Maybe they don't know. Maybe because it's not a win.
Well,
or
I
a
know.
loss.
If I know, you should know. Because contrary to popular belief, we did not invent scoregami. Did we bring it? Far greater public perception than it had ever had? Yes, but we did not invent it. That's a scoregami, so I guess there's that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I see people continue to send in this text. What to do about the defense. Believe it or not, I saw a couple of bright spots, but I'm with you. I also saw
We'll just fix it.
Yeah, Rich. Next right here on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, come here a little bit.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, for the tie of 34 yards on the right hash. The kick's away from 34. It's good, and the game ends in a tie. They tie at 40.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, to answer important Cowboys and social media questions of the day, we've brought in Sean Sharif because he demanded more airtime. Sean, most importantly, after the tie, you said you were not satisfied. Were you able to get satisfaction before you came into work today?
No, my wife was asleep.
Oh, my God.
So that's the only place that I would attain that.
That's good. You're a good husband.
Answer's
good
no.
Job. Good job.
Well, if I was really going to be like RJ in halftime.
Oh, interesting.
Rain delay. He took advantage of that rain delay earlier in the season, and I'm not exaggerating.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, that was smart on his part.
Is that information you wanted to know?
I knew that already because
Okay.
I did hear that on the show. My wife went to bed 12 seconds before the game was over, and then she was like, "Why didn't you come to bed last night?"
Yeah, she
And I was
knew
like,
all 12 seconds is all it took.
Oh, my God.
Look, hey.
No, unfulfilled.
I'm in for a race.
Yeah.
Unfulfilled.
Yeah.
But I'm blaming the NFL. Bobby's mad at Brian Schottenheimer. He was personally hurt this morning.
Because that was his guy.
Yeah.
Do you think he can win that trust back?
Yeah, I'm sure he keeps complimenting him while insulting me.
You have to admit that was pretty funny on Friday, though.
Yeah, it was funny, but it's kind of getting not funny.
Oh.
It's happened twice, and like 3 times he's kind of keeps going there, and I'm sorry, kind of rooting against him. He's going to become my McCarthy to Bobby if Brian Schottenheimer keeps it up.
Do you think that Shotty let down Dak last night?
Great question. I think yes. Obviously, if you ask Dak, I was looking on the 55 cuts that we had on the audio sheet, and I was like, where are all the questions to Jerry and Shotty about not going for it on 4th down? I know if there was a question on there to Dak, he would have said, yes, absolutely.
I wanna go for it, yeah.
We need to go ahead and go for it. So, yeah, I bet Dak is a little bit disappointed. I understand why Schottenheimer did it, and I feel like it was like 60-40 today, maybe even a little bit more than 60% that were okay with taking the points.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm in a weird place where that 3rd down play looked so ridiculous, and Dak just said F it and chucked it up into the stands.
Yep.
I was starting to think they were exhausted.
Broken drive.
They were done, and Dak was done because he had to run right before that and have the sack in his body. I thought that Shotty just kind of went, nah, let's get the points and get off the field, guys. Y'all don't have it left anyway. I don't know, though. I wasn't on the field. So
How much time was left when the Cowboys kicked the field goal? Is there any way he was thinking
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, so
that's too much.
But you're not. No, but I'm trying to think. Was Schottenheimer trying to think of having a possession after Green Bay's, or is that's not enough time?
No, that is enough time, especially when
Green Bay is only going to take them a Corey Majors 12 seconds to score,
exactly,
and then we'll get it. You know what I mean?
It is enough time, but like NFL teams are so good at manipulating the time to bend to their whim. Like, Green Bay scored fast because they needed to score fast at the end of the regulation. And he had to have known that they would be able to bleed the clock out.
Man, 43 seconds, yeah.
I just feel like you take some points to give you the possible win versus not getting it and having the automatic loss. To me, it's an automatic loss if you come away with nothing.
I agree. So
especially if your defense can't stop anybody.
Well, we know
they were Swiss cheese.
Yeah, it would have helped if they had one stop in the second half to justify putting them out there, but we all knew they were screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone tweeted me going, "Have you ever felt more terrified? It's so sad how terrified we are with 43 seconds left." We all know it's inevitable.
Yeah, look, I hear that. By the way, we did get confirmation that Malik Neighbors does have a torn ACL out for the rest of the year. I know that was looking the way it went yesterday. I don't disagree with your thought at all that you don't get the field goal or you go for it and you don't score. You're going to lose the game. I agree with that. Is this not a team? I guess this is my perception. This team is not good enough to play like that. I think that they're kind of the inferior team theory. Like, you want to play one game instead of best of three. You want to go for two instead of forcing overtime, going back to regulation.
Steal things.
Yeah, exactly. So,
smoke and mirrors.
So for me, I'm like, hey, that last play was a bust. We're going for it. So either we get it and we got a real shot to win this thing, or we don't, and let's pray for the best for a defense that hadn't made a stop in the second half. I guess that's my perception of this team, is they weren't good enough to kick a field goal there.
I don't disagree. I wonder what happened, because I was getting ready to do star up, star down at halftime, and I was getting ready to say Eberflus adjustment, star up, because after that 13-0 lead, it's like, oh, there's some pressure, and Collinsworth is talking about blitzing and Justin Houston in front four, and that totally gets wiped out in the whole second half.
Yeah, there was a play where Collinsworth, they were on the goal line, Cowboys defense, and he's like, they have stood up, and he's getting all excited, and then Jacobs runs in for a touchdown. And you're like, okay, well, maybe they stood up for that last play. That was,
and I think that the play that you just said, I think that's what disappointed me the most, is one of your calling cards has been the rushing defense when you really needed it. And when you really needed it, they were able to take advantage of it after, like you said, Josh Jacobs had been mostly shut down.
The other thing that Bobby is not taking into account is Schottenheimer and the organization's view, as that's why I asked you for your math wizardry and crosstalk. A tie is better than a loss. Well, from a fan perspective, we're half team. I'm like half team tank, but half. All right, let me hold out some hope until I have to be team tank.
I get it.
So I'd rather the loss than the tie myself right now today.
Because then you could push more into the team tank category.
Push me in a direction.
That's fair.
Push me in a place.
But at the same point,
don't put your hands on me, Corey.
I agree with all of that. But don't you think the Cowboys are kind of doing what the Rangers tried to do? Is like, hey, let's shorten the season and still have a chance. Like, let's shorten the season as much as we can and still have a chance. And that's what they did with the tie. This is one of the things I just.
And I don't blame them for that. Absolutely.
That's why Jerry keeps talking about the Herschel Walker trade. Don't forget that we have all these picks.
We can use these picks now.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that. I would be stunned if that happened. But I will say this. I don't know how much this conversation came up on your show, and it's probably a talk for another day. But if you look at those picks for Green Bay is 0-1-1 in their last two games against the combination of Cleveland and Dallas, to which I don't think anyone thinks either one of those teams is really, really good. So I wonder if this is going to be something that sends Green Bay.
They're in a tough division, too.
Not to a bad season, but like if they finish the year 8-1, like let's all throw a party because now maybe that return looks a little bit better.
You want to hear my ridiculous thought?
Yes.
The tie was part of the Micah Parsons trade.
We'll
give you Micah.
Is this a Cooper
but
flag?
when y'all play us on week 4, we have to tie.
Future schedule real quick for Green Bay while we're trying to sync them.
Because we all want them to be terrible.
Of course. Cincinnati at Lambeau.
Win.
That's a win for Green Bay. Packers at Cardinals.
Ooh,
Packers at Steelers. Okay. Panthers at Packers. So 3 of their next 4 look pretty easy.
It's the end of the season that really picks up for them, except for the Ravens, who have given up more points than the Cowboys.
Okay, I'm with you on that. But would you not have said you could have factored in these last 2 games, and those are pretty easy games. They were favored in both of those road games. They were favored by a touchdown in this game. And that's the other reason I'm more positive than neutral or negative today is I thought you were going to get your doors blown off in this game. I really did.
Yeah, I lost a lot of money thinking that.
Look, The fact that Underdog has expanded it now out to making team picks is a great thing for all of us.
No, well,
maybe not this team pick.
Yeah.
All right. I could see how
They wouldn't let me pick the points. It was only the.
I don't understand why that wasn't on yours.
Yeah.
But that was really
Isn't it
weird.
frightening, though, how good Vegas is? A lot of times we'll do odds on the show and this and that. And I'm like, odds talk numbers, but they really are the experts. In spreads.
Yeah.
In terms of the spreads, I was getting every text message. Oh, you should have bet 3,000, not 300. They're going to lose by 50. They're going to get destroyed. It was 13-0. We all thought it was over.
100%.
Done. So I'm just not feeling great this morning because I know the reality of the defense for the whole year now. At least after the Eagle game, I had a little bit more optimism because of the unknown. All right, was it the first half or the second half? Well, now we know the defense sucks.
Yes.
And the defense is not getting fixed. And the likelihood of Dak playing like that and them dropping 40 every week is low. So the only thing I know about the year is it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be a wild ride into probably no playoffs.
I'm relatively pleased with Reddy Stewart. I think Diggs looked a little bit better last night.
I thought Trayvon Diggs did just fine yesterday.
I think when Bland gets his feet under himself a little more, he's going to be better, and the secondary can be better. I think the linebacker play right now is atrocious.
Yeah.
And I honestly, the front four, I'm relatively pleased with. So now, that doesn't say that the Bears game wasn't miserable. That was. The Giants game was miserable too. I think they can get better, but I don't know how they're going to get better at the linebacker position before the season.
Overshown.
Fingers crossed.
All right,
right?
so at the end of November, maybe we'll hold out for that. Leafau, if he could.
He's just got to keep his head.
Yeah.
Man, and he made me look stupid.
Yeah.
Stupider. My gosh, I had my hand up as part of the fan club. Get him on the field.
He's fun.
Me too.
Get
Me
the
too.
other out of there.
That was a
get
bad.
him
That was a dumb play.
Shampoo endorser, but not just the dumb play. He had a total whiff.
Missed tackles
right before.
Yeah.
So
this
we're
team
all
isn't a good
screaming.
tackling team right now.
Yeah, when you have your guy, get him out there. What are you doing? And then you're like, no, never mind.
That's how I felt about Wanye Thomas when he made the block and then he needed to get out there. I was feeling really gung-ho. Then maybe there was one play that I was like, hey, it's not going to be perfect. All right? It's not. And this is where I wonder if, because going into the game, a lot of people were like, oh, the Cowboys could be 0-3. And I was like, I hear you, but they could be 2-1. Like, they absolutely, Brandon Aubrey is always there to save the day like he did against the Giants, but they could have won that Eagles game. I'm sure they walk out of this game thinking they could have won. And I think that's the problem when you talk about the split nature of going for it versus team tank. I guarantee you, especially the Jones family, is like, hey, we're 1-2-1, but we could be 3-1. And that's a problem if you want them to kind of lean into, hey, let's get a top 5 pick.
What do you think the Jets spread is for next week? Have you seen it?
I have not. I would say Cowboys are on the road. Cowboys by 1.5.
What do you think, Corey?
Jets by 2.
Cowboys by 1.5. So favored right now. Let's scout them tonight, Monday Night Football.
I mean, but like, how much is that spread really going to move against considering who they're playing?
I'm calling this the Culture Bowl.
Oh, I like it.
A lot of people are going to mock. I fall for the culture stuff all the time. Choppy's dead inside, so he's not really, he kind of rolls the eyes. A lot of the media in town mocked all of us loving the shoddy press conferences, and of course, we have them every single Friday. But this is Brian Schottenheimer versus Mr. Aaron Glenn. It was all culture.
Yeah.
Total culture. This the Culture Bowl.
Okay, who's your pick in the Culture Bowl?
I'm not going to give away.
Man, it's Monday. We just played a game. Let's focus on that game first.
24-hour rule, dude.
Yeah, we'll get to Monday. Next Monday.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Is it still the 24-hour rule
Kevin,
after a tie?
Kevin, I like to wallow. I'm a wallower.
You brought up the spread.
I gotta go.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Sharif. Now that's an ender.
That was good.
That was good. That was Corey Major's gotcha point right there, and it really did work out super well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk more about the Cowboys, of course. But what I also want to know, what was your most surprising or interesting result across the rest of the NFL yesterday? That and more Cowboys next on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And they're at the 28, and they need a touchdown. Snap to Prescott, back and standing, and fires it left, and it's caught. Pickens circles away. 10, 5, Pickens, pylon, Pickens. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk some more about the Cowboys, but also what was the most surprising or interesting result of the NFL weekend, and then also our apologies to all the people having problems with the app right now. We have alerted the proper people to get that fixed up, so sorry for the inconvenience this morning.
So here's some options for you.
Tell me.
YouTube.
Fact.
Twitch. Terrestrial radio. Or maybe you call a friend and just have them play it for you, and you listen on your phone that way. But I would say go to YouTube first.
Okay.
My first option.
And, everybody else's YouTube that and every other terrestrial
Yeah, tell
radio.
everybody to pull up
Make it
YouTube
happen.
right now and put it on 105.3 The Fan's YouTube.
All right.
Or else.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let's start with cut number 4 if we can. I think this might have been the most interesting result of the weekend because we talked going into it Colts-Rams, learn if the Colts were for real, and you kind of walk away. It wasn't a tie, but kind of a split decision in terms of they lost, but I feel like they should have won, if not maybe in particular for this one player.
Jones down the sideline, one-on-one. Oh, what a catch! Adonai Mitchell down the sideline, turning on the speed, and a little stiff arm ushering into the end zone for a Colts touchdown. But did he lose the ball going out of the end zone before he crossed the goal line?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did, and one of the dumbest rules in sports reigns from that. Also, he was responsible for a holding penalty that wiped out a touchdown. So the Colts lose, but should they have won?
Are you going to blame it only on him, though? Daniel Jones did throw 2 interceptions.
No, that is true. And then they gave up, what was it, an 88-yard touchdown as well? So,
Dude, that Tutu Atwell 88-yard. He had 1 catch.
Yeah.
1 target, 1 catch, 88 yards, and a touchdown.
That's called maximizing your minutes.
Yeah, it is. And Matthew Stafford looked like brilliant. I don't know if Matthew Stafford will ever get the respect that he probably deserves in his career. Like he was good in Detroit. It's just he was in Detroit and they weren't ready yet.
Yeah.
And then he looks like he's still a master of the position. He can still throw the ball like crazy too from lots of different arm angles, and he sees the game so well. So that was a really good job. Daniel Jones, Kevin, yesterday there were a couple times I was like, what a hell of a throw. Like what an amazing throw. There were throws yesterday that I never saw in New York. Deep ball throws that I was like, he used to put one up and it would just float. And then at the end of the game, when he threw that interception, it was a very Daniel Jones throw that I was expected.
Sure.
Or used to. But man, that was an interesting game between those two yesterday. I got to give the Colts a lot of credit. Their defense is pretty good too.
And they walk out of that game, for me, I'm sure they do not believe in any moral victory out of this, or certainly not a moral tie. But they have to walk. I feel good about the Colts going forward. Now, does that mean that they're going to get like a top 2 seed in the AFC? I don't know about that, but this might be the first time that I've really taken them seriously. But by the way, if you wanted to hear what maximizing your minutes sounds like, go ahead and give me cut number 5. And this is Tutu Atwell just destroying the defense.
Drives in his career. Trying to start one here, and he's got Atwell all alone. Tutu Atwell, and it's 2-2 goodbye.
How long do you think he was preparing that call?
I think that it just popped into his head and he said whatever he thought.
Okay.
Because you don't do something that bad by
What?
like intentionally.
The hell you say? That's your opinion.
Kevin, by the way, Jordan Schultz just tweeted this out and regarding Malik Neighbors' torn ACL.
Yep.
Both Odell Beckham and Malik Neighbors suffered season-ending injuries at MetLife Stadium to the Chargers.
Oh.
Both of them.
And this is where we're having our World Cup final?
Exactly. Needs to be at AT&T.
Still
is what
time
you're
to
saying.
make that happen.
There
Yeah.
is the time.
Hey, maybe we'll get the women's final in 2031. Go ahead and mark that. All right. Now, you mentioned it. The cost of getting a clutch victory. So it feels like every single week there is a result in the NFL that defies all logic and reason. Last week, it was Cleveland defeating Green Bay. By the way, Cleveland got back to Clevelanding. Sorry, Derek, and they got annihilated by the Lions.
I think that Detroit got back to Detroiting.
Okay.
I'm like that. I understand what you're saying there. Cleveland is going to just be a 10-point team for the rest of the year, but Detroit they're in a mindset right now of we're not letting with that Green Bay game bring our season down.
Now, the Giants beat the Chargers, which is shocking for many reasons, but Malik Neighbors, he does have a torn ACL. He's out for the rest of the year. Also for the Chargers, if you want to add injury to insult, I guess if we're going to switch that up, Joe Alt was carted off with an ankle injury, they have their own set of problems on the offensive line. So,
which is going to happen.
Sure.
This league, that is what this league is, right?
No, that is true. Look, you can look at the Vikings right now and several other teams who could see that their season might get taken down by injuries on the offensive line.
Jackson Dart was not amazing by any means. He was good enough to get the win.
He had a run that was amazing.
Yes, he did. He was good enough to get the win. Justin Herbert was poor in this game, but I think the Giants did a really good job of forcing that. But this is the Giants getting a win with Jackson Dart re-energized.
Yes.
Like re-energizing them. I don't know if I love that.
Oh, okay. I agree that they did look re-energized, but then don't you wonder if this will kill all of the energy, the Malik Neighbors injury coming out of it?
It can, but they did most of that. Most of that win was without him.
Yeah, I see
what you're saying there, because they were probably starting to think, man, just imagining the things we can do. And now they can't do those. They got to turn to somebody else, and it's going to be Cam Scadaboo that they turn to.
Oh, look out, Bobby. Now, one of the bigger games of the day, even though neither team had the most captivating record in the world, was the Ravens and the Chiefs. Now, this game ended up not being particularly competitive whatsoever.
And you have to have some concerns coming away from it.
Now, that's a great point, because maybe that's the most interesting result of the weekend. Not necessarily just because the Chiefs had a dominant victory and they were able to essentially make sure that Derrick Henry didn't matter in the second half of the football game. But it also re-raises a question about the Ravens is what are they going to do, especially if they get into the playoffs, if they fall into an early hole?
Yeah.
Because, that team will love to run the ball, although I know Lamar Jackson can throw it just fine. But they love to run the ball. But when you see them fall into an early hole, they don't run their way out of it.
The only team that's given up more points than the Cowboys
is that right?
Baltimore, 133. The Cowboys have given up 132. So in your face, Baltimore.
Wow.
Kevin, I see where you're going with the Baltimore thing, because that's where you want to focus there. I'm focusing on what Kansas City did offensively. But you're right. This Baltimore team, it mostly was just put it all on the arms and shoulders of Lamar Jackson, and we'll figure it out from there. But we got to play good, stout defense. They're not doing that at all. And they've played some really good offenses to start. That is a reality. They have played some good offenses. Kansas City wasn't going into this game.
Sure.
They got back to what they were. Maybe it's because of Baltimore a little bit. But man, we talk so much about who's Patrick Mahomes' number one target. He doesn't have a number one target. In this kind of game, this is where he's at his best. Let me go throw at least 4 targets to 6 different receivers. That's when Patrick Mahomes is at his best. If those guys can execute their catches, and Xavier Worthy's and Hollywood Browns and Schusters, all those guys getting a little extra too.
Hey, if you could save the use of the word execute until the noon segment, that would be really great.
Gotcha.
By the way, Patrick Mahomes passes Aaron Rodgers for the quickest to 250 touchdown passes. He did it in 5 fewer games than Aaron Rodgers. He had a season high. The Chiefs had a season high 380 yards offense, a dominant victory. But as you said, perhaps the biggest story coming out of all of this is the Lamar Jackson hamstring injury, especially since Harbaugh refused to say, had the game been competitive, if he would have been available. Because like that, I think a lot of people kind of thought he'd be like, oh yeah, probably. But he was like, I'm not going to talk about that.
He probably felt better being like, I had to turn to Cooper Rush. What was I supposed to do?
So there might be concern about the time you're going to miss. And don't you always wonder, how do you fix your hamstring? You rest it.
A guy that can run and has a powerful arm. Joe Milton. Just saying, if they really want a kind of similar style dude
for Joe Milton,
only going to cost you 2 firsts. It's a quarterback, so it's a very high important position.
Definitely nobody's giving you 2 firsts for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on The Fan.
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on perhaps the most unique Cowboys Monday in the history of the franchise, or at least for a really, really, really long time. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, what am I supposed to make of all of this?
Well, you know, when I was leaving the press box to go down to the field, I guess there was two ways to look at it. People in the elevator were all Packer fans, and they were bemoaning, and one guy goes, well, look at it this way. At least it wasn't a loss. And then I'm thinking, and then on the Cowboys, and they were relieved, right? And then I'm looking at the Cowboys side, and it's like, well, they're really disappointed because they didn't win.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of summed up the feelings probably from both teams that, you know, the Cowboys won the game, 3 times?
Yep.
And then didn't win in the end.
Yeah.
And I think there was a lot of disappointment. You could see it on Brian Schottenheimer's face, you know, when he came in and, you know, he tried to, you know, put on a sort of a happy face that he was proud of the guys, how hard they fought and continued to fight no matter what was going wrong, and, you know, managed to, you know, hang in there. But, nobody likes a tie. And I think that probably summed up the feeling in the locker room afterwards.
Did you get a reasoning on why they decided on the field goal in overtime instead of maybe trying to go for it?
On 4th down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know, you had to do what you can do to at least take the lead, right?
Okay.
I think that, you know, the way the defense was playing, you know, if you failed, where were you at? The 4-yard line, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. They had confidence that they could stop a 50-yard drive
to get
right
a field
before
goal.
they get a field goal.
Devil's advocate on that, do you think it would have been right to have confidence in them that they could have stopped a touchdown?
Well, no. I see what you're saying. Well, maybe they should have, because they did.
They did. No, you're right. But I guess that was my feeling in the moment, and I don't want to change my opinion based on the result, because like that feels really lazy. I wanted them to go for it just because, and I totally understand your point about getting points. At that point, I guess I did not have any confidence in the defense to prevent a touchdown.
Right. Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but, you know, if you didn't get it, then, you know,
you were going to lose.
Like,
Yeah,
then you're
for
gonna
sure.
lose,
I agree.
Right?
Yes.
Even if, because did they? I was going to count it up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. They scored on 5 consecutive possessions.
Yikes.
In the second half. But you know what? The Cowboys scored on 5 of 6 consecutive possessions from the second quarter on.
Look.
So, but I think, you know, you probably got a feeling that they were at the 5-yard line and they ran 3 plays and really didn't come close to scoring.
It was pretty clunky.
Right? It was like, oh, you're first and goal at the 5, right? And they couldn't get it in. And that probably didn't give you confidence that, well, we're 0 for 3. We're going to go 1 for 4.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that was probably the prudent thing to do.
Just because I want it to work doesn't mean it's magically going to be more effective. Yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that.
The George Pickens, the confidence that Dak got in him last night, how much did that grow?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think he had confidence in him the whole time. I think a lot of other people might not have had confidence in him to be able to step up and play the you know, that was the bar tart. You know, you could sit here and go, well, we didn't have Cooper Beebe, we didn't have Tyler Booker, we didn't have CeeDee Lamb on offense. We had part of Trayvon Diggs out there. and you sit there, and then you lost Malik Hooker during the game, right? Second quarter, I think it was. And you're sitting there going, but you know what? I had Dak Prescott, and I had George Pickens, and I had Javonte Williams, and Convante Turpin, and hey, remember Jalen Tolbert? And they had these other guys that stepped up. T.J. Bass, you didn't hear his name much at all.
Which
Brock
is usually
Hoffman.
a good thing. Yeah.
Right, because they, I think one time Bass might have whiffed on something. But they didn't get a sack until overtime.
And that was a
then
questionable
you lost,
sack.
Yeah, and, no yards, and, it's like the play broke down and you're kind of running for your life to get out of there. And then they lost Tyler Guyton in overtime.
Yeah.
And now you got Nate Thomas in there. So think about the young guys that had to step up. Leofau gets a start. They kept Shamar James active, and then all of a sudden Murray gets hurt, and you got a rookie in there that hadn't played.
Right.
And that wasn't the plan, And you kind of survived. And it's like, if you look at it this way, you're thinking, okay, not bad. But again, you didn't win, and you had an opportunity. And there were 5 times you had the lead, and you couldn't hold it. And so that's the disappointing part.
Yeah.
But they had guys step up and play well, and by God, they scored 40 points. Again.
Score 41 next time.
Did you
yeah,
see
right.
this?
or at least hold them to 37 with not 1 second to go.
Did you, by the way, and we can talk about that clock operator.
What's the deal? This is home field advantage, right?
Yeah, let the refs review if that was a 0 or not. I say 0, but to your point about scoring all those points, 70 games in franchise history, the Cowboys have scored at least 40 points. They're now 68-1-1.
68-1-1.
Because the only game other than
the
this,
Denver game,
exactly.
Yeah, 51-48.
That is
or something
correct.
Like that.
Very good.
And they hadn't had a tie since 1969. Think about that. 1969.
Nice.
The majority of the people,
Mellencamp
93,000 people in there weren't born.
That's
what I was telling my son
Yeah.
last night. My son was like, "Hold on, they can tie," and I was like, "I haven't seen one as for the Cowboys ever in my life, so I don't know."
Well, after watching all the college games the day before, when they kicked the field goal, it went through my mind. Okay, 2-point conversions now.
Yes.
That's what I was telling Kevin this
That's
morning.
what
I was
Corey
like, I don't
said.
know. Hey, I was kind of curious. There was a moment where I looked up and Nate Thomas is at right tackle in place of Steele.
Yes.
What happened there?
I think they were getting him ready to get some snaps, knowing that pass blocking was going to be ultimately important in this game, and that's really not Terrence Steele's calling card.
Okay.
And I think that they had him ready to go, from what I understand. And so, and it wasn't a just-in-case thing, well, he's the swing tackle, right? Well, there's a guy, okay, hadn't played a game of football since 2023, a legitimate game, and you got him at right tackle, and then you needed him at left tackle.
Yes.
And he got out there, and, he didn't hurt you.
Nope.
So, some of these young guys, Schottenheimer said it after the game. He goes, this is, kind of tells you the type of depth we really do have on this team, that you could hang in there against the Green Bay Packers, right, who were supposed to beat them by 20 points.
Look, you're right. I was afraid of that, and I will admit, Mickey, my worst fears felt like they were coming true after that second touchdown, and I was
it was 13-0, right?
Yeah, and I was like, this is going to be a freaking massacre.
Especially after the first series when they caught it felt like a 50-yard pass, but it was about, 30-some yards or whatever, where they, blew the coverage. There's poor Deron Bland, and it's 2-on-1.
Yeah.
That should never happen.
And
that was the time they decided to put Donovan Wilson close to the line of scrimmage, who was going to blitz. and Reedy Stewart, who I thought played a great game. I guess he thought he was in zone and he let the guy go, and they occupied the single high safety on the other side of the field. And, somebody should have been running with one of those guys, and there's Bland trying to make a play with two guys on him. So, yeah, when that happened, it's like, seriously, not again, right?
Yeah, well, we looked at that play this morning, and man, it really looked like in the middle of the Cowboys defense, to your point, there was a whole lot of confusion.
No, they weren't ready for the snap.
No, absolutely. They looked like they were still talking
Yes.
the second the ball got snapped.
Yeah, because the linebackers were doing something, I don't know, and Wilson was close to the line of scrimmage, and yeah, and it's like you almost forget that, right? After it's 40-40, that was the first possession of the game. But it all counts, right? And
Yeah.
and just the thing that you had the lead 5 times and lost it or ended up in a tie, I'm sure that's a bitter pill to swallow.
Absolutely. Now, would you be in favor of our overtime plan now that if it's a tie, you start kicking field goals alternating from 50 yards and keep backing up?
I heard somebody say that. Yeah,
It's a good
like
plan.
like a hockey shootout.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly like that.
Keep backing up. That's good. Start from 45 and then go from there.
I think we
right?
have the advantage there,
Yes.
don't we?
No, definitely. We
Well,
have
I don't
the
know. Their
advantage.
guy was pretty cold on that 53-yard field goal.
That is true. Give me another 10 yards and then I'll pay attention to him. Now,
But think about the last play to tie it up. I mean the before they kicked the field goal, 1 second to go, right? I thought that play, it seemed like it lasted forever.
Yes.
And I looked up and it said 1.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what if the ball hit Sanborn in the back and then just popped up in the air instead of falling straight down?
you know what? We actually have come up with all these preposterous theories of like, or what if it would have ricocheted down and then deflected off his foot again? Then it probably would have gone to 0. If Jordan Love would have sailed that pass at all, it would have gone to 0. They got amazingly lucky on terrible time management at the end there.
Oh, yeah. And that pass should have never been thrown, right?
Agreed.
You know, and they actually got a little pressure on him, and or what if he had turned around, although he's running for his life to get in coverage and, you know, did the job he should have done. What if it didn't hit him in the back? What if it hit him in the neck or the helmet, right?
Yeah.
And the ball pops up in the air? That second disappears. That's how close it was. And that's why you sit there and, you know, you just feel like you lost the game and you didn't tie it. But I guess 1, 2, and 1 is better than 1 and 3. But it sure didn't feel that way at the end.
Did you happen to get any chance to talk with Kenny Clark after?
I did not.
Okay, I was kind of curious how he felt after that kind of a game, because essentially it's a wash, the trade now, you know, since it was a tie. So
Well,
it was his
you know,
trade.
and he once again played awfully well. You saw him, you know, creating pressure, and a couple of tackles, a quarterback hit, and a couple pressures that they don't count on the official stats until you get to something else the next day. But yeah, I thought he was a stud in the middle, although they gave up all those rushing yards.
That is true.
And what happened? It's like that was their calling card, and I know it was overtime, but it was 164 yards rushing.
Yeah.
And that's what really, really hurt. That Jacobs ended up with 86 yards, and the other guy I'd never heard of, Wilson.
Emmanuel Wilson.
44 yards, right? And it's like, you know, gosh, he needed to do, and the Packers were smart. They kept running the ball. They didn't get totally pass happy, although they did throw the ball 43 times. Dak threw it 40, which was a remarkable performance by him, by the way, without his number one receiver, and trusting, my goodness, he's trusting Ryan Flournoy, right?
No, some big moments.
And the guy had big catches, right?
Dude, that throw that he made to Tolbert was just spectacular. I mean, it was unfortunately he had to roll out and be that far out and everything, but it was an amazing throw.
Yeah, he talked about it afterwards. He goes, you know, I just couldn't get it to the end zone. Well, he was rolling out, throwing off his back foot on the run, right? and nails them.
And by the way, and props to Tolbert. That catch was amazing as well. Yeah,
I'm sure the Packers were going, oh, he didn't get 2 feet down, and then when they looked at it, oh, yes, he did.
Yeah,
it was so all these guys did all this stuff, and I don't know that it should give the offense confidence, especially coming after. Like how do you figure? You do that against the Bears, and then you come and do this. A week later, you walk out of Chicago with 1 touchdown, and in this game you score, I think it ended up being 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Block a kick that's returned for 2 points, and it's like you did all this good stuff, but you didn't win. And that's the hard thing to swallow, I'm sure, in that locker room.
Well, we appreciate it very much. Still a lot more to discuss. We'll pick it back up with you tomorrow.
All righty. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola.
Thank you, Mickey.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can I tell you just one more thing about the offense against this defense in particular? So Green Bay became the first team since 1967 to allow fewer than 250 total yards in each of its first 3 games. Now, I know that the game ended up going to overtime, so that adds to the stats some, but the Cowboys, I believe, had 436 yards of offense in this game. And then you go back to how good Green Bay has been in the first half defensively. They had given up only 6 points in the first half all season. And they gave up 14 points in the last 14 seconds of this first half.
Yeah, here's my notes real quick, Kevin, at the very end of the game. With 4:50 left, I thought we left too much time on the clock. This was in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
But because the defense is Swiss cheese, Dobbs gets a third touchdown with 1:45. That might just be enough time for the Cowboys to make something happen. And then the way that it goes. So the Packers defense is also Swiss cheese. Pickens is abusing Valentine. What a huge touchdown. This place is erupting. And it's just, I was thinking, hey, can we get more time off this clock after a 19-play drive? That resulted in a touchdown. But it was that fourth quarter. This is one of those teams you're going to have to pay attention to, I guess, the entire game because you don't know what could happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I kind of want to try something completely different, if that's okay with you guys, though we could sprinkle in some Cowboys as well. But the idea, does sports media actually impact the play of the teams it covers? Because we've got Stephen Jones coming up at noon. Jerry's going to be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow, and a future Hall of Famer spoke about this. And so I want to have that conversation with you guys next right here on The Fan.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been having some fun, some sadness as well, talking about the Cowboys tie today. Now, we can dive back into that if you want, but
I have a question, Kevin.
Yes.
This is not football related, but also football related.
Oh.
Is today the day that you're supposed to get your FIFA notice about World Cup tickets?
Oh, if you did the Visa presale?
Yeah. Is today the day?
Ooh, maybe.
If you got the tickets, let us know. Text us. We'd love to hear from you.
By the way, quick Peace-a-thon update. We will not have World Cup tickets for Peace-a-thon. I've already made that ask, and I was told, quote, these tickets will be harder to get than Super Bowl tickets. So unfortunately, we do not have any ones to hand out. I could also not convince our point person to buy them for us and just give them to the charity. But might have something World Cup related that you will really like.
Messi?
Okay, well, you know what, Corey? No.
Spend a day with Messi.
Okay, shut up.
And Ronaldo.
You know what? You guys
I like Kevin Walker.
are going to be disappointed in what we bring to you for Peace-a-thon for the World Cup now, because it's not spend a day with Messi and Ronaldo. Find out how to cheat on taxes yourself with Messi and Ronaldo.
With playing golf. Wouldn't you rather play soccer with them?
Yes, I would.
Well, tough. You have to play golf with them.
Or go in their money silos. Now, we were going to talk about this last week, but we just didn't have the time. And I thought it was an interesting timing because we got Steven coming up at noon. Jerry Jones tomorrow morning, as he is every Tuesday with Sean and RJ. Jason Kelce talked about sports media and the impact it can have on the teams it covers. Not the impact on the fans, because I think we're all aware of that. By the way, shout out to the Tolos. The app is back up and running. You guys got the people to get it fixed ASAP.
You did it. I would say
AP.
Listen on the Odyssey app and the YouTube.
Yes. Agree.
I don't know how that works, but do it.
Yes, I also think you should do that. But what impact does it actually have on the team? Because I want to go and throw out this first cut from Jason Kelce, just so you can get kind of like his mission statement, and we'll go from there.
I'm very pro Philadelphia media being very honest with their sports teams. I think that in general, it pushes a lot of the times the envelope, and I've seen that in the building, that it has an effect on people to make corrections and make change. And I think it's actually one of Philadelphia's media landscape strengths.
All right. So right there, somebody in the building, future Hall of Famer, won Super Bowls. He said, I was in the building with the Philadelphia Eagles and saw the impact that sports media had. So I just want to use that as kind of his mission statement and then give it to you, Corey, and then let the fans talk about it. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053, because I go back and forth on that, and I think I'm to the point where I don't think it necessarily matters to the Jones family, despite how much we try.
I agree that I don't think it matters to the Jones family. And because it doesn't matter to the Jones family, that's interesting, because Jerry, for a long time, did make some decisions based on how media swayed him, because he has ears, right? He has rabbit ears,
right?
Is what we're told a lot of times. But if it doesn't matter to those guys, then the rest of the guys in that building think that it doesn't matter either. So you can't really be swayed by that if you're a player, because as Jalen Smith once said, if the big man's not worried about it, neither are we. And that was on a day that they got flexed out of a big time game because they were so bad.
Is it fair to say that Jerry doesn't care what they say, but as long as they're saying something?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he is either flat out said that or heavily insinuated it. And so we could talk about Jerry, but I wanted to expand it out beyond just that. But no, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's where that starts. So if they don't, then I don't know if the rest of the guys will. But let's say that Brian Schottenheimer was like, you know what? I hear everything that these guys say, and they're right about this, and this. We have to be more accountable to this. The way that you don't get fan reaction to bad things you've done, media reaction to bad things you've done, is be on your P's and Q's. Like, just making sure that you got your stuff taken care of. That way they can't say anything bad about me. Right now, Philadelphia is what, 4-0?
Yep.
And A.J. Brown's not complaining.
Yeah.
And their offense looks weird, but they're 4-0. Do you think their media is going, hey, they're 4-0? Or do you think they're going, this is the worst? Oh, my God. Yeah. That's probably what is going on.
I think it's probably that.
That's probably it, even though they're 4-0. I mean, it's still, we're all 4-0. Like, they're probably feeling that way. And a lot of times, if you get, like, let's take last year, for instance. Everybody was very upset by certain things that happened with this organization. And the media went in that direction. And the Cowboys front office and the team got defensive. Why are you guys talking about us in this way? We're going to be fine. And then they weren't. So I do wonder but is that our responsibility to keep them in check? Or is it our responsibility to just talk about what we see?
Yeah, and I think that
I'm not paid by the team.
I think it's to a certain extent your responsibility when you get the opportunity to ask some of the questions, but it's also your responsibility to your audience. So, like, if you're a beat writer and, like, your job is to get to the bottom of all of these things, I think that's probably more your responsibility versus ours. We want to get to the bottom of all of these things because we're born and raised here in the Metroplex, and we want some accountability as well. But then sometimes you also have a responsibility to your audience, and if what they want to hear is something a little different, like, you want to try to entertain as well. So I think it's a delicate balance.
I walk in here and just I don't look at it as I'm making my mission to inspire the Cowboys to win.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Now, there was a time when I thought I really had an opportunity, I had an effect on that. I really did. That I could ask questions that would inspire them to go in and say, you know what? Jerry's like, you know what, guys? Corey was right. I was embarrassed, and we're gonna fix everything. But I think more than anything else, my responsibility to my audience, our audience, I think, is just to be here for them and entertain them. And that's kind of what I come in here. I come in here to try and be as honest as I can about how I feel about what I see the team doing. And what I know, and I think the rest of the city knows right now about this team specifically, is they're not good enough.
Yeah.
And so we are at that point, and it's kind of depressing and hurtful and sad, and you want more from it, and we're looking for answers with them.
And from the 806, I agree with this, and they said, take the Rangers media, for example. They have one of the softest media teams in sports, and I think that is true. I think I do sometimes wonder, had the Rangers been held up to the same media critique over the years as the Cowboys, would that have fostered quicker change or more dynamic moves? Or I want to say it could, but I don't know that for a fact. In fact, I decided to really research this. I read an article in the Sport Journal, Does the Media Impact Athletic Performance? And one of their takeaways actually quoted a poet. So yeah, we're going all over the place on a Cowboys Monday.
Edgar Allan Poe?
No,
right.
It was Arthur Guiterman. He said, the stones that critics hurl with harsh intent, a man may use to build a monument.
Okay.
First of all, I love that because it
rhymes.
But also, I do wonder if over the years, if like John Daniels, more people would have been tougher on him quicker, if that would have changed how the Rangers operate, or
the urgency to be moved faster.
Exactly.
And make some more bold moves.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm not saying that those bold moves would have worked, but I do wonder that, like, with the Stars, there is definitely a part of me that thinks that the Stars moved on from their coach because of all of the negative media scrutiny that came away from not losing in the Western Conference Finals, but the whole Ottinger discussion debacle. Like, if that wouldn't happen, I don't know for a fact that you would have kept your coach, but I definitely think there's a hell of a lot higher chance that Gulletson would not be your head coach right now if it weren't for all of the media discussion. So sometimes that can be a good thing. Sometimes it can be too aggressive and be a bad thing, to your point, with your amazing Philadelphia interpretation of they're one of the 2 undefeated teams, and people are probably complaining this morning. But yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I think sports media and then by extension fan criticism can be a mechanism to get things changed quicker.
Well, and that's definitely part of, like, when I asked, and you hear the question dropped a lot, are you embarrassed? When I asked that, I felt that way.
Yeah.
The game that happened that night in that week, there was a Sunday, Thursday game. We were in on a Friday morning. I felt that way because of how the team had played. And so I just wanted to know if the owner GM felt the same way I felt, because I have expectations for this team. And so that was really why I asked that question that way. Well, Kevin, me as a fan, and I don't know, there are a lot of people, you talk about the Rangers. A lot of fans in DFW, if you're not performing at an elite level, we just ignore you.
Interesting.
Instead of criticizing at a high level, we just go, well, we're just not going to pay attention. And then the owner goes, well, crap, I don't want them to ignore the tickets and not be in those seats. That's what it is here. And we're not like Philadelphia, where we show up and boo you in the first inning. You know, we're different people for whatever reason. And maybe that is the thing that scares them. Fear scares them into accountability to be better.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting that you say that, because for a lot of teams it might be getting ignored, but the Cowboys are absolutely, they don't have to ever go through that. There's no such thing, it feels like, as real Cowboys apathy. I know we get texts from people who's like, I'm done with the Cowboys, and like, fair enough. I'm not saying nobody does it, but big picture, they don't. Like, the Cowboys still get the attention for better or worse, whereas like the Stars,
the Cowboys
people will forget about them.
Cowboys are a giant ocean, and half of the ocean is happy and half of the ocean is ticked off. That's what the Cowboys are. And guess what? Based on the win or loss, that ocean can be 75% happy or 75% ticked off. Like, that's just the way that it is with the Cowboys for whatever reason. Maybe we do need to be harder on them, Kevin. You know what? We'll start with Steven today. Hey, tie's not good enough, Steven.
I mean, I bet that's what he'll say.
Okay.
And somebody brought up that they were booing after the third drive. Yeah, because that was that the 3rd and 14 when they ran a draw play to Lipke? I would have booed that play call in the stadium as well. I instead booed my TV. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We will keep it a buck, and so will Cam Ward. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cowboys are going to go for this. With 8:31 to play and they're down 4.
Undoubtedly try to draw them initially. Draw them offside.
4th and 2 at their own 43. Let's see if they run the play. 4th, they're going to run the play. Snap is back. Good block. Steal. Prescott up in the gun. Throws it over the middle. Ball's caught. Caught by Pickens at the 45-yard line of Green Bay. A first down. Move the sticks. Move the chains.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the conversation, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube right now. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And we start with Cam Ward, because this is an objectively amazing quote. The Titans lost to the Texans 26-0. By the way, the Texans just traded Cam Robinson to the Browns for a late round pick swap in 2027. So that's exciting.
Good for them.
And Cam Ward after the game said, if we keep it at $1 right now, we're ass. And I love that quote because that is how a real human being talks. Sometimes you get these quotes that you're like, that's not how people talk. But
okay, how would that be?
Like my version of that would be, we effing suck right now. And so, like, that's his version of it, but that feels very human, very relatable.
I think it's Clayton Adams multiple times now has said, or maybe the other. If we be honest, he had some good plays and some that he'd like back.
Oh, sure.
And then that kind of that's the other way that we don't ever really talk like that. We're just like, man, I stunk today. Or that's how we really talk. So I got you. I see what you're saying there, Kevin. You're right.
He had several other captivating quotes, but he talked about how everybody's got to pick it up. And he goes, we have to, especially myself. So he wasn't saying like, you got to do better, you got to do better. He's like, I got to do better. But then also he goes, I just want to win. When's the last time Tennessee won? I don't know. Everybody in this locker room, we have to win. And I mean, that's the reason why they got the number 1 pick. But I appreciate that level of honesty, and he has to play better. He's right.
And that is, I know you say he has to play better. It feels like it's fallen on Callahan now.
Oh, yeah.
Because, hey, look, man, we gave you Will Levis, and you had these opportunities to do something. And now you have the number 1 overall pick, and we're still here.
Yeah.
And so what does that tell you? It's not just the quarterback. Maybe it is you. And so he's the one feeling the most pressure at the moment.
Now, this will be a potential positive. Michael Penix and the Falcons defeated the Commanders 34-27. He threw for a career-high 313 yards and also had 2 touchdowns. So the roller coaster ride of the early stages of Michael Penix's career continue. And for the Commanders, I'm sure they would like to lean back on the fact that they didn't have
their quarterback,
Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin, but like that defense still showed some serious issues yesterday.
Yeah, as we've seen in the past, we experienced it too. There are some holes in the Dan Quinn defense also.
For sure.
And Atlanta definitely found some of those and exposed them and took advantage of them. And my play of under 225 yards for Michael Penix, obviously, I lost that one, and that lost me my triple play or whatever it's called. So, unfortunately, that was bad for me.
Hey, he's talking about Underdog, where right now, use the promo code MASTERPIECE by tomorrow to sign up. Once you make your first $5 play, you get $100 in bonus cash. 100! That promotion ends tomorrow night.
I do wonder, with Penix coming from, he got embarrassed, and then Kirk Cousins came in, and there was some question there if it kind of kicked him into a higher gear. to be like, man, I gotta get my S together, and I better be ready for this next game. Maybe that was a helpful moment for him.
Yeah. All right, let's go from that to, hey, Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs, 6 catches, 101 yards, and the Patriots' dominant victory over the Panthers, which, by the way, let that show you how much things radically change week to week. And Carolina just stomped all over the Falcons. And then what happens in the next week? The Falcons' offense comes alive, and then the Panthers get buried. That ended a run of 22 straight games for Stephon Diggs, sub 100 yards receiving. And by the way, Mike Tirico thought that Stephon Diggs exchanged his jersey last night. At least that's what he said multiple times before somebody, I assume, in the room or in his ear is like, it's Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, it happens.
It does.
He's done that. Didn't he do that in the Thursday night game, the open season too?
Yes, he did. Let's talk about Geno Smith. Ooh, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you an option. Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers, or Bad Bunny.
Oh, Bad Bunny. I don't know why I reacted that way.
All right. So multiple reports indicated before the announcement was made that Taylor Swift was in talks to be the Super Bowl halftime performer.
Nobody wants to see her on the stage.
No, they do.
Performing.
It would be an insane
I'd just rather see
ratings
George Strait up there.
All right, we'll get to that. All right. But she turned it down per Sports Business Journal because she wanted to own the footage. And the league was like, no, we own the footage. We'll let you use it for things probably. But she wanted to own the footage, and the league was like, no dice. And she's Taylor Swift, so she was like, and I'm going to pass.
Yeah, she would need express written consent from the NFL.
I don't know if that is how it works.
Copyright that.
I don't know if Taylor Swift needed to get express written consent of Fox and the NFL or whatever to get ownership of that. But there was a time, man, if you're a certain age, you know that for a fact. If you wanted to record those games back in the day, like, I don't know why, for commercial use, I think that's the idea.
I thought I couldn't even record on VHS. I would be in trouble.
There's even an old Family Guy
like
joke.
tearing the tag off your pillow.
That, or your mattress. That's for the mattress factory people, not you. Tear away. But also, there's an old Family Guy joke where the FBI or whatever like bursts in and destroys his VCR because he did not have that express written consent.
That thing was like $30.
Instead, it's Bad Bunny. Now, here's what we need to talk about. If you say you don't know who Bad Bunny is, I need you to shut up. Just shut up.
What?
Shut up. Say you don't listen to any music ever then. Because even I know who Bad Bunny is, not because of wrestling. Bad Bunny has like 58 million followers on Instagram. Bad Bunny has sold the equivalent of 100 million albums in today's media landscape, and he gets 78 million Spotify listeners per month. All right? If you don't like Bad Bunny, that's fine, and you wish it was Bad Bunny and Brooks and Dunn. Okay, rock on. But just don't tell me you don't know who that is, because the same people last year were like, I don't know who Kendrick Lamar is. Are they just taking anybody? Bad Bunny and Kendrick Lamar are like two of the biggest names in all of music.
Swaggy Booties says, who is Bad Bunny on the Twitch?
Stop it!
Is he like a cartoon character? Texas Size Rips. I'm with Texas Size Rips here. I know who Bad Bunny is, but I don't know. I can't tell you any of his songs. I'm sure I've heard his songs. I'm sure I've heard them.
That's okay.
But I also know this about Bad Bunny. Everything I've ever seen him do has been awesome.
Yes.
I've seen him.
Including
You guys showed me some wrestling stuff of him. Awesome. I saw him in Bullet Train.
Yes.
He was fantastic. He's been in he was Shrek on Saturday Night Live, and it may have been my favorite bit I've ever seen. And that's for Saturday Night Live, who's, fallen off a lot. But there's a lot of good things that he does. He's a performer. Like, this dude is just a natural performer and maybe one of the biggest worldwide stars there is. I know Taylor Swift, one of the most recognizable stars in the world. That is true.
This is a hell of a
But Bad Bunny's
second
right
option.
there with her.
Yeah, this is a hell of an option. And I get it. There are people who want like a certain type of concert or whatever. That is not the demographic that Apple is shooting for, right? Because you always see.
We got to make the halftime show great.
Okay, I like Bad
it was
Bunny,
before.
and I also
Like
like Kendrick Lamar. And so I think his show is going to be fantastic. I'm just saying, if you don't like it or you wish it was like an old-timey country act, I think George Strait would be awesome. But for the demographic that they're shooting for, especially the age demographic,
The NFL is
this is the way to go.
They're shooting for pop.
Sure.
Because pop is the most universal group and genre. It connects to everybody in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you're just a country music listener, you probably don't listen to a lot of pop.
Sure.
You have some pop country that you'll listen to, like Florida Georgia Line or Morgan Wallen, but not some you're not really Hank Williams Sr., they're different. And so, like when you're dealing with pop, you're trying to get the largest pool of people happy. And that's basically what they've done. Go look at the list here. They've tried to go with pop acts because that's the most amount of people.
It is a weird world we live in where somebody who has wrestled multiple matches for the WWE is going to be the Super Bowl halftime performer and the president is in the WWE Hall of Fame. Like, that's a weird world that we live in,
Dude,
right?
he was Happy Gilmore's caddy. He was so good in that.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
Where the KNC
He was the best part of the movie.
Whoa. Best part would have been a better editor, you know what I'm saying? We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Rory McIlroy faced a barrage of abuse.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we got a lot to get to, and we are going to talk with Stephen Jones in just a few minutes. I wanted to go back to a couple more NFL notes, or if you want to go along with the idea that Chuck Cooperstein tweeted out that Derek Lively said he grew 2 more inches and is now 7'3".
And Daniel Gafford says that he's going to have a breakout season, so that is going to be interesting.
I mean, he's already absolutely broken out for me. So a couple of more NFL notes for you real quick, if that is okay. Actually, right now we do have Stephen Jones ready to roll right here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Well, we're all trying to figure out if we should be happy, sad, or neutral. And I know Jerry said it's better than if they would have lost, which is objectively true. But did you have a bizarre feeling after the game wrapped up last night?
Absolutely. I mean, the same feeling y'all are having. I mean, we had internally. I think everybody had it. I mean, the locker room was quiet, but I think Jerry did say it best. It's better than losing, and but it's damn sure not winning. And we let an opportunity get away there. I thought we had our opportunities to win the game, and it's part of the journey that we're on right now with our new staff. It's just especially the defensive side of the ball, is getting our hands around and executing, what our coaching staff is wanting our guys to do. But I do think, we're getting better each week. I know it's not showing up on the field. Certainly you don't want to give up, some of the big plays and the points that we're giving up right now. But we've got to continue to grind. The good news is offensively we're making a lot of plays and keeping us in the game, and defensively we just got to we get one stop there in any of those drives in the second half, we win the game.
You just said even if it's not showing up on the field, you feel like the defense is getting better. What do you like? I'm not disputing that, but what do you base that on? What is your metric for saying that I think we're moving in the right direction or the defense is getting better?
It's the guys getting their hands around how to execute the defense, and I think they're getting their hands around it. I think they're understanding it. It still takes all 11 to be, to get the job done, and we're just having some little things there that cost you when you don't execute the call on defense. But I do believe that the guys are getting their hands around it. Certainly a blow there to lose Hooker. He's the quarterback back there and great communicator. And so that was a tough one to lose in the game last night. But, and I do feel like, with getting Clowney in there, I do feel like we're starting to, albeit, we're not getting the production with the sacks. I do feel like we're getting more pressure.
How are y'all feeling about Malik Hooker going forward?
We don't know yet. Okay. We're waiting to get the final results of the MRI on his foot, and we'll go from there.
Any thoughts then also on Tyler Guyton after concussion last night?
He should be in good shape. It was one that, our guys feel that he can get through protocol pretty quickly, but that still remains to be seen. But definitely had a concussion there at the end of the game. I know he was frustrated because he wanted to go back in anyway, but our guys didn't feel like he passed the protocol there in the tent.
To add to that, though, Guyton he had a pretty good night. Nate Thomas had a pretty decent night. What were your feelings about how your tackles managed things on the edge?
Yeah, I thought they did a great job. I mean, obviously, Micah's an elite player, and we had a lot of things going on there with him in terms of different ways to show him different looks with some of the chipping and the double teams that we were doing. But he's a great one. But I thought I agree with you. I think our tackles showed up. I think Steele did some really nice things, and it's great to have Nate Thomas getting his feet wet in a game, especially one of that magnitude. I know it was unfortunate that he had the alignment issue, but he'll get that straight.
It always felt like there was a plan last night for Micah or for the pass rush coming from the Packers, like a plan that was created by Schottenheimer. Last night was a really good play calling on his part. What did you feel about? I just felt like he was in his bag. What were your thoughts on his play calling and the rhythm he was in last night?
Yeah, I think he was outstanding. I think Dak was outstanding. I think Dak got rid of the ball he was amazing in terms of getting his read done. I mean, he knew that he had to go faster with what the Packers could do from a pass rush standpoint. They're a really good defense, and put 40 points on a defense like that. I thought our offense really executed in a big way. George Pickens did a great job. I thought Javonte ran the ball extremely well. I just think we're doing a good job, and when we protect the ball, we got a chance to score a lot of points, and I think that hurt us in Chicago. I mean, you turned the ball over 4 times, and all of them pretty much, in position where you're going to get points. 2 in the end zone, 1 to George that would have put us in field goal range, and then the unfortunate Javonte strip. That's going to keep you from getting points. But when we protect the ball like we did last night and get the ball out and don't take negative plays, good things are going to happen to this group.
And on the flip side, you're able to force a turnover via James Houston. This is somebody who really feels like they came into training camp and took every opportunity that he got, he excelled in. What have been your early thoughts on James Houston making a difference with this team?
Well, he's doing everything that's asked of him. He's obviously his superpower is to rush the passer. That's what he's really good at. But I tell you what, he shows up in other places. I mean, he'll cover kicks on special teams. Nothing's beneath him. He just gets out there and plays football, and we're fortunate to have him. But what a great play, and what certainly a big reason as to why we won the game. Why we tied the game.
It's still confusing for us too. I get it.
It's confusing. Bad miscue there. I wish we won the damn game, but anyway, that's a huge play he makes there, and certainly we were needing momentum in that first half. We were reeling a little bit, but you could feel the momentum coming our way, and to finish with 2 touchdowns there at the end of the half right there was huge.
I know playing decisions are going to be up to the coaching staff, but were you surprised at all to see Trayvon Diggs was not starting this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, Trayvon's been battling his injuries and, his time on the field and practice. And, as we said, we're just trying to get everybody their reps. I thought when he got his chances in there, he did a great job. And, I do think we're coming there. You ask why you believe that, we're getting,
right,
that things are up. He's one of them. I mean, between him and Bland getting healthier, Bland was right there on a couple of plays that, where he makes the play there, then you get them out and they punt. But, I just think we're going to continue to get better there in coverage, and I think we're going to continue to get better in pressure. And when that happens, I think we're doing a good job in the running game right now. And we just got to get, we got to get more pressure, and we certainly got to get our coverage down in Eberflus's scheme.
And you mentioned this last week as well. It feels like another spot where the execution level needs to be picked up tremendously is those missed tackles, because that felt like something that did really hinder, especially the run defense last night.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, there's a fine line there between going for the punch out and the strip and making a sound tackle. And I think that's what we're working through as well, because certainly we want to punch the ball out and get the ball. But at the same time, when you're spending a lot of your focus on that, then sometimes, the tackling's not perfect. So there's a fine line there that we got to get our hands around, but there's no question we can certainly tackle better. Jacobs is a hell of a back, and you got to give him a little credit too. But I think overall, we let Love loose on a big one and Jacob on one big one. But for the most part, I think we're feeling pretty good about what we're doing in the running game defensively.
How confident were you in George Pickens before last night, and did that confidence change after last night?
Well, we've been confident in George from day one. I mean, he's just an elite. He's got great, upside, and made big plays in the NFL ever since he walked into the NFL. And certainly he just did a great job. I think everybody was a little shell-shocked when we lost CeeDee last week. Yeah. And, those guys work as a unit. And I think he was a little down to see his main guy, get injured there. But certainly, as you could see last night, he stepped up in a big way. And the guy's got some very unique ability in terms of tracking balls and catching balls and making big plays. So really fortunate to have him. Like I said, there's a lot of good things going on the offensive side of the ball, and I do think we'll continue to get better defensively as we get healthier and we execute better week in and week out in practice.
Do you happen to remember the first word out of your mouth whenever Dak threw that pass to Tolbert? Because it was a special throw, and I'm pretty sure mine was holy, and then a word I shouldn't have said in front of my son.
Yeah.
Hey, I said the same thing. I thought he was throwing it out of bounds, and there comes Tolbert back and drags his feet. And by the way, what a hell of a play by Tolbert too.
Yeah, that was
to get his feet in and make that. I mean, both of them just made great plays there, and it was a holy you-know-what play.
The other thing, too, and this was talked about a lot last night, but I noticed it. Brandon Aubrey's field goal kicking is phenomenal. It's great. It's valuable. But on kickoffs last night, he was doing something special. How valuable is that to what you guys are doing?
Oh, well, these kicks, I mean, obviously with the new rules, everybody's figuring it out. And, I mean, obviously that's a huge penalty when you kick the ball in the end zone for a team to start at the 35.
Yeah.
And, as they say, we're a first down away from Brandon being able to kick a field goal. But there's a lot of kickers. I was watching the red zone yesterday, burning some time waiting for our game, and a lot of kickers making some long kicks and making them, even Green Bay's kicker. They had the long field goal there in regulation to tie it, and he made that with ease. And, these kickers are very skilled, and, a lot of them are getting that ball. They can hit these, 55, 60-plus yard field goals.
One of the unique opportunities we get from you is some insight from the competition committee standpoint as well. Has there been any discussion, or can you envision any discussion to try to, curb some of the success that all these kickers have had?
Not really. I mean, I think it makes it exciting. I think it makes the game really exciting, and I don't think we're necessarily doing anything. It's not on the front burner to try to curb that success. These guys are just, talented men who have really have really fine-tuned their art of kicking the football and doing a great job. And I bet these kickoffs are going to get harder and harder as these kickers start to perfect. We call it the dirty balls that they're kicking, where you want that thing to slide in there and hit in the landing zone, and then hopefully get in the end zone and not give them a return. Those are challenging for these returners, and I think it has really made the play interesting. I mean, it's certainly, we're at an all-time high in 20-plus years on kickoff returns, so certainly getting the job done. And the great news is that the injury rate is just like a line of scrimmage play. So hats off to all the special team coaches who put a lot of work into it, and I think we've come up with a really fun play to watch for our fans.
Yeah, it is. It is. And Stephen, before we let you go, is there any truth to the rumor that the AT&T Stadium official timekeeper is a Packers fan? Because there was 1 second left on that clock last night.
Put it at 0.
Well, we're on a search for a new clock keeper. No, unfortunately, I think it was correct, and but I'm with you. They should have at least had to review it.
Yes,
I can't believe it didn't go to 0 and then have them have to go back and look.
Yes, as 100%. I was like, let them review it and figure it out. Put it at 0, game over. I'm glad that you feel the same way after a confusing aftermath of.
I'll probably get kicked off the competition committee after that comment.
All right, thank you very much, good sir, for the time. We appreciate it. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, that is exactly.
He's one of us in that feeling.
That
too.
is exactly the same thing. I was like, I'm not saying it's going to stick. Run it to 0. Let them review it and figure out what you have to do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this should be interesting. Cowboys thank you notes, Cowboys no thank you notes after it feels like,
who knows,
unsatisfying result for us all. Next, right here on The Fan.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else. Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What did it? Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Nutmeg Maidens.
She said that.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
All right, here's Love back to throw. There's light pressure. He pumps. Ball stripped out. Rolling around at the 15-yard line. Who's got it? Cowboys got it at the 15-yard line with 13 seconds to play.
They would score a touchdown on that play in what turned out to be an eventual 40-40 tie. Now, it's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes, or maybe for the first time ever, a note of neutrality. I don't know.
Oh, man.
But I think there are a lot of different stats that can go along with this, but I wanted to say thank you to Dak Prescott. Thought he played tremendously yesterday. And if you look at the second quarter on, I can't particularly imagine him playing much better under pressure against the Packers. There we go. He was 9 of 10 for 134 yards and a touchdown. No even turnover-worthy plays. That's a new stat. Well, not new-ish stat. Is like, should that have potentially been a turnover? So he was tremendous in a lot of situations, tremendous under pressure last night.
This season, it has looked to me that not only is the ball getting out quicker.
Agreed.
But he looks to have more zip on his passes than I feel like he's had the last couple of years. Now, maybe it's because he's in really good shape. I don't know if you've noticed that or not.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like he's in really good shape, too. But there's just I've been saying all season, there's something for me that's just a little different about the way he's playing, the approach he has. And there's a confidence the confidence to throw to Pickens. I'm going to put it up in the air, and I'm going to trust you to get it.
Do you think he saw Joe Milton throw passes and he was like, I need to throw as hard as conceivably possible?
Maybe so. I did see Caleb Williams yesterday try to throw it through somebody's face mask. I was like, what are you doing, dude? Why are you trying to throw that hard? Doesn't make any sense. And Bryce Young did the same thing. He threw on a Tet that was behind him. Anyway, different story, different time. Kevin, I would like to say a thank you note to the information that I just received on Twitter. And that is, they have found the culprit. The guy who was keeping the clock is David Mulligetta. So that's
not true, is it?
It's on Twitter.
That can't be true.
And it looks like could be an AI picture or not. So you get to decide.
That makes sense. He is able to squeeze every dollar or every second out of it. So that actually does make a lot of sense to me. From the 817, they're not a Stephen Jones fan, but want to send him a thank you note for a good interview today. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
From the 940.
I liked that interview.
Yes. No, me too. I especially like it when he goes, and that's how we got the win. Or the tie. I don't know. And I thought that was funny. From the 940. This one's tough. I get it, though. No thank you to Sam Williams and the penalties. If he's going to have those penalties, sit his ass on the bench. It's
not just Sam Williams. There were some boneheaded plays. But I think that when it comes to Sam Williams, you're already kind of walking that line. And with him, you already know what his past is. And so hey, you do with your kid too, right? It's fine if you make a mistake.
Yes.
Don't make it again. Learn from the mistake. And it's like, hold on, have you learned anything, dude? And then when Maris Leaf out, like that one, Kevin.
That one.
The Jones, they pan up to the Jones family, and immediately you could see on their face, they're like, that was dumb. And I was sitting there at home going, you know better than to do that.
Seriously?
And I kind of know. Sorry, I know that it looked like that ball was being juggled, and he was like, he could either swat it or hit the guy. And he decided to hit him, and it was excessive.
Okay. See, I guess we will have to agree to disagree on that. I watched that play numerous times. I think he saw the ball hit, thought about for a second what he was supposed to do, and then just hit him anyway. And
it's football. We hit people.
Like, that was probably the most egregious penalty, taking out the circumstances of, like, down to distance, because obviously with Sam Williams, looked like you're going to get a sack, force a fumble, instead first down. But those were both atrocious.
Can you do me a favor? Because I'm not sure I really ever understood it last night. Drive 4 for Green Bay. Ezeraku gets a tackle in the backfield, I believe, and then he gets a penalty for...
He punched him.
He punched him? Okay, I didn't see it.
No, he swung his fist at the player. So there did seem to be some confusion that they thought like he drove him down too hard. Well, that's not a quarterback. No,
and then I saw his knee hit his helmet on the way up.
No, it looked like he definitely made an arm swinging motion. I
want to say
that's unacceptable too.
I want to say thank you and no thank you to Ezraku because he played really hard last night. There were some moments last night where I was like, oh, I'm seeing the flashes of what I expect out of this kid. And then there were other moments where I was like, oh, he got washed down into the middle and there was a breakaway on the outside because he got pushed out of a play. And it's happened to him a couple times already this year. But there were a couple of other times where I was like, dude, that's why. Like, I'm not saying they felt completely comfortable replacing Micah because they know that this guy's going to be the next one. I'm not saying that. But I saw flashes of they feel comfortable because they think they're going to get that kind of play out of him more consistently and more frequently down the road.
Yeah, no, I think that, look, I understand all the people who, if you're upset, even Steven sounded upset. He's like, I feel like we made progress even if you don't see it on the field. And that's why I wanted to ask him, like, what does that look like to you? Because I also, like, thought there were flashes of super positive things. But then you're like, you gave up 40 points, and like, that's where I'm kind of stuck because I'm like, hey, I thought that Leafau showed flashes, that Ezraku, like you said, showed flashes that were way better, but you still gave up 40 points. So I'm having a tough time balancing. Like, I think I see progress, but am I just fooling myself?
No, I'm going with, that's why I say flashes because it's not complete. There are things, but they gotta do it more consistently. Thank you to the Green Bay Packers offensive line for keeping us in this game. There were many moments last night, holds, false starts, just bad plays on their part that kept the Cowboys close enough because there were other moments where you're like, oh man, this is going to be a really tough play, and they screwed up. So good job, Packers offensive line.
No, you're right about that. I hope this makes sense. No thank you note to Matthew Golden for not dropping the ball on fourth down. I realize that's his job, is to catch the ball. All you had to do is drop the ball, and we would have won the game. We could have gone to bed a little bit earlier. I realize he will very much disagree with me on that, but no thank you note to him. Because I even was like, come on, just drop it. Let's win this game.
What a clutch catch, though.
It really was.
Like,
it kept the game alive.
Being a rookie in that big of a moment, they trust you right over the middle of the field. And as Collinsworth said, stuck his hands right out there and grabbed the ball. Didn't let it hit him in the chest where he caught it like a receiver. That was a very, very good catch.
He did. That was.
I'm with you, though. I hated it.
Now, can you go and give me cut number 34? Because I want to focus in on this play again. I know you mentioned it, but I want to go back to this because we have some amazing numbers to go along with this.
Prescott in the gun at the 39, 2nd and 7. Snap is back. Good block from the right tackle. Rolling right, Prescott throws on the run to the right side. Oh, is that ball caught? Oh, please tell me he caught that. Tolbert. Did he catch it?
They're saying catch.
He did his best Michael Gallup down at the 5-yard line. I don't know how Prescott got it there or how Tolbert caught the ball for 34.
I thought that was another moment in the interview where Stephen Jones was all of us when he said, I thought he was just throwing the ball away. I did too. So props to Dak for stepping through what was a rapidly collapsing pocket.
Yep.
I thought the offensive line did significantly better yesterday. Still not perfect, but significantly better. But that pocket collapsed quickly. He didn't panic. He stepped through, got the ball off to Tolbert, who then made the catch. Now, this is crazy to me. So that throw and catch between him and Tolbert, completion probability of 7.2%. That is the second most improbable completion in the next generation stats era. To put it in further perspective, when Tolbert got the ball, he was 0.2 yards away from being out of bounds.
What? Wow.
2 from being out of bounds when the ball got there.
So he should have been out of bounds.
Yeah, and let alone making sure you planted your feet. So both of those people on that play, truly, truly remarkable. But it was a great day for the quarterbacks. I hope this makes sense. Thank you, note to Dak Prescott. No thank you to Jordan Love for being awesome. So I know they did the same thing, but I appreciate one and not the other. Yesterday was the first game in NFL history where both quarterbacks had 30-plus completions, completed 70% of their passes, threw for 300-plus yards, threw for 3-plus touchdowns, and had no interceptions.
Wow.
Both of them were remarkable. You want to hear one more no thank you note that is even more remarkable? No thank you once again to the Cowboys secondary. On passes that traveled in the air less than 10 yards, Jordan Love was 28 for 28. That is 6 more.
Less than 10 yards?
Yes. 28.
I didn't even realize he threw 28 times for less than 10 yards.
28.
Wow.
And that's in the air. So obviously you could turn it into more, but like in the air yards. That is 6 more than any quarterback in the past decade. Not 1, 6 more passes. And so the secondary continues to be hugely problematic. No thank you to the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know, back 2/3 of the defense for squabbling with one another when the ball got snapped and then really having no opportunity at breaking up the pass that I think was caught by Golden. But there was 2 wide receivers right there for the Cowboys one. You talk about double coverage. This was the opposite of that.
Thank you to Kevontae Turpin, who seems to get us in field position when we need it on kickoffs. Like his kick returns are fun.
Yes.
It's a part, we were talking about, and on the other side, thank you to Brandon Aubrey, who seems to be getting this. He found, all right, I'm going to kick it exactly to here, and it's going to bounce into the end zone, and then they're going to be stuck at the 20 instead of the 35. Here we go.
Do you need a thank you note from Mike Tirico for getting us all hyped about that play?
Dude, Mike Tirico was the only reason I kept noticing. He was just like, oh my God, he did it again. This Brandon Aubrey kid, who cares if he can even make a field goal from 20 or out? This guy's doing this, and it's amazing.
He was.
I loved it. I loved it last night.
Man, he was.
Nobody was as happy.
Up.
Nobody was as excited as him.
Yes. No, I think.
And he also got his name right, too, so that was awesome, too.
Hey, it happens to the best of us, okay? I can say no thank you to me for being on a remote on Friday where I accidentally said the wrong place.
Hey, I was there.
Whoops.
I saw it all happen. Thank you to Wanye Thomas. I think that moment of blocking the PAT brought some juice back into the stadium and got them up a little bit. I thought that was really important for that game. And Marquise Bell for flying down the field.
Okay, can we talk about that just a little bit more? Because you can look back at the game now and say, yes, absolutely. But did you see, by the way, we told you to take the over on they're going to show Jerry Jones 3 times in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my God. That was,
I thought it was going to be 15. It was more than that, I feel like.
Absolutely. But go back and take a look at the shot they have of Steven, Jerry, and Jerry Jr. in that box. They did not look like they cared whatsoever about that return for the 2-point conversion. And I think that's for good reason. I was excited. But I think you all understand why, because at that point, you had just seen you'd seen the Cowboys offense struggle in the first quarter. You had seen Green Bay, I know they had a punt in there as well, but like methodically move the ball down the field, and it looked like it was going to be a long day. So I think you're right about that helping turn the tide, but it didn't seem like it when you looked up in the owner's box.
I mean, the thing that happens right after that happens, then you get a 11-play, 95-yard drive in 5 minutes from the Cowboys for a touchdown, which puts you within 4 points.
Right,
like that was a significant moment.
You're right.
That swung that, and then Kevin also at halftime, the Cowboys finally did it. They finally got some points before halftime to set them up for success in the second half too. That was very big, man.
You know what?
Off that fumble, like obviously it was off that fumble, but that was big.
I was really concerned that the Cowboys were going to get the first part of that operation right. Like if you talk about sweeping the 8s or sweeping the 10s, sweeping the halves, however you want to describe it. So essentially you get the ball the last time to end the first half and score, and get the ball first to start the second half and you score again. Cowboys have had a couple of opportunities, have faltered. Then they scored, and I was like, hell yeah. But then I also worried because there was, 41-ish seconds that Green Bay was going to get a field goal and mess the whole thing up. And then not only that, but you double scored. So I'll give them credit, even though didn't technically sweep because on the front half of the second half, they did not score there, but they scored 2 touchdowns in the span of like 14 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and give them credit for that. I thought that was amazing, but it wasn't until the combination of both of those things that I thought they were really in this game. Even when they scored the first touchdown, I was still like, but when they got that turnover and all of a sudden you're like, how the hell are they winning this game? Because I even thought when it was 13-9, how shockingly close it was. Because did it not feel like Green Bay had dominated that first half? And then it was so close.
Yeah, they had done that up until the block PAT. That was the moment where, and again, you're right. It didn't feel like that was a seismic shift in the game. But now looking back on it, you're like, oh, it definitely was the beginning of a little bit of a cascade here.
And, in
the Cowboys' favor.
You mention it. Kevontae Turpin for a couple of really big returns, especially since you got the return to almost midfield, followed up by the Pickens great move after catch. And then, by the way, the thing that I thought was amazing outside of just the stats, not only did Pickens make an amazing move on that play, he carried somebody into the end zone just about. And so you love the stats, but you love that it's the same thing that we talk about Javonte Williams multiple times. Great. You got extra yards. I'm excited about that. But also the physical will that you show of I will drag you along to where I am going.
Yeah. Did you thank Javonte Williams already?
No.
Okay.
I think he deserves it.
I will give him a thank you because he had to carry the load after Miles Sanders went out. And so now it was all on him and Hunter Lipke, who I think got 1 carry after that. So it didn't really matter.
By the way, no thank you note to that 1 carry because it was a draw play on 3rd and 14. And I was like, what are we doing?
Javonte Williams was like, all right, that's fine. I'll be the back. I'll be the everything back for you in this game. And he is running downhill. He is playing a good game. But Kevin, because of what he's doing, and Miles Sanders was effective early too in that game, it is setting up play action. It is setting up for other plays to be able to be made because of what they're doing in the run game. It keeps defenses off balance. It makes them have to be honest about what they're doing, and that's helpful. Now, again, right now I'm feeling like, but it's the Packers based on the last 2 games. I'm like, but it's the Packers.
Yeah.
But that's not what we were thinking a couple weeks ago. This is that part of the Cowboys. A lot of this is definitely going to the Cowboys offense. Because they were the ones, and I asked Jerry about it. I asked Steven about it last week. How much of this is going to hinge on Dak's arm? And then Jerry comes out last night and is like, that's why I signed Dak and not Micah.
He did. That was a bold thing to say after the game. But
you're seeing why right now.
Also, I don't know if this is fair. No thank you note to the Cowboys for having 12 men on the field.
Oh, that was tough. It could have been Diggs' interception.
Okay, for the Diggs interception. Now, would you not argue that it felt like Jordan Love saw that flag, knew the call, and that pass wouldn't have been made if not for the flag?
No thank you note to Kevin for trying to point this out. Not you, Kevin Walker. You're doing great. Kevin Hagelin, what are you trying to do, man? Are you even a Cowboys fan?
I think he threw a pick.
Thank you. There actually wasn't a penalty.
Shut up, Kevin. And Corey, you answered this question. Do you think he makes that throw without that penalty flag?
I can't tell you what he saw, Kevin.
Come on!
I don't have his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. What do you think I am, a raven the one-eyed raven? I can see through his own eyes by being.
Isn't it the three-eyed raven? I'm not actually sure. What a stupid ending to that show. By the way, side note, and then thank you note to Leah Fow. I know we already talked about the no thank you parts, but just destroying on punt coverage with the faux spin move that faked out Leah Fow not at all.
Dude, I thought he was murdered.
Stunning.
I really thought that he was going to be dead, and we were going to be in a situation because and I think they're right.
Hit.
I think that Collinsworth was dead on whenever he was like, maybe he doesn't do that spin move ever
there's
again.
no way you're going to see. Was that Golden?
Yeah.
There's no way you're going to see that spin move as part of his arsenal again.
I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah.
They didn't even need to. What was the purpose of it? Other than somebody was behind him and he thought they might. There was no reason for it.
Feels like he would have been better off without it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, there's a lot to cover in the world of baseball. Do you think we should start with, actually, this was a fun story, and then we'll get to the Rangers in just 1 second. Go ahead and give me cut number 2 because it was an exciting finish for the Red Sox.
Rafaela, deep center field, way back there. Meadows looks up. It's off the top of the wall. Here comes Gonzalez around third. He will score. Say hello to October. Saydon walks it off.
So
that was Colby, by the way, that said, "Hey, you need to mark Kevin saying shut up, Kevin."
Thanks a lot, Colby. But that actually is probably fair. We need to tell him some of the other things that I have been saying. So that play right there in particular, huge one, gets Boston into the playoffs. Now, I know this is probably what a lot of people want to focus in on. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 7? Because this play right here might have prevented the Rangers from having a winning record for the season as they ended up at 81-81. But this is also the play that clinched the Astros missing the playoffs for the first time in 9 years.
0-1. Garcia delivers, and he hit him. The ball game's over. The Cleveland Guardians are in the playoffs. A walk-off hit by pitch. Kempis was drilled in the arm, and he is mobbed now at first base.
Just one of the dumbest ways to end a game, but it also meant that the Astros weren't going to make the playoffs. So,
Yeah, I'm in the camp, Kevin, that does not believe that there was anything intentionally done on that specific pitch in order to keep the Astros out of the playoffs. You can't convince me that Bochy thinks that way. You also can't convince me that he doesn't think that way. So
what?
Yeah, I'm very confused. It's like a tie right now in my brain.
Yeah.
That's the way today is going for me. But it doesn't. Again, I go back to the great Roger Staubach after the drop in the end zone.
Jackie Smith,
and he says, "Hey, there were so many other things that we could have done to win that game.
Yeah.
That was one play out of many that failed."
Right.
And for Astros fans, if you're upset, that's on you, buddy. Like, that's not on the Rangers. Y'all should have won an extra game. And I've already coped with the fact that the Rangers are out of the playoffs. I've been coping with it since August, so I'm kind of okay already. But I guess I understand they're having to go through the process, Kevin. You got to blame somebody else, and then eventually you're going to get to acceptance.
Well, you know what? I have great news for you. That's maybe fringy top 3 bad thing that happened for a team this weekend. Because I take you instead to the Cleveland Guardians. Man, Cleveland Guardians were able to overcome on July 8th. They were 15 and a half games out of first place. They end up winning the division, and they will host the Detroit Tigers, who suffer the greatest collapse in MLB history. So I know there's a lot of interesting playoff series to start with, and we'll get into that tomorrow on the show. But number one for me has got to be Cleveland and Detroit. Detroit coughs up the biggest lead in the history of Major League Baseball, and then they play the team that overthrew them to start the playoffs. And will they finish off this amazing comeback by putting Detroit in the ground for this season? Or will Detroit go, that was a neat little story, but guess who's still in the playoffs? Like, I am going to be locked in for that series.
Okay, I like that.
That's probably number one. Number 2, the New York Mets.
Steve Cohen has apologized.
It's not. What's that?
Steve Cohen has apologized to the fan base.
Yeah, as he should have. Because it wasn't just that Corey was right. It was that he was right a couple months ahead of time. That's the thing. It's not a question of if Corey is right. It's a question of when is Corey right. And Corey was proven right. $340 million payroll. And they missed the playoffs. And the way that they lost the playoffs is unbelievable. So you needed the Reds to lose. The Reds lost to the Brewers. That cleared the way. The Mets were going to get it done. And then they got shut down by the freaking Marlins. And so they're out of the playoffs. And then immediately after the game, Pete Alonso was like, you know what? The hell with it. Let's just tell everyone all of the things. I'm opting out for next year. So he was set to make $24 million. I understand why he's opting out. It was just fascinating timing when everything's crumbling around the Mets. He was
he's part of the mess, though, isn't he?
I think you could make that.
I mean,
argument.
he's in that clubhouse too. So,
Look.
what's the point there of being? Hey, you know what? Now I'll show everybody else. I'm out of here.
See, I think it was just a matter of because he's coming off a good season, but I think it was just a matter of I'm mad, and sometimes when you're mad, you get a little looser with the talk, right? And you're like, son of a... And so he's like, nope, I'm opting out. And so we'll see. But then he was like, yeah, so we'll see if we can work it out.
What?
Yeah, so...
That's ridiculous.
He wasn't definitely like, but I 100% would love to sign an extension. He's like, yeah, we'll figure it out.
So he was definitely maybe.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, the Reds, this is their first playoff appearance in 5 years.
Dude, this team is very interesting. Because they kind of had, one of those weird arcs throughout the season too.
Yes.
But they have what feels like a lot of youth that can be very exciting. A manager that a lot of people believe in and understands what this time of year is all about. So there's a lot of exciting things there for the Reds and people who have played for the Reds before in their lives.
There you go. I see what you're doing there. All right. We've got some
Ken Griffey Jr.
We've got some managerial move-ins into shake-ins. So the Pirates announced that they are extending Don Kelly. I imagine that conversation went like this. Hey, nobody really wants to be here, and we're not going to try harder to win. Is that okay with you? His response was something positive, and so they gave him the extension. Not saying he did a bad job. I'm saying that the ownership group there is incompetent and incapable of giving their manager and other players the tools that it takes to actually have a sustained winning team. Now, on the other side of it, the Giants have fired manager Bob Melvin after only a couple of years. I know that this is going to start a lot of speculation about Bruce Bochy. I will say this. I don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but I believe all things being equal, Boch would prefer to stay in Texas than go back to San Francisco.
There's a lot of things in San Francisco that he loves. Buster Posey being the GM.
For sure.
He loves that man. Like, how often does he bring up Buster Posey when we talk about just, players in your past? He spent most of his career on the West Coast playing and then managing for the Padres and managing the Giants. He understands that organization. They love him still.
Sure.
You see it every time he goes back there. They wouldn't give Micah a video, but they'll give Bochy 7 videos and standing ovations, and they're like, whatever you want, sir. Basically,
because as Jerry said, he won.
Yeah. So, I understand there's a lot of things there. I think you're right, Kevin. I think he would prefer it. But ultimately, this decision, who's it up to? Is it up to Chris Young or is it up to Boch?
I still think it's up to Boch because that's what Chris Young came out and said. Now, behind the scenes, maybe it's not quite as cut and dry as that, but I believe that Bochy will be back.
I have seen what this manager can do when he has the talent.
Sure. Can we pause right there? And this is a longer conversation for another day. So maybe if he comes back, we'll be dependent on what the Rangers' actual philosophy is.
That's an interesting question. Interesting conversation.
Because I can tell you they did go over the threshold.
You're a threshold.
And so, okay. And so you're going to be...
Oh, I thought, my bad.
That wasn't meant
I was
as
very
an
offended.
insult
I shouldn't
whatsoever.
have been. I'm sorry.
The monetary threshold. And so you're going to be on a tight budget once again, and I kind of wonder if the Rangers might consider going in the complete opposite direction. And if that's the case, then...
All Osuna's?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And so if that's the case, then I don't think he's going to be managing this team. All right, couple more really quick things for you. The Blue Jays, they clinch the AL East title, and to go along with that, Dante Bichette's kid, Bo Bichette, almost forgot that for a minute. He is going to be out for the wild card round, but there is thought that he will be able to rock and roll and be ready to go for the ALDS. Tough break for the Cubs. One of their Rookie of the Year candidates, Cade Horton, he's out with a fractured rib. The earliest he could probably come back is for the NLCS. And then we talked about this off
They
air.
have Crow Armstrong. They'll be fine.
Okay.
That dude's so good.
Jake Berger is starting his offseason with surgery to repair a tendon in his wrist. We thought maybe this was coming for a minute. And then Clayton Kershaw is left off the wild card roster. But I think that's because he pitched as well. Position-wise, he would be in place, especially if that series went 3 games, to be on the NLDS roster. And then Shohei Ohtani hit a career high and broke his own record, 55th home run for most home runs in a Dodgers season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hits and misses from the Cowboys weekend next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute pet. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors. And I want to let you know, I say that because of what Corey said right before we went on the air, not because of his usual high level of content. I'm worried about what might trickle into this segment.
Sacha Baron Cohen,
No.
according to the New York Post 3 days ago,
Yep.
has moved on from Isla Fisher and is now with a 27-year-old
Didn't they get divorced?
OnlyFans model. Well, I think this is the first time that he's publicly been with somebody else, and that's the important factor there. But Isla Fisher, dude, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He has millions of dollars, right?
We never know.
Know what?
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Just because somebody's pretty doesn't tell the whole story.
That is true.
Personalities are important in relationships. In one-night stands, not so much.
Oh, my goodness.
According to Underdog
This
NBA,
is
Kevin.
what I was worried about. Oh, yeah. Hey, promo code Masterpiece today and tomorrow. Sign up. You get $100 bonus cash when you make your first $5 play.
Underdog NBA, Bucks owner Wes Edens on Giannis Antetokounmpo's future with the team. Quote, I had a great conversation with Giannis in June, and he made it clear that he is committed to Milwaukee and he likes having his family here. Giannis, 1 hour later, quote, I cannot recall that meeting.
Oh, no.
Again, this is not an NBA segment, but when I saw that, that's always a weird moment.
That's not what you want.
So there you go for that.
That's not what you want.
Kevin, we keep track every Monday.
Man. I'm kind of reeling from that. I'm sorry, Corey. I know we need to get to hits and misses, but
you're shook.
Yeah, man. For him to just straight up come out and be like, I do not recall that conversation. So it's not that he said, I don't recall saying it specifically like that, but he's right. No, it was, I do not recall that specifically saying that. You're like, that's not good. Back to you, Corey.
By the way, to the guy from the 903, we've been at the top every time slot we've ever had. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
The top 10 rushing records of the weekend, Kevin. 5, 3, and 2.
Oh, because, yeah.
Tracking the top 10 rusher records, 26, 12, and 2. Again, very raw data here. I just want to point that out because people get upset. Top 10 passing records, 4, 4, and 2. Bringing them to 15, 23, and 2. So if you're throwing the ball too much,
yeah,
you just got to have all this is telling me is you have to have a good, sound running game. It's not going to guarantee you wins, but I think because for balance purposes, you got to have a good, sound rushing game.
No, I agree. And look, this is one of the cases where I think you could maybe twist the statistics to fit your narrative either way. But I just want to give one more opportunity to shout out both the quarterbacks in the Sunday Night Football game. They both played tremendously.
Would you like the hits or misses?
I want the misses.
The misses from this weekend. Honorable mention, my fantasy misplay of Romeo Doubs.
Nope, that's tomorrow.
I could have played Romeo Doubs last night.
Don't care.
Also, misses of the weekend. My underdog bets hit everything but Michael Penix's under passing yards.
Man, well, okay. I don't know. Does it help at all that it's not like he went higher by 3 yards? He set a career high, and you're like, what are you going to do?
It's one of those where I was looking at the numbers. I was like, dude, he hasn't even gotten to this number yet this season.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility that they could just turn it over to Kirk Cousins. But what he did was Michael Penix said, I'm not going to let this opportunity go to waste. And so he went out there and he took advantage of Dan Quinn's defense in a way that we haven't seen since the Packers game here in Dallas in the playoffs. Also honorable mention, Cam Ward, 108 yards and a pick. Kevin, this guy.
Hey,
what is happening here?
Look, he said, at least he said, we all got to step up, myself definitely included. But I agree, it has been a horrific start. You know what's interesting, though? You kind of mentioned this off air. It definitely feels like Callahan is getting all the heat and not Cam Ward. Hopefully that's a matter of like Cam Ward's a rookie and stuff, and Brian Callahan already took away his own play calling duties and then said he thought he was doing a good job. And I'm like, why did you take them away from yourself then?
I'd also like to throw this. This doesn't really go in the hits and misses category, but this is some new information. John Mara recently been diagnosed with cancer. Been following the treatment plan recommended by an outstanding team of doctors. I'm feeling strong and optimistic, committed to seeing this through to a positive outcome. I plan to remain active with the team throughout my treatment, and I'm fortunate to be surrounded by incredible support personally, professionally, medically. I ask that you respect my privacy, my family's privacy at this time.
Right.
This is fascinating because of the month that we're in with the NFL and Crucial Catch.
Yeah.
And now the defensive coordinator for the Patriots, John Mara, owner of the Giants. And I do wonder if that's, kind of part of going through that. And you get screened and checked and everything. And as you heard last year, our own Tad Carper, because he was going through that, found out. So
yeah, hopefully like something like that happens to somebody high profile and ends up saving lots and lots of lives on the other side. But that is unfortunate.
Let's go ahead and dive into the misses of the top 3 misses of the weekend. Geno Smith, 117 yards and 3 interceptions.
So Geno Smith now is the league leader in interceptions. What's really interesting about all of this is, obviously there were some changes, and I think everyone was kind of like, yeah, Sam Darnold, he's a flash in the pan. He wasn't really that good. You'll see what happens. And at least early on, it feels like Sam Darnold is held up when he moved on down the road, while Geno Smith he's struggled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought this was a good move for Pete Carroll to bring Geno Smith along with him, have this combination, because he understands the quarterback. But he's not leading like he was in Seattle.
Yeah.
And he's looking like he's regressed more to what he started as when he got into the league, as they've gone so far. Now, he had a great game with Trey Tucker last week, but they're not finding it right now. Number 2, misses of the weekend. Anybody who thought Justin Herbert and Daniel Jones should be MVP candidates. I know last week, definitely all the people who thought they shouldn't be MVP candidates were the idiots.
Go ahead and raise my hand.
But here we are. Justin Herbert looking very, very pedestrian against the New York Giants. That was a struggle for him. And Daniel Jones, who I'm not going to say it was all his fault. He did throw a couple of interceptions, but does this put a little bit of a dent in what, like that, hey, Daniel Jones is back? It's just one loss. And it's just one loss to Justin Herbert, too.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw Bobby post, too, because Sean took a shot at him on Twitter and was like, you said that Justin Herbert was going to be an MVP candidate. And he posted last year, Josh Allen, week 4, had a miserable game.
Yeah.
And he goes, I forgot that we give MVPs after week 4. And I was like, dang, that was actually pretty strong right there. But
and also Daniel Jones wasn't helped out.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
I wonder if that, because just think about it. Without changing anything besides those two plays, how dramatically could that have changed the fortunes, not only of the team, but of Daniel Jones in terms of if you're like, that's 2 more touchdowns. That's a 4-0 record. He would be probably in the hits category, I feel like.
Dude. Okay, let's go ahead and get to number 1.
Sorry,
I like this. Number 1 hit miss of the weekend. Adonai Mitchell fumbles the ball before and through the back of the end zone, and also had a terrible play on one of their punts. This is that throw, Kevin, from Daniel Jones to Mitchell was awesome. Great throw. On top of that, the catch itself and the spin move to get away, amazing.
Agreed.
He's running down the sideline. He's got some dudes trying to knock him out of bounds. He's like, no, I got this. I believe, and I haven't heard anything different. I believe he was not trying to celebrate. He was trying to get the ball out in front so the guys that were chasing him couldn't strip the ball away from him. That is my thought, is he was trying to get it across the goal line and trying to make that a touchdown quicker by putting it out there.
Because that is not, I thought it was a celebratory.
And I can totally see, I juked you guys, and then he lost track of the ball, fumbles it, it goes out of the back of the end zone, and that is just awful. You hate to see that, but you're right. That very well cost the team and could cost Daniel Jones's MVP.
Look, if Daniel Jones ends the season and you can look at that for costing him the MVP, I feel like everyone involved will still be pretty pumped, because that means the Colts will be really, really good.
You think so?
Yes. I do not believe that's how that's going to play out, though.
Well, we'll see.
Sorry.
Hit of the weekend. Honorable mention. I'm going to go with Tuli Tuipulotu from the Chargers. 4 sacks.
Wow.
Of Jackson Dart, who took 58 sacks, it looked like.
Right.
But he had 4 in the game, which is a pretty big number, I'm going to say. More than Micah, who evidently graded out as the best player on the defense, according to PFF.
Can we pause on that for just 1 second? Did you take note, and if so, did you lose any or maybe a massive amount of respect for the Pro Football Focus grades when they showed how high Dante Fowler Jr.'s grade was for the season? And then because of that, Chris Collinsworth was like, and Dante Fowler's obviously really been good for them. What Dante Fowler is that? That's not the one I've been watching. And so when I saw his grade, because unfortunately the Cowboys are I'm 106 out of 110. I'm 64 out of 66. And then Dante Fowler's 37 out of 110. I was like, how is that?
Also honorable mention, the not tush push for a TD. What a beautiful play that was. Here's the thing, and that's not me being an Eagles fan. The play itself is unstoppable. So far, nobody's been able to stop it. That's why I say that. Now you're making a play off of the play. You have to commit everything you can to stopping Jalen Hurts from getting over the line.
Right.
And now you also have to think about the fact that they might just hand the ball or direct snap or do something else that gives Saquon Barkley the easiest touchdown he's had in decades.
Yeah.
It was brilliant play call, and I don't know when they decided that this was going to be an option off of it. I don't know if it was this year, how long they've been planning this, but man, that was a really smart use of, it's the same alignment. Everybody has to think that it's going to be this play, and there's no way that it's going to be that play. It's going to be easy for us. So that was another honorable mention. Number 3 on the hits of the weekend, rookie running backs. Omarion Hampton, 128 yards and a touchdown. Ashton Genty, 138 yards and a touchdown. Both of those the leading rushers for the weekend so far. That's big stuff from those two guys. Finally, Genty opens up one, and everybody's really happy about it.
Yeah.
They were both in losses, though, so that's a little weird.
Yeah, it is complicated because Hampton you're feeling good about, but you did lose a game that I think a lot of people thought was the most surprising result of the weekend. And then at least for the Raiders, man, Genty had gotten off to a really slow start, so good for him.
Yeah, no, and
like him.
he had one of those runs too that was like, oh, that's Ashton Genty right there.
Yeah,
I saw Bill Simmons had posted something that somebody else had posted, and it was him standing like Michael Myers versus him not standing like Michael Myers in the backfield.
Oh,
and how his yards are just so much better when he does stand like Michael Myers. So we'll have to look into that a little bit more.
Interesting.
Number 2 is Patrick Mahomes back. Hits of the weekend, 4 touchdowns on 270 yards. Dude, he looked right. He looked right again. Now, it could be the Ravens, because the Ravens have given up the most points in the league.
Do you think having Xavier Worthy back? By the way,
Hollywood Brown healthy.
They've given up the most points in the league by 1.
Yep.
Ahead of the Cowboys.
Still the most.
What have the Cowboys given up 108 points in their last 3 games?
Yeah, but 132 overall.
And 100. No, you're right. I don't want to make it sound like there's this big gap between the Ravens and everybody else.
There's a big gap between the Cowboys, Ravens, and everybody else.
Now that I believe.
But Mahomes looks good, and Kevin, I know you're saying, having health back on those parts, and then Rashee Rice is going to be back at some point. That's going to be another difference maker for that team. And as we said earlier, this is when Patrick Mahomes is at his best. Not when he has to be forcing the ball to somebody that's not open, but when he goes to random options all over the field, and he has lots of different plays dialed up for these guys.
Especially since that defense is still good.
And last but not least, the number 1 hit of the weekend, Matthew Stafford and Tutu Atwell. Stafford, great day, 375 yards for 3 touchdowns, but man, that 88-yard pass to win the game was absolutely breathtaking. It was a heart stopper, and it was wonderful, and congratulations to those two. They win the award. They'll be getting their check in the mail, I guess.
Oh, nice.
It's an empty check. It has $0 in it.
Oh, you could just really post-date it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it still the Cowboys defense? We'll discuss in Wanker of the Weekend next right here on The Fan.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd down and 6. They're inside the 10, trying to regain the lead. Prescott under center back, looking over the middle into the end zone. Hung on, Ferguson. First touchdown since the Truman administration.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're always throwing out some appreciation for that call, as well as TJ Bass appreciation. I thought he did a very, very admirable job yesterday. But Corey has his hand over his face before we get to Wanker of the Weekend, and so I worry that this is bad.
It's not that bad.
Oh, great.
Today is Mavs Media Day. Also,
Derek Lively apparently grew 2 inches.
And Daniel Gafford says breakout season, SZN on the way. But Dennis Smith Jr. was on Locked On Mavs. Have you seen what he said?
No.
Nick Angstedt said he's going to put this on a shirt. All these changes, but I still got my dog Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell's gotten more love in the last 3 weeks than in the history of the NBA.
29th best Maverick of all time.
Just thought I'd bring that to your world.
Yeah, good job. All right, now it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. I don't know if you think that counts or not, or if you think it's the Cowboys defense, who, never forget, they gave up 5 passing plays of 15-plus yards in the first quarter alone yesterday. And then on Jordan Love's first 14 dropbacks, they got 1 pressure. So now I do feel like that second element started to change throughout the game. It still wasn't great, but it started to change. So there's that.
Okay, did you feel... You're right. It did feel like it started to change. I don't know what exactly was the difference. It was just what Eberflus was dialing up, or the defensive front said, hey, I'm just not having any of this crap anymore. But what was... Did you feel like he was made uncomfortable in the pocket later in the game?
Yes.
And then later in the game, again, he got back to being comfortable. Like it did feel like late in the game he was more comfortable again.
Because I think part of the reason that happened as the game went along, too, is the Cowboys' run defense let them down. And so now it felt like you had viable options either way, because I felt like maybe the Cowboys were like, all right, we can amp up our pressure just a little bit because we're doing just fine stopping the run, or they're not running the ball a lot. But that felt like it started to fall apart, and then obviously the pass coverage leaves something to be desired throughout that entire game. Now, I'm going to go and play cut 6. I know on the surface this is a cool play, and it is also the most efficient field storming in maybe the history of college football. The reason why I'm going to put this on there are the Virginia fans wankers of the weekend for what I can only assume was them trampling 2 kids to death. Because if you have not seen this video,
yeah, dude,
it is terrifying for the DB and the wide receiver.
Here comes the blitz. Castellanos in trouble. Heaves one towards the end zone. Intercepted. It's over. Virginia has done it.
So by the time he says Virginia has done it, it looks like they have kids like out at the 15-yard line. Like they run out there, but the Florida State receiver and the DB are just, they disappear under those people. And like when you're in a mob like that, I never ended up seeing if they had any injuries or anything. I thought those kids might be in serious danger because that was scary, man.
How were those people allowed to be on the field like that for that play?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me, because you should have a buffer. There should be some buffer there.
I got you.
And quite honestly, the kids should provide that buffer too.
Right.
Like they should understand. I understand everybody wants to rush the field. I get it. I understand also there's some fines that are involved in it. But you gotta give some people an opportunity, because Kevin, that was scary. Like if I was,
I'm not kidding.
And they were
really
laying on the ground. The pass put them on the ground. It's not like they were standing up and just, all right, y'all run around me.
Yeah.
They were laying on the ground when I saw that. So that's scary, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Now, one more college note, although we will hit the Tuesday tailgate with Carter Freeman tomorrow. Is James Franklin the wanker of the weekend? He is now 4-21 at Penn State against top 10 teams. Yeah.
Squirrel White was reportedly unharmed.
Oh, great.
So he was caught up in the mix, but reportedly unharmed. 19 people were treated due to undisclosed health policy things. But yeah, 19 people got injured, but not him.
That feels like a minor miracle.
And all of his players made it to the locker room.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Good. So James Franklin is now 4-21 at Penn State against top 10 teams and 1-18 against top 10 teams in the Big Ten. His 160 winning percentage is tied for the third worst by a coach at a single school since the poll era began in 1936. Now, I know there's some people listening out there that their poll era probably started before then, but I think in this case, it means like the voting polls and whatnot. So there's that. All right. Now,
is he a good coach? His records.
I used to think so.
I agree. We both were kind of, before he got to Penn State, we were like, this dude's actually pretty good at what he does.
I thought it was a great hire.
I haven't quite understood where he is on this thing. It seems like Penn State's going to be good.
It's tough to argue because, like, on the one hand, I mean, his team is consistently up there. Maybe he's just a really good recruiter, or his staff is filled with good recruiters. Because when it comes to all of the games that define you as a coach in a program, he fails time and time and time again. Now, speaking of failures, are American golfers the wanker of the weekend? Because they fell behind early, and after the third session, they were down by 5 shots. That was tied for the biggest road advantage in Ryder Cup history after the third session. Now, America, they made a go at it in the singles matches, but they still lost 15-13. So is it American golfers or is it American fans that are wanker of the weekend? Because I know there was a lot of thought about how rowdy those fans were.
I mean, is that a bad thing? Do we not want rowdy fans?
So
we need a home
I
course
agree,
advantage.
But there were a couple of European players who were like, look, man, I knew it was going to be rowdy and stuff, but some of the stuff they said in terms of like spouses and other things, that was out of bounds. I'll never quite understand.
That's where we are right now, though.
Yeah. I'll never quite understand, like, oh, hey, your wife's in the stands, so I'm going to heckle her. Why?
Mm-hmm.
What does she do? She's not golfing. You're not going to get in. I mean, you're going to get into her head, but it's not going to make any difference on what happens out on the course.
You know, it's going to make difference though when she gets home that night, and maybe it's like Saturday night, Friday night. You get back to the house or whatever, and now she's like, "Oh my gosh, did you hear what they said about me?" And now you're sitting there going, "I'm trying to focus.
Yeah,
trying to focus on. Don't even go out there tomorrow." Matter of fact,
so that was.
And now you're getting divorced.
That was this. Wow,
because you're rude.
That was the strategy from the 817. Rory McIlroy is the wanker of the weekend for being a whiny bee the whole tournament. Now, these are 2 options, Corey, but I have a third, and you can only pick one, like the Highlander. Is it the American golfers, the American golf fans, or is it the envelope rule?
Envelope rule.
This has got to be one of the stupidest rules in all of sports.
What is the envelope rule?
So the envelope rule, because Europe had a player who he said, I think it was neck issues, and he wasn't going to be able to play. Okay, you lose, forfeit, 1 point America. Except that's not what they do. They have the envelope rule, where in this case, the United States captain is going to put one name of his player in an envelope. And then that person's not going to play, just as like the injured person is not going to play, and you split the match. All right, this is stupid for a couple of different reasons. First of all, you're clearly going to hurt that player's feelings.
Yeah,
because you're like, you're the worst. I didn't think you could score us a point. I don't even know why you're on this team. Secondly, in what other venue of sports is someone hurt and you're like, all right, it's a tie? Like, that doesn't happen.
Dude, how cool would it be if in the NBA you had to put a frozen envelope I mean, just a regular envelope.
Yeah, I think it was a regular one.
All right, or a frozen one. It's up to you. You had to put a frozen envelope out there, and it had your free throw shooting replacement, and it's got to be your worst free throw shooter. And so let's say your starter gets injured, and you're down your last shot. This is it. Free throws to win the game or lose the game. We got to go to the envelope. That would be awesome, dude. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Tell me it wouldn't. Oh my gosh, they're going to the envelope. And then, like, I know the NBA, like, last 5 minutes takes 2 hours. I get it.
Right.
But now I'm totally in for those 5 minutes that it's going to take to go get the frozen envelope out of the freezer, bring it down to the court, and then open it up and read it in front of everybody. Then we get those shots.
Okay. I mean, look, I am intrigued by this idea. From the 903, we probably haven't talked about this enough. Is Chris Collinsworth the wanker of the weekend for making it sound like Jack Sanborn was peak Sean Lee out there? Because he's like, oh man, look at him fly around the field, and you're like, really? Are we seeing the same? Look,
we've been watching a lot of Jack Sanborn, and we're probably starting to get down on him a little bit.
I appreciate the fact that even though his back was turned, or if he could have got it to ricochet off his foot, we would have won the game. But at least he was standing in front of a wide receiver when he got pegged in the back to help us eventually tie the game. But I don't feel like that's a good representation. Chris Collinsworth shouted out Dante Fowler and Jack Sanborn for being awesome on this defense this year. What?
Did Trayvon Diggs get juked out at the goal line, or why did he turn around? Why did he turn in a circle on that touchdown from Josh Jacobs? He was going left, and then he continued to go left and got out of the way of Josh Jacobs. It did look like he was trying to go for the cut to go outside.
Okay, because I'm not going to say
he got spun around.
I think that's fair, because I'm not going to say business decision Trayvon Diggs yesterday, because he had a couple of tackles that I was like, good job.
Yeah, that screen play that he stopped in the backfield, that was a really smart play. He read Jordan Love's eyes and got back there real fast. He just got shook on this one. I'm going to say he got shook and not business decision.
Okay.
Jack Sanborn, though, Kevin, here my belief, because I was probably at the forefront of the Jack Sanborn fan club. Remember, I brought his name up a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, a friend of mine says that he's going to be a Cowboy. And then he was a Cowboy. And I was like, all right, here we go. I always believed he would be a special teams backup kind of guy. Yet somehow they don't have a player better than him.
Right.
And Flus likes this guy because he understands his scheme, but it just doesn't look like he's always 2 or 3 steps behind.
Yes.
And that's where my frustration is right now.
Yeah, it does. And then I wanted to throw out at least one more. Cheryl Reeve, the Minnesota Lynx coach, she was suspended a game, and then that ended up being the end of the season because her team lost that ensuing game, and she went off on the WNBA officials, and she was like, look, she called first their officiating malpractice, but then said, if this is what the league wants, okay, but I want to call for a change of leadership at the league level when it comes to officiating. The officiating crew we had tonight for the leadership to deem those 3 people semifinal playoff worthy, it's effing malpractice.
Wow.
She only got suspended 1 game, or you could say she got suspended for the rest of the season because they lost.
Kevin, another wanker of the weekend, neck injuries.
Is there a new one?
Nnamdi Madubuike is out for the season.
I told you last week, man, I told you last week that when I heard somebody was like, oh, he's not going to play this weekend. And I was like, that is a longer term issue that the Ravens were concerned about. Remember, we talked about it at a time when the Ravens defense has all kinds of concerns. He's going to be out for the rest of the year. That sucks.
Yep.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Aubrey. Field goal. Good. Cowboys 40, Packers 37. 4:40 left.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. We got a couple of things for y'all. First of all, Broadus, I don't know if as the show goes along, you'll be able to give us any insight, but a firm partially set up in Saudi Arabia is buying EA Sports. So I know you're usually our go-to there. And then Wolchuk, we heard you on Sunday Night Football. Did you get lots of people hitting you up for that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was in the press box not watching it, so I had no idea that happened. And then Corey texted me. And then after Corey texted, I got a flood from a bunch of other Tolos and family members who were like, dude, you just made the Sunday Night Football intro.
That was cool.
Like, holy hell, that's
Mike
pretty
is the
badass.
enemy now.
He sure is.
That's such a great line, too.
He didn't say he was highly overrated. They didn't play that one?
They didn't play that one. They probably, they were like,
I was kind of hopeful
that
when people were saying that, I was kind of hoping it was like, he's really overrated. Ha ha ha.
Looked like it last night.
Yeah.
Woo! All right.
Highest graded player in Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus also
Those are the
thinks
grades we love.
7 pressures.
Dante Fowler has been badass in these first 3 games, so I would like to know more about that process.
Yeah, Fowler's been god-awful.
Now, you say overrated, like at least in the game last night, which for a lot of time was kind of true, but also did he not make the game-saving play?
Yeah.
He sure did.
He did. Now, I did love
I'd have
Dak's
gone for
response, like the sack there, you know.
He goes, nope.
They just did. They gave that to you. That's for the narrative. But yes, Dak scores if he
It was
doesn't
also
make that
good for
tackle.
my underdog.
100%.
You needed that.
Yeah, just as an aside.
I did it on Prize Picks as well.
Okay.
It was like 0.75.
Yes.
Like he's going to get more. I thought he'd get maybe 2 sacks. I was underwhelmed. I thought he was going to have a much better game.
What was the chances he was going to get 2 touchdowns? What was the bet on that? If Dak would have run in for 2 touchdowns.
Oh my gosh.
Because he had the quarterback draw for 1.
Yeah.
So
But you think he would have scored on that play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
do.
see. I do too. And then you said, would y'all have gone for it on 4th down then?
Hell yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was kind of frustrating.
Metricville says that's a 78% go.
And with the Cowboys defense, it's 100% go.
Yes. And the person who seems the saddest about it this morning is Bobby.
Yeah, I'm right there with him. I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it. You cannot trust your defense in a situation like that, and your offense had been absolutely cooking.
Yes.
I mean, they punted with like 12 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, and then it was just score. I would have been surprised the number said 78% go. I think 4 yards is pretty long. So as the coach, I would have taken the medicine and said we're going for it. Apparently, if that's what the numbers say.
Actually, Dawson, I lied to you. It's 76%. So it's 4th and 4, the Green Bay 4. The metrics people say go 76% and field goal 62.
Do the cavalcade of questionable play calls leading into that 4th down give you any pause?
Yeah, just run the ball 4 straight times. See what you do. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would have. Like I said, he called a really good game though.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. Once he figured out that the pass rush wasn't going to kill him, he started doing some. Usually, if you're worried about pass rush and rushers and edge rushers, you're not running like reverses and stuff like that.
You would chalk up those first 2 drives probably then to the fear of the pass rush. Because it felt like they were like, hey, just don't let him get a sack on the first play.
Yeah.
All right, hand the ball off.
And we need to run at Micah.
Yeah.
That was probably a big part of it.
Because he's overrated.
They chipped him and
your words
did a lot of things. They did everything that we talked about they needed to do to Micah. They tried.
So where is your takeaway headspace wise? Is it you had the game there to take and win, or I've been more positive this morning because after the first 3 Packers drives and they crushed you on 2 of them, I was like, you're going to lose this game by 30 points.
Agreed.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing. You figured out a way to score 40 points against a damn good defense.
Yeah.
I think yes, we made very little strides defensively, but what Dak showed yesterday, I mean, with a depleted offensive line, with no CeeDee Lamb, the fact that he could navigate that, the timing of the offense was brilliant. The ball was coming out. Obviously, he trusts Kevontae Turpin. Jake Ferguson, is a good factor as well. And then to make what they did with George Pickens, like, this was great progress. I think this was a feather in the cap, not only for Schotty, but Clayton Adams and Connor Riley as well, to bring in that many different offensive linemen and not really have a big downside to that. So there was a lot of positives to take from that. If you get cleaned out like it looked like we were on the way to on 13-2, I would think you're in trouble against the Jets and Panthers.
I could see that.
You still might lose those games.
You sure could.
The Panthers are very confusing from week to week.
Yeah, no, you're in a situation right now where you could play very well against some really good teams and just poop in the bed, with these other teams. So yeah. There's no guarantee with this team right now. You guarantee that maybe you'll score points.
Yeah.
But you can't trust these guys to get a stop. Second half, I mean, they played much better better overall defense, I thought, in the first half than they did in the second half.
Their run defense took a precipitous drop.
I think they got wore down.
Yeah, I mean, the snaps, they had, I think it was 66 snaps before the last Packers drive in overtime.
So they
probably got totally worn down.
I was so impressed with Josh Jacobs. My gosh.
Yeah, he had some pretty nice moves.
Really impressive. Out of the backfield, catching, and then downfield, open field, like, good luck, Trayvon Diggs. I mean, there's just only so many times you can run full speed and dive at a guy and miss and hit the ground before your body gives out.
Yeah, it was like, 14 missed tackles?
14,
I saw even a higher number.
It felt like more.
The angles, I mean, look, Kenneth Murray runs himself out of place.
He does.
It's unbelievable watching these linebackers.
And then there was a play where they didn't know what to do, even when the ball was snapped, and that ended up with a 2-receiver on 1 DB advantage that clearly you don't see too often, that led to an easy completion.
Yeah, to start that game, it was a ridiculous amount of chunk plays. Like, that first quarter was a total disaster.
5 passing plays of 15-plus yards in the first quarter alone.
Yeah.
Now, question, maybe a longer conversation for another day. After the first 2 weeks, Packers were going to win the Super Bowl. After the last 2 weeks, maybe looks like those picks won't be so bad. What are you to make of the Green Bay Packers, who did not win against Cleveland or Dallas?
Keep playing with that offensive line, and we got a chance to have a good pick.
Yes.
That
offense, the 20th pick right now.
Yeah, you've got to figure out, I mean, if teams continue to have to play again, there's going to be other fronts that are better defensively. And the key to playing that quarterback is pressure. The pressure bothers him more than any other guy you play.
Yes.
So that's
you saw that last week too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Get after him, and he'll make some poor throws.
But that Green Bay's, I think Green Bay has to get healthy right now. They look like probably divisional round and out. Best case scenario for them. But they have some really key guys, and their top wide receiver is out as well. And plus, Christian Watson's probably coming back in a month or so.
Are we still high belief with him?
I think he's good. He's going to help him.
Yeah, he's not.
He's a good player. Yeah, it's just, gosh, you can't stay healthy.
Yeah,
it's a really big problem. But him and Jordan Love, the deep route, they connect on it.
Tucker Kraft, I thought was amazing last night too.
Yeah,
he's a dog.
And I thought maybe you'd be okay because he had like one really standout game in the first 3, and otherwise he was just solid. But he was making some plays.
Yeah.
Our secondary is just the worst.
It's not good.
Yeah, dude. And you mentioned the linebackers as well. Like, how many just passes to the running backs?
Just
or
throw
like
it the flat. You're going to gain 8 yards.
Let him go
hey,
run.
It's 3rd and 15. Don't worry. We'll check it down. We'll pick up 17.
I thought that on the 4th and 6. I was like, all right, this play call is to our advantage. But I felt like really low confidence level that we would shut it down. And then Golden was wide freaking open.
Oh yeah, so the late 4th down play, yeah, he was wide open, no pressure.
What made you think that they could stop him on 4 downs?
No, I'm saying theoretically
because they hadn't stopped him in 3 downs.
Absolutely, I'm just saying theoretically, if you get a team in 4th and 6, it should be your advantage.
Right.
But watching it, I was like, we're probably not going to stop this.
To Brian's point, if it wasn't for the clock, they had gone in and scored a touchdown, right?
I think that is accurate. But by the way, shout out to them for almost blowing it along the way. That was
that
what
was
were they doing?
Terrible clock management.
I don't know.
Terrible decision by or management by the home clock operator.
Yeah,
you got to let that thing hit zero.
I'm telling you, man. I said in the post game last night, if you know that's going to be the last play of the game, you just turn it on and then stand up and walk out the door.
Thank you.
What was Ron Tolbert? I have never seen an official adjust the clock more in a game than this guy.
Yeah.
Please put 7:02. He probably gave you an extra 5 minutes of the game last night just doing things that officials don't normally do.
Even Steven agreed with that. He goes, yeah, make him review it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's where I'm at.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. If you're the home clock operator and it's the last play, you turn it on, get up, grab your hat, and walk out.
There you go.
And then
turn it on, leave it on is what I like to say.
That's right.
There you go.
What do you guys got coming up today on the program?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. It is it's Flagtober week. I don't know if you heard, but we'll be at Tolbert Garage Door getting this thing kickstarted on Saturday. So looking forward to seeing all the Tolos out there.
Would you consider calling it Flag Tolbert for that day then?
Absolutely, it's Flag Tolbert. Let's put it on the board. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, is going to join us at 3 to talk about this Cowboys game and Shoddy Presser 4:15 today.
All right, roll home with the G Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say it's a tie, Kevin.
I guess.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be
Saffron Squad?
Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day. Let's talk about this on a Cowboys Monday here for you. Unlike most, tie's just weird, isn't it? I always hate the tie because then you have to consider it in your standings and your record, and you forget about it, and you're like, oh, yeah.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Like, for the rest of the season, we have to account for that tie.
Yeah.
It's kind of a pain.
That is the annoying part. I think the good part is how well this offense played against a good defense.
Boom.
And I'll take that, and I'm going to use that as confidence and optimism for what Schotty and Clayton Adams and Dak and the guys have cooking. Okay, so let me start on that note. What do you think? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open, and you know the number at this point. General at your service. You see me, bear me. N.A., there's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Salute to Palmer. Palmer's hot Nashville chicken.
Man, that hit the spot.
Those wraps are incredible, aren't they?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. The result makes me more optimistic. Let's go around the room on that. Do you guys agree?
Yeah. Listen, I thought one of the big things when it comes to basically the entire tenure of Dak Prescott, Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy, it was you can put up numbers versus bad team. You can do what you did versus the Giants. It's like nobody's really surprised. Divisional game, crappy opponent, okay.
Whoop-de-doo.
But now for the second time, you've shown 1 versus Filthy, and now 2 versus the Packers, 2 bona fide playoff teams, playoff defenses, and Dak and Schotty, for the most part, at their best. I think we're watching Dak Prescott play the best football of his career, maybe the best game of his career last night. It doesn't end in a win, which is super weird, and we'll continue to hammer that home. But he is absolutely dialed right now, and huge credit to the whole staff, like you mentioned, playing down guys on the offensive line, being able to do that shorthanded, no CeeDee Lamb versus a playoff opponent, and go out there and put up 40. Come on now, dude. That's not something we're used to seeing at all.
Yeah, no, we're not used to seeing them get better as the game goes on. We're used to, people making excuses for their lack of mid-game adjustments. And we're used to when they go down 13-2 and they can't do anything for a quarter and a half, they're done. They're like a turtle on their backs.
In the fold.
That didn't happen. I don't know. I guess Dak in the playoffs in 2016 against the Packers, they went down and rallied back. That was with a loaded team, a great offensive line, Ezekiel Elliott. This one is the example, I think, of your veteran quarterback figuring out how to make up for where your roster's short.
Yeah, it's. It definitely made me feel better. I did not think going into this one, especially given the opponent and the terrible history they've had in that building against them, that they had much of a chance. And to get down 13-0 until that block, it felt like this is just 2023 wild card rolling right back into 2025 week 4. You're going to get run out the building. Then the block happens. The Maris Leofau special teams hit happens, and I think that helped ignite a bit of fire. I think the offensive line, though, that's in rewatching the game, was one of the brightest takeaways for me. I don't remember a time where you'd be down a center, a guard, your left tackle leaves the game due to a concussion. Nate Thomas has to come in as a backup and play left and right tackle, and you're going up against, we talked all week, we know Micah Parsons. Rashawn Gary's pretty damn good. Lucas Van Ness has looked pretty darn good. That is a really talented front seven there of Green Bay, and they held their own. I mean, I thought Brock Hoffman played well. TJ Bass played well. When Nate Thomas got in there, Thomas held his own against Micah. Guyton was great against Micah on that Dak draw for a touchdown. So the offensive line, it's probably the best depth that they've had in that I can remember. I mean, I don't know what year you would want to go back to, but that's huge because they've had issues when it comes to finding depth pieces along that line.
Well coached, and and the fact that those guys really kind of all got to play together during training camp. I mean, I think Hoffman and Bass played every game, every snap in the preseason, so naturally you got them together there. I was really concerned about the ability of Steele and Bass to work together. And I felt like early in that football game, some of the runs, TJ Bass didn't get second level. And if you don't get second level on some of these linebackers, like the ones that they have, then you're going to have some 2 and 3 yard runs. but they weathered the storm, and I felt like they did a really nice job of overall kind of looking out for each other. They did a great job initially. Like, I think they wore Micah Parsons out in this game. I think they wore him out in a way. And I know he had some pressures, and Dak did a great job, but they did the things that we asked them to do. You chip him, you space him, you try and cut him, you double team him. I mean, even Tolbert was taking a couple of rib shots on him, the tight wing, and you're kind of like, okay, everybody, every time they saw that number 1 in green next to him, somebody just kind of took a shot at him. And I think that ultimately helped you throughout that football game.
For sure. I mean, the one time you decide to leave Ferguson one-on-one with him ends up being the big mistake, and he makes the sack to stop Dak right there. Yeah. Otherwise, for the most part, one-on-one, it felt like the tackles did a pretty nice job. He got his at times, but I would say even more so credit to Dak being able to get rid of the ball. At times he's being hit. He's right there in his face. He's trying to slap the ball out of his hands. Boom, Dak standing tall in the pocket and letting it rip. I would say credit to Dak. Like, part of the reason why Micah's game doesn't look as good is because I think Dak was just that badass in the pocket.
Well, and we talked about this leading up to the game. Dallas receivers were going to have to win. They were going to, because the ball was going to come out quick.
For sure.
And so Dallas was going to have to find a way with Pickens. I mean, just take your pick of all the guys that dressed yesterday.
Yeah.
Everybody contributed to the offense's success.
Big third downs. Flanoy, 2 catches, 2 first downs.
Yeah.
Tolbert with the play of his career.
Oh, for sure.
With that
the play of Dak's career,
I mean,
too.
that was a tremendous throw, but Tolbert coming again.
The Turpin catch might have been even better because
working back to the ball.
The fact that he's throwing over, like Hoffman gets beat right off the jump. And so the ball's got to come out. I mean, it's got to go over the top of a defender.
Oh, was that the 3rd and 3?
Yeah.
Well, to the boundary?
To the boundary. And
Javonte Williams, I thought, did a nice job there, because that was a Micah blowing off, just crushing Hoffman.
Sorry about that. You're in a situation.
Good save. Kind of saved that one.
No, you're in a situation, and the thing with Turpin is you're starting to see legitimate downfield receiver guy.
So was there, I mean, and salute to Flanoy, who Wolchuk called a couple of clutch plays. Was there a difference schematically in the passing concepts?
No.
It was just guys winning?
No, they just needed to find a way.
Do you think the Packers corners are overrated?
I think the Packers corners are living on a front four that gets after, and they didn't get exposed the first 3 weeks of the season. They got exposed a little bit yesterday.
I mean, you look at them just on paper, it's not a good unit, but they seemed like, okay, are they at least playing well? They got exploited.
They weren't giving up big plays.
Pickens, no. Now, if you
that's because the pass rush gets after you so well.
Right. One knock that I will say frustrated me about the offense was, why does it take until 5:42 in the second quarter to target George Pickens? You got to get the ball to your best wide receiver.
I think they were scared throwing the ball early in that game.
Yeah, but we're talking 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes left in the first half.
But you've
had plenty of time.
Look how the early part of that game evolved, though. They did things to make sure that this pass rush didn't hurt them, and then what happened? They got confident at the end of the game, and they put Ferguson on Micah one-on-one, and he ran it down. Yeah. Majority of the game, you're doing things to kind of keep Micah at arm's length, but then all of a sudden it's like, man, Fergie can handle this. Let's go. Let's do this.
We got him.
And unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Well, fortunately, Dak has shrugged off any suggestion that the injury would impact him, or that the collection of injuries would put him in a place here in his early 30s where he would not be good enough. I think this is by far the best 4-game stretch I've ever seen him play. I wonder how they're looking at team building around him, because right now there's not enough good on your defense to think we're a couple of trades away from having a good defense. I think this defense is so pathetic. Like, what are you thinking? We'll let this year play out, and we'll try to have this good a Dak again next year, because why couldn't he? And I think maybe you could be confident in that, but I think when you have a player playing like this and your offense is capable of so much, even without CeeDee Lamb, you got to be racking your brains to try to come up with any sort of a plan to shore this thing up. I just don't know if it's that realistic.
Yeah, I mean that's the huge unfortunate aspect of this situation right now is you do have Dak Prescott and this offense playing at a supreme level.
Well, that's what it was going to take.
On the
right?
flip side, you have the
absolutely.
single worst defense in the league.
I'm not acting like we're surprised here, right?
No.
You kind of felt like you kind of felt like if you
this
had,
bad though.
What, the defense?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the offense.
Oh, yeah.
But
even that, we had questions. Dak off the injury last year, everything looked weird. You have first time, head coach and Schotty, a bunch of new coaching staff. Like, we were optimistic, but I mean, they've really hit the ground running.
Well, if healthy, I thought this was possible. But you take 2 linemen and CeeDee Lamb out of there. They scored 14 last week against Chicago.
Yeah, that's
you put up 40.
You had to be surprised they scored 40 against Green Bay.
Oh no, I picked it to be a 28 game or 25 game. I didn't think it was going to be 40. No, absolutely not. But see, that's the thing about it was, to me, like I think that the offense last week missed opportunities. I think Dak could have had a very similar game. I think they missed some throws. I mean, that cover 2 look, the one we did not see enough of the ball going down the field against the Bears. You saw the ball going down the field against these guys.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big difference between these 2 games.
Okay, what'd you think of Ezraku? Because he was flashing. I hadn't seen the all-22 yet. Was he consistent?
Yeah, that's what he does. I mean, he's kind of figured out that if he rushes down the middle, he gets effed, and so he's figured like, hey, if I don't let them get their hands on me, I have a chance. So he's a little bit better, the way that he's able to kind of dip and do some things that he did at Boston College. And he's actually playing the run really, really well.
Yeah, that's where he stood out.
That's the one thing that he has become really good at is, like, when they run the ball at him, he does a good job of staying at home and getting it done.
Okay, so to your trade question here on the defense.
Yeah.
Ezraku had his best game. Does he continue to get better? You're going to get Overshown back. Now, you don't know what version of Overshown you're going to get, but he should immediately be your best linebacker. Does that make you feel a little bit better about your linebacking core?
Yeah.
Corners, the more bland plays, I'd like to think the better he's going to feel and get back into a rhythm, or you're just totally screwed because you just paid that guy, and that would be like a Diggs 2.0. You'll get Revel back. I don't know what to expect about him.
Better than Elam, hopefully.
Hopefully, right, because Kyrie Elam looked terrible. So is it worth it to pick up the phone and call Cincinnati about Trey Hendrickson, or if there's another edge on the market? Because right now, I mean, you hear some of the conversations going on in the locker room, and it's like all these edges are looking at each other like, who's the one that's going to step up and make a play? I think Ezraku can morph into that guy, but it's not going to be overnight. Fowler's not it. Sam Williams isn't it, right? So you do need to add somebody to that group. Is that the spot? Is it worth it to say, hey, if we can get one guy there, that might help us to be at least serviceable, and our offense is so damn good, maybe we can compete?
I think I'd like to keep, developing Ezraku depending on, what I got in Clowney and Houston, and add a do-everything linebacker, which is hard to snap your fingers and make appear in a trade market, but then a more quality deep safety. Especially with Hooker. I don't know how injured he is, but I don't know if they have enough at 3 spots. But I mean, to your point, that's kind of doable as long as you get improvement from Diggs and Bland, which is probably on the cards. I don't think Diggs is going to play 2 or 3 game series as bad as he did the first 3, and he did some things well last night. I mean, that tackle that he made to basically preserve the tie
and the interception, unfortunately, didn't count. But that was a vintage Trayvon Diggs play.
I guess it is. It's somewhat doable. It was interesting. Damone Clark was not active. Trayvon Diggs didn't start. I think that was the point of your rant last night, that they're trying other stuff. You really can't blame Matt Eberflus for this.
I think they were mad at Diggs for gambling in that Bears game.
Oh,
they got mad
on
at
the
him.
stab.
On the stab, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. They got mad at him.
Oh, all righty. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got 1 segment down and 14 to go, a full 5 hours, pretty much from here all the way until opening day 2026. So you got your full 5 of G-Bag Nation back. You got your Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake cooking. Of course, tonight at 7 o'clock, you'll have the Cowboys Hour with Brad Sham and a reputable guest. So we look forward to telling you more about that. And, of course, Flagtober 2025 starts Saturday at Tolbert Garage Door off 30 in Mesquite, and we look forward to seeing you there. Okay, we'll get you the G-Bag of the Day champion replay on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's keep the Cowboys Monday rolling. 10 thoughts from this Cowboys-Packers tie. Do you like the ties? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next in the nation. But
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Does that 40-40 tie feel more like a win or a loss for you? I'd say dub. I'd say when you tie, the better team kind of feels like a dub. I guess that's a soccer mindset. Segment here, we're going to get the G-Bag of the Day championship replay. You tune in every day at 5:30, hear the champ face the challengers. And then we'll get to Wolchuk's Top 10 here at 2:20. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, man, 5:30 here on this station. I'm going to replay some challenges for you. It'll be good. I got some good stuff over the weekend. Hey, by the way, my name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. I believe this is day number 3, going for 4 for this champion audio. Comes from the morning show here on The Fan, the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Well, it's going to be this guy right here confessing some awful things with such glee. Talking about his best birthday. My God, Choppy.
Number 1 right here.
My God.
Well, my favorite birthday experience ever would be my first birthday experience in college.
21?
No, I was. It would have been 18. I would have been turning 18.
Okay.
That's when I had my first college dalliance with a lady.
On your birthday?
3 weeks into collwe
He's bragging.
First dalliance. We
That's right.
came home
3
after
weeks.
a penny pitcher night. I had 7 pitchers of beer. She had 5. All right, so we were going back to I was walking her home.
Gosh, both of them just bloated.
Just absolutely just obliterated. And it took us an hour and a half to walk probably 3 city blocks.
Penny pitchers?
Penny pitchers. So it's $5 to get in, and then penny pitcher. A penny a pitcher.
Nice.
We went upstairs. We fooled around, and she kind of, sort of peed on me.
What the hell did you just say?
She wet the bed that night.
Not the way you wanted.
She wet the bed. She wet the bed.
Okay.
Why do you think she would be pissed off if you said it?
And then I told her, we wake up the next day, I said, you wet the bed. And she said, yeah, I figured I would. And I said, I'm sorry, what? And she said when she drinks, she would do that.
Wow.
She would wet the bed. So she had like rubber sheets.
She had like rubber sheets. Still hits me every time. Choppy is such a savage out here.
Yes, dude.
Girl had a whole condition.
Prepped, ready to go.
I just thought of how hot she had to be.
I don't know,
in order
man.
for him to still be there.
No.
Do hotties drink 5 pitchers of beer?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
That's what I've been thinking the whole time.
Come on, dog. No.
Yeah, like I've been thinking of a gal with probably a dart hanging off her lip, swearing across the street at people.
Bit porky.
Yeah. She's on meds too.
Her name was Janet.
But I think to wake up the next day still there had to be a total smoke. Like in Chop's mind, he's like, yeah, but she'll still be a 9 when she sobers up. Something like that. Anyway, here's Wolchuk with your top 10 220. Had to be.
Yeah.
And you're giving Choppy a lot of credit here.
Maybe he was too young to know the right thing to do in that situation is to walk home immediately.
Yeah. Great dalliance there, Chop.
That was quite a dalliance.
All right, 877-881-1053. What were your Cowboys, Packers takeaways? As shout out to Blogging the Boys. They've got 10 thoughts. We'll run through them.
Gal's dog peed on me once.
Ooh.
Yeah, apparently didn't like me being there.
Or really? Or was it
Mid-coital?
overly excited?
No, woke up.
Oh.
I woke up and it was like on the comforter or something.
They said dogs are real good at reading people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Read you like a book.
Yikes.
She goes, yeah, that might not be a good sign.
You guys fired up. We got
Who are you telling?
We got the news at halftime yesterday that the Super Bowl halftime is going to be Bad Bunny.
That's right.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny, after Happy Gilmore 2? I mean, he's on quite a run right now.
Yeah. I mean, half the world was shut down watching Amazon the other week when Bad Bunny was performing live.
Crushing it right now.
My girl and her friends were downstairs crying at the television, drinking tequila.
Wow.
Yeah.
The
I had to
NFL
go
got
upstairs
one.
and close the boom boom room. My God.
Man.
What's his deal? Because every song
What's
I
his
hear
deal?
of him,
What's this guy's deal?
is he super attractive or something?
He makes good music, man. He's pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
Google him
comical.
and-
He's got a good personality, and he makes great music.
Give us your scouting report on his looks. Why don't you give him a look-see?
Yeah, let's get-
you like to really break that down for us, but
I can't tell. He's got so many different looks.
He
You know,
he's a chameleon.
That's why he's the Bad Bunny.
I guess.
You never know. But he does have some really, really good songs, and apparently his concerts are awesome. So maybe this
Well,
is
yeah,
gonna
you
end
got
up
to
being-
if you're doing the Super Bowl.
Was it confirmed?
Very popular.
Or was it a rumor that they did want Taylor Swift, but she turned it down because they want you to do it for free?
Yeah. I was reading about
Rumor?
that.
Ball sack.
No, I think that
That's real.
But man, it's real. But yeah, they do want you to do it for free. But the downloads and all that stuff is incredible.
I thought something about some rights, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it had something to do with some rights. You know, she likes to control the situation, which I don't, blame her after the Scooter Braun situation.
Right. Yeah, but Bad Bunny could be fun. I'm excited to see how this goes. And Lucius, we got bad news on Juju Watkins.
What
Oh, no.
happened?
She dating the guy?
No, but she is going to miss the entire.
Man, Rod is hurt. But she dating? Come on, let us off easy.
No, she's dating the LSU guy, right?
I don't know. Are they? Is that
Jaden
confirmed?
Daniels?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen them together, but
I think they're
is it
kind of.
public.
I think they're trying to kind of keep it a secret, but not really keep it a
Because
secret.
of mom's like, don't
That's
let
bad
him-
news to you, brothers.
It's a little disappointing. No, I'm happy for my LSU guy. I'm happy for my LSU guy.
Good for you, man. Speak your mind. I get it, dog.
I would have been
She's
happy.
a heck of a basketball player.
I would have been happy for my LSU guy.
No, she's awesome, but it's a big L for us because she is not going to play next season. She did tear her ACL in her right knee during the second round of the tourney. So she's just not going to be ready.
Sitting
with
the whole thing
recovery.
out?
So she's going to sit out the whole year.
Could she play in the tournament if they make it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But as of right now, she announced that she plans to sit out the entire college basketball season. And
Thoughts and prayers, man.
Does she get to be like the Wings, like first overall
Maybe.
pick the following year
Maybe.
or this year?
I don't know when she's eligible because the WNBA makes you wait 4 years.
Oh, does she have to wait? I don't.
Oh,
I'm
it's
so-
4. It's not 3.
I'm sorry, I don't know the rules.
Yeah,
that
it's
well.
4.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's 4, then I don't think she's got one more year.
2027.
Yeah, she's gonna be a junior.
Oh,
That's a bummer. I thought
That
she
would be
be
sick to get her and Beckers in the same court together.
Now
Be
we got the best
Jordan and Pippen.
backcourt.
I think she needs to challenge the ruling on this.
Yeah, be a pioneer.
Yeah,
You're gonna sit out the whole year. You got time.
Maurice
on your hands
Claret.
now.
Yeah, go full Mo Claret.
Yeah, just make it happen. All right, Cowboys takeaways. Let's go to 10 here. Donovan Ezeraku was everywhere. He was incredible. 5 tackles. Certainly got some pressures as well. Relentless effort.
I didn't take him as personal foul guy. I thought that was more Sam Williams' bag. That one kind of surprised me.
And I didn't love the call, but I get it. I mean, they're putting an enforcement here. That's the NFL's thing, and I'm sure Easy hopefully will learn from that and move forward. But I didn't.
I think he could have got away
with that either.
with the hit or the knee or foot coming across the helmet, but both in combination.
Yeah.
It did look a little excessive.
And I think it was the helmet thing. I mean, that one stood. I was like, okay, I get a ref sees that. They're probably thinking, what are you doing, dude? That's a little bit too much. The Maris Leah foul.
He must have been fired up, like, dang, I got to figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to do this.
He felt it click. He
Yeah.
felt it click. Man, the Maris Leah foul penalty, like in real time,
horrible.
Well, maybe he's
4
thinking to
steps.
himself, but yeah, the ball's clearly incomplete. There's no need to even touch that receiver. You got to know
I think he
better.
was just fired up so much for the special teams hit, he wanted to do it again.
Just the adrenaline flow, and I just want to drill someone.
That was an awesome hit. Right as I'm giving Shoddy credit for instilling some discipline,
I
getting the
know.
flags taken care of.
11.
Yeah, but that crew,
Flag
that was
happy.
heavy-handed.
Golly,
That interrupted the game flow pretty good.
was
I can't believe
happy.
Golden
Ron.
held on to that ball though on that punt.
Yes.
I thought that ball should have just gone flying into the air like a
it's kind of
Eric
a Green
Hibble
Bay
helmet.
It's kind of a Green Bay tradition that they hold on to the ball when you think it's going to come flying out of there. That Aaron Rodgers
Yeah,
thing.
that's
They
true.
were talking about that.
I can't believe them. Shout out to Tovash. He texted in and said Juju is a baddie from the 817. We love you, Tovash, and thank you very much for listening.
Tovash is 40. You need to calm down, bro.
Hey, that's the longest Tolo of all time.
Very
Yeah.
long.
All right, we got to pay respect.
Dawson's favorite one.
And if you didn't know Tovash was 40, you wouldn't think he was.
No, not at all.
Black don't crack, bro.
My man shows up to like a Ranger game with a full-on uniform, like he's a player.
He stays ready.
Have you seen that? My man, and he pulls it off.
Yeah, he's got mad baseball jerseys, which are some of the best jerseys in all the sports.
Yeah, he's
baseball jerseys.
He was a baseball player himself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 8 can't defend the screens, and we knew Green Bay is a good screen team.
Yeah.
The one that annoyed me more wasn't even the screens. It's like nobody could get off a block besides Reddy Stewart. Shout out to him, even though he did miss some tackles, but he at least was trying.
Yeah.
But the dump offs that are now going, I mean, it was like, 4th and 18? They get 16 yards to set up the 4th and 2. They end up taking the delay of game. They don't go for it. Brian and I were thinking, okay, LaFleur, why wouldn't you? And why are you running the ball? Just throw the ball that early in the game. The Cowboys defense can't stop you. But that's something Flus does need to figure out. You can't be allowing people to just, I'm going to dump it off to my running back in the flat, and here's 10-plus yards. That should be chase, rally, get the ball carrier down. Sanborn has no recollection of what's going on, no play recognition, and he's flying over there, and he's too slow. He can't get there in time. So they got a big-time problem.
I think you're going to see more of James playing. I think you're going to see a lot more.
I noticed their plan was third downs.
Yeah,
he was in the game, the passing situation.
I think you're going to see him play a lot.
He
more.
got popped on one of those too late in the game to Jacobs.
Yeah. As a welcome to the NFL moment for him.
Yeah, get caught.
Man, head on a swivel, bro.
Jacobs was nasty though. Dude.
He really was, and he was playing hurt. I mean, I can see why he's got the C on his chest. He was holding it down. Shoddy, the offensive play calling. We highlighted this to open up the show, but I really did think he had a tremendous balance of the run and pass. If you want, I mentioned the pick and stuff. Like, you got to find a way, in my opinion. You can't wait till 6 minutes less than 6 minutes to go in the first half to target him. You got to find a way to get him the ball. But that drive, once you get to the 5-yard line after the Tolbert catch, that might be the one. If I want to nitpick and go back, revisionist history, armchair quarterback, did we love those 3 play calls leading up to the decision to kick it on 4th down? Otherwise, I thought he was great.
I didn't, but I think you're in a tough spot because what had gotten him there was going away from the run and passing on early downs. That's what had ignited their offense. So now you're down inside the 5. My bias is to always try to run it in that situation, but you're kind of like, man, the passing is what's working for us. We believe in Dak right now, and damn it, they had it if Micah hadn't been a hero.
I wonder, Brian, when you went back and watched, I thought he had Ferguson for a touchdown on 3rd down.
The ball he threw away?
The throwaway?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I felt like that maybe, man, he had taken so many really
I get it. He's under duress.
Yeah.
Last thing you want to do is something terrible happen. You get hit, ball comes free.
Right.
But I did think Ferguson flashed right before he was going to decide, I'm throwing this away.
I wanted to see the draw again, but I don't know if that was dictated on coverage. Was that an adjustment Dak made, or was that intentional? Can you draw that up? But I think if Dak's willing to run once you're inside the 5, that's got to be one of the 3 plays.
And shout out to Mama Kim, who's listening as well. You did make a sacrifice. You have sent your only child boy to work with us. You are a big-time Tolo, and a longer Tolo, as Mama Kim wants to say. And we love you dearly.
She said hello to us last night.
She did.
She came by and gave us all high fives.
How about the takeaway? James Houston, right before the half. Oh, my goodness. That play, and James Houston should be starting.
Yeah.
He's your best edge rusher. He needs to start.
Couldn't agree more. That's been the case all season. I could see, let's give Ezra Raku, let's make sure he's getting snaps, but you don't have to start him to do that.
Yeah.
You don't really need to play Nealon or Williams that much.
At some point, Ezra Raku will be that guy. But right now, and on with Aaron Whitecott, he's all about the rotations anyway, so they're all going to rotate. But you need more snaps from James. He's the one that every time he's in the game, it seems like something positive is happening.
Yep.
The blocked PAT was incredible. First time in Cowboys history that had happened where they're able to run one back for 2. Shout out to Wanye Thomas, Marquise Bell. Maybe we can get both of them on the field a little bit more. Although Wanye did have to play in place of Malik Hooker, didn't really fix. But I would have liked Wanye Thomas as the single high guy instead of Donovan Wilson. I don't know if that's Flus doesn't trust him. Maybe they can work on that this week if Hooker's going to be out a considerable amount of time with that toe. It did not look good. It was a non-contact injury. He immediately needed help getting over to the sideline. George Pickens.
I had to run to the kitchen to get the griddle for that one. Abby is on quite a run of not talking to me until I'm working. And then within 5 minutes of me working, she'll approach me and say, Daddy, I need you to do something for me.
Yeah, amazing. That's how that goes.
So I got a station in the living room where I can actually make pancakes. And I thought, okay, well, point after, I'm going to get the griddle. I'm going to go get set up. We'll get my pancake mix, my bowl and everything. Came back, and it's 13-2.
What the hell did I
What
miss?
just happened?
Yeah.
Wait a second. What?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That was the Gavin Dawson turning point.
Seriously, ignores me for 8 hours. I can start doing a podcast in my office within 5 minutes, a pounding on the door with
That's
something
amazing.
very urgent.
It's amazing.
It's always an
The teenage
emergency.
mind.
Always.
Pancake emergency.
Always.
Yeah, don't need your parents until you need them, and then they're the most annoying person in the world if they can't do it immediately. So
Yeah.
Tell me about
salute
it.
to everybody dealing with a teenager out
Need
there.
it. 972 said Juju and Jaden are first cousins. We're going to need to check that out. That could be. That might be weird. We might have
No, there's rumors.
That's kind of like a tie.
a little bit like kissing your cousin. Pickens was incredible. 8 for 134, 2 touchdowns. When you needed him, he came up big. Parsons, overall, I thought he was going to impact this game much more. I think the Cowboys had a really good plan. Credit him for the big tackle on Dak that helped save the game for Green Bay. But goodness, I was really, really happy with the way the Cowboys overall, their game plan, and then their effectiveness to neutralize Micah. He certainly, to your point, I mean, he had times where he made Tyler Guyton look silly. But Dak right now, the pocket presence, and I mentioned this last week in the Bears, it was after the Giants game, but his ability to slide up into the pocket and still maintain grip of the football and just everything he's doing, moving defenders. He is playing at, no question, the highest level. It's very reminiscent of Romo in 2014, where it was like mentally he's now he's there.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Full control, game slowed down, and yeah, he was the main reason why Parsons' production didn't look like it jumped off the box score.
Holy crap, they are cousins.
Wow, okay.
They're first cousins.
First cousins.
Family.
So they're just kind of trolling people by being kind of coy with their answers.
Yeah. That's okay.
That's,
All right.
that's a little
Yeah,
weird.
you can enter our Juju Watkins and Jaden Daniels, and it'll autocomplete for dating or cousins. And if you let it go to dating, the flippin' Gemini AI on Google doesn't say anything about them being cousins. But if you hit cousins, boom, there it is, Brian. I guess she's still available.
I was
Dreams
surprised.
alive.
I didn't know that. By the way, I just went back and watched. Ferguson was open.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was too.
Can't see everything.
I mean,
Might have been his fourth read.
especially when you don't look his way.
Yeah.
Might have been a half field read.
Well, blew the game. There he is again.
He's
Didn't
looking
make
at
the play when he needed it.
I think
we're back to square one, boys. We're back to square one.
Okay, speaking of Brian, sorry.
No, it's funny on the route they tried to double pick it. I just remembered this because I was looking at they tried to run the crossers in the middle, and Dak was I think he was trying to get the ball to Flanoy. And then
that's never a bad idea.
And then Flanoy just went to the corner and he tried to fit it over the top. But
Flanoy's kind of a baller.
I think he's going to be good.
Pickens and Flanoy crossed like right over the top of the center, and so but you got Ferguson kind of hanging there after the two cross. He just kind of sits there and there's nobody there. But Dak had already committed to throwing the ball to Flanoy.
We got Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, coming up at 3 o'clock. Chief, what's next?
College Football Monday, Darty featuring RIP to this SEC coach. Bama is absolutely rolling, and Penn State does what they do, next in the nation.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Joseph Hoyt Morning News coming up here, top of the hour. Here's the Chief of some college football.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Another college football weekend in the books. So it's time for a college football Monday Darty.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them now to say our name again!
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much drink.
All right, well, Chuck, what does the P stand for in RIP?
Peace.
Pittman fired.
Oh, peace out, Sam.
What's the K in Kirby Smart stand for?
Alabama.
Can't beat Alabama. But it's Arkansas and the Razorbacks getting absolutely railed 56-13 to the Fighting Irish. Sam
Talk to
Pittman.
Gruden. He'd take that job if offered.
Well, right now it's Bobby Petrino's to lose.
Yeah,
this was like one of the few times I felt cool. I was sitting there. I had a couple of friends over there, Arkansas alums, and they're like talking about, okay, Sam Pittman's going to get fired. Who are we going to hire? What about Gruden? I'm like, you want to know if Gruden's interested in the job? Let me text somebody who knows John Gruden. Texted Brian. Think Gruden would take that job? What's Brian do? Talks to John Gruden. Gets the information. Now I look like
John
a
would
badass.
take the job. John would like, he'd like to talk to people about the job. I don't know if he'll get a job. People probably dig in a little bit on him, and maybe it won't always be great. But yeah,
Oklahoma State seems like the good spot.
They already fired a guy that kind of like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fits the brand.
Yeah,
Slide right in there.
I think Gruden wants that SEC so freaking bad he can taste it. He can taste it.
Kentucky would be a good one for him. That kind of program.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss is that guy.
But Lane Kiffin got that thing a rolling.
That was a nice win for Ole Miss the other day.
I'm sorry.
No, it was a good win for Ole Miss, man. They played much better than LSU. LSU's got problems on offense.
They do.
They don't run the ball particularly well. We've got a bunch of good-looking wide receivers that don't make plays like we did in the past. Offensive line struggling. Quarterback not really good right now. Yeah, it's a little bit of struggle.
Those Ole Miss uniforms look good, didn't they?
The
I
powder blues?
like that.
I love them. Yeah, they're one of the best in college football. They look great. But Petrino has already overhauled some of that staff. He gets the interim head coaching gig, and he's firing people left and right.
Is he really?
He is. Now,
is he still wearing the neck brace, and does he still have scars all over his face?
These are great questions.
Is that guy still beating his head against the curb?
I just think as a bit, he should wear the neck brace.
I wonder if that guy's still in the athletic program.
Lean all the way into the neck brace.
There's no way. Petrino wouldn't be back there. There's no chance.
Yeah, I think that guy was like a swim coach guy or something like that.
Yeah, they've probably moved on, or else I don't think
slammed
Petrino
his head in
would
the
be
curb about 8 times.
Thought it was a motorcycle accident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we all did, right?
Knocked him off the motorcycle and then jumped on him and slammed his head in the curb.
But I would love that. He coaches with the neck brace on the sideline.
Come on, Sam.
Come
on, Bob.
Hey, it's been done in the SEC. Well, actually, it hasn't. It was done at Liberty, right, with our guy.
Well, he was in the hospital bed up in the up in the booth somewhere. He's still coaching the game. Still one of the funniest visuals in sports history. So, yeah, goodbye, Sam Pittman. But elsewhere, man, Saturday night with the dueling kickoffs, Penn State, Oregon, Alabama, Georgia.
You knew how that Penn State game was going to end, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, James Franklin, you're going to go there and poop in the bed again.
But Penn State was making that comeback.
Yeah, sure.
Making that comeback.
Yeah, making that comeback to take another L against a nationally ranked program.
that's exactly what happened.
What are we, like 4-21 against James Franklin era? We can't beat top 10 team, right?
I'm glad you asked. They're 4-21 versus top 10 opponents is Penn State under James Franklin. 1-15 versus top 5 opponents.
Yeah.
15-30 versus top 25 opponents. 4-17 versus Michigan and Ohio State. This is who James Franklin is. And then Drew Aller throwing the overtime interception to lose the football game. Dan Lanning looking like just a certified psychopath with his football excitement. He's awesome. He's absolutely awesome, and Oregon is the real deal. It's a tough place to go play across the country. Night game, Penn State. But they are really dang, and they got some beasts in the middle of that defensive line, dude.
I think Oregon's got 3 trips where they do that. Where they go across country. They go 3 times. But they got Rutgers. I think they did Northwestern. And
okay, that would explain why Dan Lanning was complaining about the schedule.
Yeah,
but you got to know that's going to happen.
You got Rutgers, Penn State, Northwestern. I think they made
all these coaches want to just complain about stuff.
If you get into the Big Ten,
this is what happens.
What do you think's happening?
Well, he should complain. I mean, they took the Pac-12 and just said no mas. You should be mad.
Well, they went in. They went to the Big Ten. I mean, that was their decision.
They had no choice.
If you want to go somewhere else, go to another conference. Yeah. Go play in the Mountain West.
Yeah,
go dominate.
I'm sad the Pac-12 went away. Stanford at Boston College this weekend. ACC football. Go get you some.
That's weird.
Stanford.
You talk about traveling. No, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Stanford's got the biggest travel schedule going all the way, having to play those ACC games.
Yeah.
Well, hell, Big Noon was USC Illinois.
Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing?
It should be.
It is weird.
Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, the SEC is still alive and well. Bama, Georgia. This was another super fun game.
We're about ready to fire that Alabama coach.
Yeah,
a minute ago, weren't we?
It's crazy.
He's flipped the script on us. Bama's not screwing around anymore. They go and beat Georgia and Kirby Smart for what feels like the millionth time. But my favorite moment of the game.
1-7 or 1-8?
Now he's 1-8.
You told me that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Should have paid attention.
But my favorite play of the game was when they flex out their stud offensive lineman. Caden Proctor.
Oh, yeah, that's a potential first-round pick right there.
6'7", 366 pounds. Design play to him as like a wide receiver screen.
And he ran well.
Yeah,
this is big man.
This is Herbie and Fowler on the call.
They got Caden Proctor, the big tackle on the left side. They're going to throw it to him. Big fella, barreling downhill. Proctor marshaling down near the pylon. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? It's a fair question. Yeah, 366 pounds at 6'7", 275 pounds of lean muscle mass, 26% body fat. Strength numbers are unbelievable. Squats 815 pounds, benches 535 pounds, power cleans 405. And that guy, they got the football too. And I wish he would have scored. Because that would have been an all-time TD Tuesday moment.
That would have been great.
But it was still a first down play where he's barreling through what felt like the entire Georgia Bulldog defense. But Ty Simpson's looking pretty good and comfortable there now. It's really impressive what DeBoer and company have done.
Let me ask you this, though. That call, the big man pass, shouldn't just go get the audio and put it on the TD Tuesday just
for funsies?
Just have the call.
We could. Just pretend it was a touchdown.
Let's see Alabama.
Get Alabama's call of it.
Get Alabama's call of that. That would be kind of fun.
I think we could we could make a place
a little searchy search for it.
For Caden Proctor. But Alabama 13 for 19 on third downs. How about that?
It's not like the Packers yesterday.
817 Texan said that play to Proctor was called because he won a weight goal. Got under the 360. So they let him run the play. It's like his reward.
Hey, dude.
Should have done that at Tampa for our big guy.
Contract incentives. I love it.
What's our guy at Tampa that?
Desmond Watson.
Can't get on the field because he's too big.
Well, maybe he'll have a chance one of these days. Maybe he'll have a chance. But there it is. There's your Monday Darty.
Thank you, Chief. In the books, we got 1 down, 4 to go here on 105.3 The Fan. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, Cowboys beat writer, joins us next. Talk about the takeaways and what we're looking forward to maybe hearing from Schotty in his presser in the 4 o'clock hour, and we're back in the Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. So what are we doing with the Jacksonville Jaguars? They're 3-1 after beating the shorthanded Niners yesterday. They've had at least 3 takeaways in every game so far this season, and their head coach is picking fights on the field postgame. Maybe there's another AFC South team to pay attention to. I'm Andrew Bogish.
What if the dollar was...
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. As it's a Cowboys Monday, not a victory Monday, but not a loss Monday either. As we get ready here to talk with Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Brian approaching the microphone, chuckling a little bit there.
Yeah, it's always funny when Bobby jumps in with the group text and tries to be like, "Huh, I've got the information." I'm like, Bobby, I've been saying on the air the guy got his ass beat, okay?
Yeah, it's a great story. That Bobby Petrino motorcycle story.
Yeah.
Well said, Brian.
I'd be pulling up in that motorcycle every day with a big old smile on my face.
Yeah.
Okay, Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, fellas. How you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Can we start with Dak Prescott? How impressed are you? Is this the best Prescott has ever played?
Yeah, I mean, to quote CeeDee Lamb, he's hooping right now. I think Dak is... I think the thing that probably I take the most away is just his command of the offense right now and kind of the combination of just aggressiveness but also calculated risk. Some of these balls that he's pushing downfield are, there's some tight windows, there's some contested catch stuff, but I think he's really trusting his guys. And I think, honestly, just how well he's kind of taken off despite having a season-ending injury last year. I think, that's one thing I kind of anticipated. Hey, preseason, going into year 10, a little bit of rust maybe, after kind of having a season-ending injury last year, and he's hit the ground running. The big reason why, he said, it's because it's year 10. There's nothing he hasn't seen in his mind. He feels comfortable. He feels he's got a great command. He looks fantastic. He's playing at a top 6, top 7 quarterback level in the NFL right now.
How weird was the locker room after the game? You get a tie, like the vibes. How crazy was that?
It's so weird. I think everyone was kind of doing the Ricky Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands kind of thing, just kind of hanging out there because it was weird. I mean, even George Pickens literally questioned to us. He's like, is this like a new thing? Ties? A lot of players just did not know how to feel. It was a mixture of there were some guys you could tell who were really down and some guys who were, pretty excited with how they played. And I think you can kind of figure out which side of the ball they played on. The offensive guys, I think, felt pretty good about putting up 40. Defensive guys, not so much about allowing 40.
Is the defense fixable? If the front office is thinking we can't let this season go with such a great offense and this bad a defense, let's get active. Is it realistic they could bring in enough players or adjust enough things internally to, be respectable? Try to make it a goal to be an average defense by the end of the year.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic question because the margin between you're never as bad as you think you are, and you're never as good as you think you are on film, right? And you kind of watch film, and I kind of still don't really know where to put all the blame, right? I think if you have questions in multiple places, I think that margin starts to get wider. I think the linebacker play needs to be better, right? I think corners are obviously still having some miscommunications. I talked to Trayvon Diggs last night about that 4th and 6 with Matthew Golden wide open, and he said that he was clamoring to the inside guys, hey, Matthew Golden's going to run a seam and sit in this vulnerable part of cover 2, get there. And that's why he was so animated after that didn't happen because, he thought he saw it coming. So I just see a lot of guys either not on the same page or, guys half a step off from making plays. Kenny Clark was adamant that, hey, I was close to making a sack and a potential fumble that could have changed the game, and I didn't. And he's like, we got to make those plays. And it's not only me, it's other guys that are just close and not getting that cigar. And I think that, it's kind of hard to really decipher right now what is the missing margin between them being, one of the worst defenses in the NFL and being a potentially average defense.
Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News with us in the G-Bag Nation. So 4th and goal, overtime, at the Packers' 4-yard line. Did you like the field goal, or would you have been aggressive and gone for the touchdown?
Yeah, I like the field goal, and I know that there's been some kind of discussion a little bit about that. Fair. I take the points though because
and stopped anybody all night, Joseph. Come on, man, and stopped anybody all night.
I know, but you lose the game. I think if you don't get it there, and realistically, I just don't think putting it down one play is the way to go there. I know that the defense had been so bad, and here, I just talked about how bad they've been on multiple layers, but I think you have to give them a chance in that case. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, with the time, I honestly didn't expect the Packers to take as much time as they did. I I thought it was just a really interesting approach they had. I get the argument to go for it and put your best foot forward with the offense that had actually been doing well. I just don't want to lose the game right there. So maybe a coward's approach, sure, but that's kind of the way I would go about it.
Appreciate you living that way, Joseph, though. Being a coward's okay.
Hey, my guy, Brian, come on.
I had a coach once tell me, though, to your point, Brian, I had a coach once tell me you can't live life in a 2-3 zone. And, so, I mean, maybe there's something to that effect.
Yeah.
My gut reaction was just play it safe, but I see the argument.
It's Joseph Hoyt of the Morning News here with you on the Fan.
Yeah, Joseph. Okay, we're talking about, some of the changes, though, the defense, and they didn't stop them really in the second half at all, but did you like some of the adjustments they tried to make with, with James on the field, a little bit more blitzing, some things like that?
A little bit, yeah, but I think there was a little bit of progress in terms of getting better, but it's still not good. You know what I mean? It's not good enough.
Right. Yeah, it's not good.
And so it's hard to celebrate progress, I guess, right now with where they are. I mean, you look at what they were doing on third downs. They're giving them more third down conversions than not right now. They're last in the NFL. Green Bay averaged 15 yards per play on third down last night, had multiple touchdowns. And I think, Brian, the thing that kind of just gets me is the amount of guys, it's how easy it is, right? I think
throw that ball in the flat, you got a chance for about 12 yards. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Or, hey, let's just run just one screen really quick, and
there you go.
There's no one there to rally. I think that's the part that has me most concerned about the Cowboys defense right now. We talked about earlier, that margin, I don't know how wide it is, but I think there's a lot of concern that it's pretty wide.
Are you happy with Pickens? And I mean this in a way, did he kind of do some things for you? I'm not saying you'd resign him or anything like that, but do you feel like that he proved something to you that you maybe thought about him coming into the season?
Yeah, I wrote last week that this, even though he didn't really want to go into this detail, but this was a chance for him to prove his value. I mean, he's a free agent. He's a guy that wants the T. Higgins-like money, to be that kind of wide receiver 2, elite kind of player. And this is your chance to prove that, you can be the guy that steps in and is the go-to guy. And, I think, it's so funny with Pickens sometimes because I think he does have, a methodical way of running routes and, a methodical way of, going up and going after the ball that sometimes you question, hey, is that, half speed or is that full speed?
Yeah.
Where are we at with him? And I think he's just kind of methodical and calm. And I wondered if that would really translate to being a guy that gets a lot of attention and is the go-to guy in offense. And honestly, I thought last night he proved a lot. I think he's going to have to kind of stack some of those games a little bit in order to kind of get the value that he hopes to get. And obviously he's got to stay on the straight and narrow in terms of, the way of adapting to culture and all that stuff that obviously got him a little bit out in Pittsburgh. So I think it was a great game for George Pickens, second most receiving yards he's ever had in a game. If he can stack a couple of those, I think his value is going to go up.
Joseph, one thing when we were talking about the defense, and your spot on the third down defense has been terrible, but just to the changes that were made, I mean, I think the easy thing is, fire your coordinator, right? And maybe that ends up happening after the season. But my concern is that they're just not talented right now. They don't have enough good players on that side of the football. Where do you stand with that?
I think there's elements of both, to be honest. I think one guy that's been kind of, I was expecting a little bit more out of Sanborn, to be honest, in terms of kind of anticipation and being in areas. I think just the speed difference is a little bit noticeable right now. He's making tackles, but, I think that Tucker Kraft screen that we were talking about on that one of those first third downs, that was kind of evident of just the lack of speed right now. I think they need more out of their linebackers a lot. Corners, obviously, in the secondary is a lot of miscommunication. So personnel-wise, and kind of going back to Gavin's question, do you bring in someone that can kind of fix it? I think they have too many vulnerabilities right now to have one guy be the simple fix. I think a guy like Clowney helps too. I thought he looked a little raw last night, but at least I thought he was flying around. I think there's something to build off there. So maybe you add a couple guys, but I don't know, man. I think that there's not really an easy fix right now for this Cowboys defense.
Joe, how much love is deserved for guys like Clayton Adams and Connor Riley on that offensive line, dealing with backups, still being able to run the heck out of the football?
Yeah, a ton. I think, the best times when you notice offensive linemen is really when you don't really hear their name or if you don't notice when things change, right? And to be honest, I think it's been pretty seamless. I mean, obviously Tyler Booker, very talented. Cooper Beebe, very talented. But I think Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, those are guys with enough experience, especially experience together, frankly. You know, they're really close friends, they're locker mates. I think that those guys have been able to step in and be very solid for the Cowboys, and that's all you can kind of ask for when injuries come. You know, you don't really see a turnstile back there, which I think is huge. And then even when Tyler Guyton goes out, Nate Thomas steps in, and even he stepped in a right tackle for a little bit, it wasn't noticeable. And I think that that's probably the best thing you can say about it. You know, they've been really complimentary of their own depth when it comes to offensive line. And I think Clayton Adams is a guy that's kind of had his stock up, you know, since he got here in Dallas. He's known for just a successful running game, and now all of a sudden Javonte Williams is averaging over 5 yards a carry and kind of looks like a guy that can be a 1,200, 1,300-yard rusher this year. So I think Clayton Adams, Connor Riley deserve a lot of credit for kind of keeping things seamless amidst a lot of change.
Yeah, I feel like this personnel would have just been like a turtle on their back with McCarthy or Kellen Moore. I'm used to, especially against good defenses, when the Cowboys start like that, it's over. They don't have any answers, and it doesn't look like they have any urgency or belief. Like, what could you say about the offensive adjustments they were able to make last night?
Yeah, I think that they were fantastic. I think one thing that, you know, I'm going to kind of ask Schottenheimer about today a little bit is just how in sync the timing was in order to kind of prevent Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary from getting there in time, right? Because I think, you know, everyone thinks about the 2.8 kind of second clock that Dak Prescott has to have. Well, receivers also have to be on that timing and kind of get to their spots and win to get in those spots, and I think they did a great job. I think that deserves a lot of credit, and obviously I think Ford deserves a lot of credit. But I'll give one thing. I think Javonte Williams, I kind of had this note that I wrote last night. I thought that he was going to wear down a little bit. You know, no Miles Sanders. He's taken a lot of hits. He's always got the dirtiest jersey among anyone else because he's taking so many hits. And, in fact, he wore the opposing defense down. So instead of wearing down, he wore down the opposing defense, and I thought that was a great testament to a guy. It's kind of Frank Gore-like a little bit, where it's like, hey, 3-4 yards a carry, 3-4 yards a carry. You know, you kind of get your jabs in, and then bam, there's a 15, 20-yard knockout punch that kind of helps the offense really kind of move forward. So I've been very, very impressed with Javonte Williams.
What can you tell us about the amazing DoorDash story? I know that you've put this out on social media and you wrote about it in the Dallas Morning News, but to anybody that wasn't able to hear about this, I think this is one of the feel-good stories of the NFL season so far.
Yeah, this was fantastic. And shout out to DoorDash. Basically, I ordered DoorDash in Philadelphia. I was staying at the airport for the season opener, and there's just not a lot of stuff around there, and it was a long day, so I said I'll order DoorDash. My driver, Gilbert, comes up, and he's wearing all Eagle stuff, a Saquon Barkley, Kelly Green jersey. During the messages, when he was updating me, he's saying, "Go Birds," the entire time. And I'm like, this is hilarious. And when he pulls up in all these Eagle stuff, I ask him, like, hey, Gilbert, you going to the game tonight? He's like, no, I've actually never, ever been to an NFL game. It's always been my dream. I'm a diehard Eagles fan. I just watch the TV, but it's always been my dream to go. And it just gave me a lot of perspective being an NFL reporter where I get to travel around and cover all these games and see all these things. You know, sometimes the job can feel like a job. And I was like, you know what? Like, that instilled a lot of perspective in me about how lucky and blessed I am to have this job and to go to these games and to see these things. So I tweeted about that kind of perspective and said that it was kind of instilled from Gilbert, the DoorDash driver. And the tweet kind of took off a little bit, and DoorDash reached out and said, hey, let's connect. We'd love to get your driver to a game. He was able to go to last week's game against the Rams, the one that Jordan Davis blocked the field goal to seal the win. And that was Gilbert's first game. He had great seats. And so anyways, it was really cool, I think, in today's world with the rising costs of everything, and that someone who really is truly a diehard fan got a chance to see that and have that experience.
Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News here with you on The Fan. That is a cool story. Another cool story, I think Jake Ferguson's on pace for like 140 catches. You taking the over or under on that?
Oh, I'm taking the over, especially if they're doing more cover two shells and giving some of these flat routes. But no, I think Ferguson, that was one of the good stories from last night too. A guy that's been desperate to get back in the end zone, and it's something that he's really strived to. It bothered him all last year that he didn't get a chance to get in the end zone. Dak was really complimentary of him, but I think Jake's game right now is going to have to be kind of that seam and body bag, box out kind of tight end. And if they can kind of connect on some of those plays, it could work out for him.
Body bagging it, huh?
Body bag, box out,
whatever it takes.
Make it happen.
Yeah, whatever it happens, yeah.
So what were your takeaways now that it's behind us, the Micah Parsons return?
Yeah, I think, it's funny. I this whole day I've been kind of thinking, like, Micah Parsons is obviously fantastic. I thought he had a great game. But honestly, to a little bit of Jerry Jones's credit, I think that there is a way to play against him. I think it takes a lot. That's one thing I'll say. I think, you got to run, you got to have a good game plan, you got to do all these things, and clearly the Cowboys could have used him on that defense, right, and to get after Jordan Love and make some plays. But in terms of going against him offensively, there is a way to play against him. It takes a lot of synchronicity, I think, between receivers, coach, running back, offensive line, and specifically number 4 back there. But I thought that they did a good job. Micah Parsons was good last night, and yet the Cowboys put up 40 points. So I think that that's kind of one of my takeaways is that I don't know if the Cowboys are better off with him, like Jerry says. I would say no. But I do think that there is a way that you can play against him, and I think that was a fear in the back of their mind as they had Micah Parsons over the years.
Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Apparently you have Karate Kid on your mind as much as I do, sir.
Yeah, it's always on my mind.
Let's go. Man, appreciate it. As always, great job on the beat, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Yeah, I'll try not to live life in that 2-3 zone much longer. So thanks, guys.
There he goes. Cheers to you, sir. Thank you very much. It's a Cowboys Monday, and we'll continue our reactions. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40, but we have the C Note coming up next here, the Cowboys news of the evening on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back, Nation. Time to hit the C-Note, a Dak appreciation edition of the C-Note. I want to hear from the Dak doubters right now at 877-881-1053. What do you got to say about this? I've considered myself a Dak truther. I've sat in the middle, and I've angered both Dak haters and super fans over the years. Right now, I don't think there's any way you can see it other than guy's absolutely balling, playing the best quarterback of his career, and definitely not the reason the Cowboys are struggling in any way. So I just wonder what your confidence level is or optimism level is that if they can get things around him figured out, maybe it could still be there on the cards for Dak to have a big playoff run, maybe even get you to a Super Bowl. Okay, at 877-881-1053. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's get this C-Note rocking. Dak's 34-yard pass to Jalen Tolbert had a completion percentage of 7.2%. This is your next-gen stats. The second most improbable completion in the next-gen stat era. Crazy. Dak generated his fourth most EPA in any game in his career against the Packers, completing 29 of 39 passes against zone coverage for 294, his most since 2022, and 3 touchdowns. So that's a plus 22.5 is what Mr. Prescott gave you. And listen, if you're a major Dak supporter and you're like, I've loved him the whole time, I don't know why you're late to the party. Well, forget you, okay? And pay extra attention. Let me put the emphasis on the F of that forget, because he has failed and peed down his leg in so many big games with a better supporting cast than what he has right now. The offensive line isn't there. There's no real actual third wide receiver. And yesterday, CeeDee Lamb is out of there, and the dude is absolutely balling, taking hits under pressure, and he's not buckling at all. It's like he decided, you know what? I'm just not going to let this rattle me anymore.
Yeah.
It's like Dawson going over those high overpasses. I've made a decision. It's not going to bother me anymore. Okay? You want to put me behind the 8 ball? I guess then that's when you're really going to get the best out of me. We can't score. We're down 13-zip, 13-2. I'm definitely not. And I think we've all become familiar with that sort of Prescott face, and I was looking for it last night. Like, where's the Prescott face? Where's the clear sign he's lost his confidence, he's going to give you no shot to win? And instead of that, he went Superman on you.
Yeah, no 1,000-yard stayers from him right now. A 94.4 QBR. He gave his team a 94.4% chance to win the football game. He was incredible. On the other side, you had Jordan Love, 58 QBR. That's just the difference in the defenses right there. Dak was on another planet last night, and he really has been for the most part throughout the first 4 games of this season. It's the best version of him that we've seen. I would say certainly credit to the offense that they've put him in here. It seems like they actually have a legit forward-thinking offense that is helping him out and the rest of the guys in a way that you never had with the other play callers in Dak's career. But, I mean, the way he has stood in the pocket in the face of pressure, and I'll say it again, like the reason why Micah's numbers don't look like they were incredible is because Dak was getting rid of the football. And he's pushing the ball down the field, making big-time throws left and right. And at times, he's doing it like Pickens is off the field. You got big plays, and it's like my options are Flanoy, Tolbert, and Turpin. I'm going to freaking figure it out. Like, he's been absolutely fantastic. So nothing but credit to him.
Broadus, Wolchuk, anything to add to that?
No, I mean, he's been dialed. I mean, I think that he's seeing the game really well right now. The communication's on point. I mean, he had that one play where he, just in case, because it was loud. I mean, there was a lot of Packer fans there, and we have an issue if the Cowboys are going for it on third down. Our own home fans like to cheer too, which don't do that. If you're going to AT&T Stadium as a Cowboy fan, please be quiet. The offense is at work. Sometimes they'll put that up there. But yesterday, it was legit a big cheesehead crowd, and you have Dak. He puts both hands behind his back, and he tells Javonte Williams, like, just in case you didn't hear me audible, he points to the right. Cool. Yeah. I thought that was awesome. Like, I didn't notice that.
He did it last week.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So he's just dialed in pre-snap. I think the recollection of what the defenses are trying to do to him. You're starting to see the mobility. He's willing to take off and run a little bit. But I think it's really just the pocket presence. I think Joe Burrow has the best pocket presence of any quarterback in football, and he's doing similar things in terms of sliding, stepping up. ball protection, ball security. He's been fantastic. And, yeah, I mean, a quick trigger. And we've seen Dak do this before where he's getting the ball out quick. 2023, he was doing that. And he feasted on the Packers secondary, and he stepped up and given this team a chance. If they didn't have him, they'd be 0-4 right now.
I mean, your guard's out, your center's out, your right tackle's playing so bad he gets benched, your left tackle gets hurt, Nate Thomas got to go back in there, and they had answers. I think some of the credit definitely has to go to the coaching staff, but quite a bit of it has to go to Dak as well.
Hello, running game.
Yeah, that'll do it too.
Yeah, I mean, Clayton Adams' fingerprints are all over that.
Hello, Williams.
Number 1 success rate in the league running the football right now, Dallas Cowboys.
Hello, play action pass where don't miss.
Yeah.
Hello, all these things. Yeah. Hello, light box. Hello, yeah, all these things. I mean, man, it's, these are the things that, when you ask for things that everybody's like, well, Dak needs help. And Dak's got help. Got line coach, got a play caller, drafted a guy 12th overall to play right guard, Yeah, I mean, hey, got a second-year center that's playing at a high level. Got a guy who was an absolute bust at left tackle playing well. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on well that makes the quarterback look good. He's played great. Don't get me wrong. But we've asked for all these things for him to have.
Yeah, his entire career.
He's got a legitimate running game now.
It was
I love
2016.
Javonte Williams now, man. I mean, gosh dang it, he's been awesome.
Who needs Derrick Henry when you've got Javonte Williams?
I'll take Derrick Henry, though, too.
Tied for 6th in the NFL. Rushing yards over expected.
Maybe not the fumble.
Right with Derrick Henry.
A lot of guys will look
amount.
better with a good coaching staff, and it's been so frustrating because we've been asking for this on this station really since McVay.
A better play caller for sure.
Took the league by storm. Yeah, better play caller, better play designer. And we got those things from Dak Prescott, and it's maddening because you just wonder what kind of an opportunity they would have had. But really, the Cowboys ultimately had to get lucky that a guy like Schottenheimer was on their list of guys they want to interview and guys they liked who has the answers. Because I don't think this Cowboys front office knows the answers to go out there and try to find on a coaching staff. They just had to get lucky, and I think they did. Okay, the Dak Appreciation edition of the C-Note continues. Dak was asked about having a heating pad on his back during the game. He said everything's great.
He's like, I got the team on it, man. Don't you think it's going to be a little bit sore?
Just getting older, he said. I guess, was that preventative? Was that a preventative heating pad last night there on the bench? I mean, he got up and rotated and everything, so things look good. Maybe he just knows that if the other team's going to go on an extended drive, which there seems like about 80% of the time, I'm going to have to incorporate something to keep this back loose. That might be core too. That might be hammy related. Like,
yeah, so some of the after effects of last year's injury, I could see that for sure.
Might have been something like a physical therapist or a trainer is advising of, just an extra means to try to mitigate any core or hammy related issues. Those things are connected. On another Cowboys team passing record he just set, this is from John Machota, didn't seem interested in another individual stat record. Quote, I want to chase Roger and Troy and the accomplishments that they have. So he's definitely laser focused, locked in. That's one of the benefits of you get from a team leader over the age of 30. They see the light at the end of the tunnel. They don't like it, and they're trying to make sure they're doing everything in their power. Their teammates are doing everything in their power. It did mark Prescott's 22nd career game with a passing and rushing touchdown, the most in Cowboys history, tied for third among NFL quarterbacks since 2016. That was the big difference, and they talked about it last night on the broadcast, from early running Dak to Dak running now, because people will tell you the yards are about the same. Early running Dak, when they got inside the 10, he was like a heat-seeking missile for that end zone. Mm-hmm. And, you saw a little bit of that last night. I think they are one of the teams that needs to absolutely maximize and optimize that if they want to, be making the playoffs. Right now, I'm hopeful for the playoffs, but it's the opposite of the Rangers. We just saw the Texas Rangers put up the single best defensive year in league history.
Yeah,
that's what the Texas Rangers just did. It feels like
pitching
the Cowboys
was outstanding too.
Yeah.
Hit.
Led the big leagues in pitching and had the best defense in the history of the sport. You're not even a playoff team in an expanded format. Like, I think the playoffs in baseball are now watered down. I think it's weird. So, like, the fact the Rangers could have made the playoffs is a sign you've overexpanded the playoffs. It's just lame. Like, teams that play like crap all year are getting in.
Man, give me something for watching 162 games.
Yeah, I love it. I think
if I'm going to be invested in this and listen to Eric and Hicksy and Jared and those guys do the games every night, if my 80 win, 82, 83 win team has a chance to get the playoffs, I'm okay.
Good for interest, good for ratings, good for revenue, good for the fans.
I'm just
bad for the integrity of the sport, Brian.
Man, I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean,
the reason you play 162 is it's just so hard for the better team to win. You need 162 to find out who the actual good teams are. You can't just let these average teams in the playoffs and go win a World Series.
Right? Didn't Arizona have they were very similar to the Rangers?
Yeah,
got in the World Series. Yeah, both wild card teams. Yeah. I don't know, man. Give me a little hope.
I mean, I appreciate the World Series championship. I don't think they should have been in the playoffs. I don't think baseball is that kind of a sport.
See, that's the thing. That's where I could say I felt like I invested something every night in the Rangers.
Like basketball, if you let every team in basketball, the best team,
don't they?
Well, half the league, more than half the league, the best team will still whack anybody that's not as good as them in a 7-game series. Okay, we get to John Machota here. More from Machota. Jerry Jones, after talking about Dak's impressive play tonight, was asked about paying Dak and not Micah. It's very simple. Dak was indispensable in my mind, and Micah wasn't. He just can't help himself here. It's obvious. And then Micah said, Jerry didn't pick up the phone and tell him he'd been traded, but Gutekunst called up Kenny Clark, told him he was traded, said that's disrespect. Yeah. I think it is. I would take this as nothing short of disrespect if I'm Micah Parsons. The whole Jerry Jones thing. It's almost weird how he's like, no, this didn't get personal. And then over the last 3 days, like Friday and on Sunday, he was like a hot take machine.
Yeah. In the owner's box interview with Christy Scales, he was like, "Yeah, we're worried about Micah, but it's really those linebackers for the Packers that we're worried about, and that quarterback Jordan Love."
Yeah. And I don't know. It seems a little bit off to me, a little bit inconsistent for him to be, I don't know, so adversarial or so confrontational towards Micah. No doubt about it. It ticked him off and flipping. Who's Tariq's buddy? Collinsworth. Collinsworth did a hell of a job recapping the whole drama last night and actually added further context that when it was all down and out, Micah personally called into Jerry Jones trying to save the deal, and Jerry told him back in an email no, you can either take the 5th-year option or get your butt on over to Green Bay. All right, there it is. It's the C note here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through some plays from this one. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
DFW Kickoff Flagtober 2025 is proudly presented by DFW's #1 garage door repair company, Tolbert Garage, and the station that will be all over DFW in October, planting the G-Bag flag. 105.3 The Fan. Flagtober 2025 is also presented by Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Jake's Burgers.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian's already seen the film, and he's here to give you the takeaways. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here we go.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius, for playing that. Thank you, Dawson, and thank you to my guys at Reliant for being along with this one. Let me ask you guys a question. You think it was an advantage for Steele and Guyton to have been teammates with Micah Parsons?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they've gotten to go against him before. They kind of know what he likes to do.
Yeah, I'm sure. You can't say that about Thomas because he got hurt in training camp
Thomas
last
did a good
year.
job.
And he did a really good job
did.
against them. But you think it was an advantage?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of little things that players are constantly studying to try to get tells, and I imagine those dozens, if not a couple hundred reps that they got over the years might have been something. I would also imagine that Micah has, a little bit of an advantage as well in knowing them.
That you could just walk Steele back to the quarterback sometimes?
It's amazing how he struggles in pass pro, but my gosh, in space, he made some tremendous
that screen block, that kick out block on that screen.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets out there, and he really is kind of the vocal point when it comes to some of these runs. I mean, he really does do a good job with that, but he can look so bad in pass protection sometimes.
He can look a little rough. I give those guys a lot of credit for the way that they played that game last night. And afterwards, I mean, if you look at the metrics and stuff like that, and you watch the film, there were some times where it was not where it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
But they hung on. They got just enough. Got to give Tolbert some credit, too, for some of his. I know I've been very critical of him, some of the chip block stuff that he was able to do. Playing like as a wing and just stepping in there and kind of just throwing a shoulder, maybe slowing him down a little bit. But this offensive line did a really nice job. And I'll say this, though. Like, with TJ Bass having to play, Booker's been really, really, really good. And I thought initially watching the film that Bass, because they didn't get up on the second level early in that football game,
mm-hmm.
but they got a little better running the ball. It's like they didn't rely so much the second level blocks. They were just trying to get the down guys situated and then allow Williams to make the cut when he needed to make the cut or press the hole when he needed to press the hole. But tip of the cap to the offensive line last night, because that could have been ugly.
Yeah.
And then the fact that they were able to hold Gary off the stat sheet, he had no pressures in that game last night. So
super impressive.
That tells you a little bit about what they were doing. And Gary came in the league, came in the game, leading the league in sacks with 6.5. And they did a great job against him. So
I mean, to get rid of it so quickly and put up 40, the adjustments that they made throughout the game, I think optimism has not been this high for me from a Cowboys coaching staff, maybe ever.
These guys can coach a little bit. I mean, they coach a little bit. Speaking of offensive line, I kind of thought it was a BS call. They got Nate Thomas for lining up too deep, and it wiped out the big play down the field to Turpin. You guys remember that one?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking.
Because it was like Dallas was kind of struggling at that point a little bit, and it was the first time that they got a big play. They got Turpin. You go back and watch the tape. It looks like his head is on level.
Oh, wow.
With with TJ Bass on the line of scrimmage. It doesn't look any deeper. If you look across the line of scrimmage, you look at how Dallas is lined up across the line, they're all pretty, I'd say pretty uniform. It was, you get games you watch Lane Johnson play and he's lined up like he's a wing, and they don't call that.
Yeah, that was ticky-tack.
I thought it was very ticky-tack. But
trend continues of weird calls against the Packers not going your way.
Weird calls. Yeah, absolutely. Talked about the sideline catch from Turpin that he made. And I think this is a crazy play just because we don't always see Turpin we didn't never see him as a downfield, that kind of guy, go get the football kind of a guy. I think every week he's getting better at this receiver stuff.
Totally.
He's been able to, when he can work back to the football like that. It was another play where he did that.
I'll tell you where he was really good is when he could drive these guys off in routes. I mean, him running, like teams know that this guy can run, and Valentine, the corner, was trying to play him, and it was like Valentine's like, whoa, wait a minute, whoa. He's just like closing on the cushion, and so he's driving on him, and then he breaks it on the out, and man, there is some separation there on that play where he's able to like that ball, and Dak, like I said, Dak did a hell of a job in the pocket because it was not clean, and he had to throw over the top of a defender. But for Turpin to lay out the way he did and go get that football and get both feet down and not be that tall of a receiver or that long.
Amazing.
It was an outstanding
really was.
play.
Do you think he could always do that, or has he just improved his skill set to be able to do that?
I hope so that he can see.
Yeah.
He couldn't see until he got LASIK.
Yeah, he got the LASIK. I think what's happened is that they've kind of figured out that he's better than just a gadget guy.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of figured out that, like, whoa, you could throw him the ball down the field. You could throw him the ball inside. You can throw him the ball. I mean, he'll go get it. Okay. I think you're right, Wolchuk, about the deep ball stuff and having to go up and get stuff like that. But if
like the 50-50 balls?
Yeah, but
he's dominating these crossers.
You let him run. I mean, that's really, really a good play. Okay, we saw a little of the Wildcat formation last night.
Oh, yeah.
The goal line
touchdown.
right?
On the goal line, yeah.
Tyler Smith had the block, right?
Yeah. What's funny about that play is that, like, when they broke the huddle and Dak went out to the left, what I didn't notice is they went unbalanced line.
Oh, okay.
So what happened?
We were getting ready to leave.
Yeah, Guyton and them came over. I mean, we weren't leaving the game.
No,
please
we had
don't
to
get
go
me wrong.
downstairs.
Yeah, I had to make it a point that
to the Miller. Yeah, no, we weren't. Yes, we had to go from the media press box downstairs to the Miller Lite Field Club.
I wasn't trying to get Zach to leave a game again.
This was not the Seeger 2.0.
Yeah, we were trying to. We had
a job to do.
We had a job. But anyway, this Wildcat, the Cowboys go unbalanced line. And I mean unbalanced is they take the tackle on one side and they move him over to the other. So you basically had three offensive linemen on one side, and then you had Smith and Schoonmaker on the backside of this, and with the direct snap. So great job by the line. I mean, when you get Hoffman and Smith had two really, really good blocks in this thing, and they were and Williams attacked it where he split like both their blocks, and then was able to get in the end zone. But nice job of some creativity down there on the goal line with the Cowboys. All right, defense. The 46-yard pass to Golden. Okay,
two guys in one area.
Yeah, two guys in one area for sure.
Take it back.
There's some pre-snap problems with confusion between Murray and James on the coverage. And what happens is, it looks like to me that Murray's responsible. He's supposed to carry this route. And that is a far, far carry to have to make that going up the field. But Murray's looking over at James like, what's the call? And James is trying to point, and by that time the ball snapped. And now Golden's up the field, and Murray's now having to adjust. I don't think this ball was being thrown to Golden, by the way. He just happened to go into the area and high point that and stole that ball is what he did. But
was one of those receivers supposed to come across or out?
To me, they both went vertical, and then Golden, it's like Golden read that he had no coverage on him and took the route deep. Like he wasn't going back. I mean, he's like, I'm going to be open, and he just took off running, and kind of like, well, nobody's covering me, so I'm going to go make a football play, and that's what he's able to do. All right, I have a question about the Eberflus. I know we talked about this in the blitz that he brought. And he brings a blitz with this is the Bland play on third down. And this is where I have questions about maybe they need to do some stuff with these edges, that maybe the edges are not doing exactly what they're supposed to do. But Eberflus brings a blitz with the inside linebackers. And you can watch it. Murray takes a run at Kennard, the right tackle. Like he blitzes not in the pocket or towards Love, he blitzes and runs right at Kennard, the tackle, who is engaged with Fowler. You're thinking, okay, what they're doing is they're setting up the picks, is what they're doing, and it likely was going to work because Kennard gets knocked off balance by Murray. But Fowler stays wide, doesn't come around on the loop.
Oh, no.
If he comes around on the loop, he's right directly in the path, free run at Love, and maybe he could go up, maybe bat the ball away, but because the ball's going to go outside. This is when we were talking about with Bland, tries to play it offhand, and Dobbs makes a big catch and then, gets a first down out of that. But Eberflus sends the blitz, and I wonder if Fowler messed that thing up, to where the way the angle that Murray took to create the pick situation, he gets it. Fowler's got to come around, and he didn't do it, and that was a big problem for there.
Well, that seems weird between those two plays. It's like maybe the communication was better, but it's still pretty sloppy with guys not knowing their jobs.
Yeah, and if I could, one more final one real quick, if I can. They had 12 men on the field penalty. Packers do, like, this is the old Aaron Rodgers days, is what they did. Osa manages to get off the field, but Leofau doesn't. You can see the back judge on tape. He's counting all the guys. They've got 12 on the field before the ball's being snapped. Diggs does a great job of breaking on the ball, by the way. This was one of those times where he saw the ball, and that's the reason I pointed it out, because he saw the route develop, and then he drove on that football, and then was able to get in front, though, and extend and make the interception. But unfortunately, they did. They caught Jordan Love caught him with 12 men on the field. Maris Leofau was the 12th guy, and it happened so quick. Matter of fact, the coverage was kind of in shambles, except for Diggs, who was locked on his guy, and it just happened that Jordan Love went that way. But unfortunately, they get the turnover, but they don't get it because of the penalty, and then the Packers go on to score, which makes that an even worse situation for your football team.
I think in any game, Leofau is going to do a couple of things to get you excited, and two other things that are going to make you frustrated.
He's that kind of player.
Probably so.
Do you think he figures it out in a couple more years? Because he could be really good.
Oh, no, he is a very heady football player, but he will do some things. He gambles. He's a big gambler, and sometimes he'll gamble that he'll try and do something that's not scheme related, and he'll just do something on his own, and like we saw, that could lead to bad things.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Wolchuk, we're due for a fix. We need some more football.
Let's do it. We got coaches fighting, and I think I'm the kiss of death. That's next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, you're...
Get it at an incredible price, because if you drive a little further, just like I did, you can save a lot more at Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep during the drive and a fall event.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back at Cowboys Monday in the G-Bag Nation for the first time in like 56 years, something like that. We're reacting to a tie game. And for more on football, here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Yeah, it's crazy. Shout out to Bob Thomas. He actually had the nugget of the last Cowboys tie, and it was 1969 on Thanksgiving Day against the San Francisco 49ers. They tied 24-all. Brian is a 6-year-old lad. Remember that game.
My Uncle Charlie played that game.
Very well. Really?
Yeah, Charlie Kruger. He was a all-pro defensive tackle.
What a badass.
Yeah.
7th tie ever in the history of the Cowboys franchise.
Can I say something real quick? How many games was that since? Did they say that? Like Bob Thomas, like,
oh gosh, I mean I can't.
No, it's like
they did tell us. I can't remember what the number was.
It's like 860 something games since the last time they tied. Bob Thomas last night saw his 800 game.
It's crazy. Shout out to Bob.
Yeah, or worked his 800 game. I think Bob might be listening. Text me, Bob, if you are. Congratulations on that. But yeah, like Bob, they gave him a little award for.
As they should.
Yeah.
He's fantastic. And in the 60s, I guess they were tying quite a bit. They tied the Giants in 1960.
That's all you ever did.
Washington in 61 and 62. The Giants again in 64. The St. Louis Cardinals in 66. Then the Niners in 69. Nice.
Yeah. They didn't have any overtime then? Is that what's going on?
Nah, we didn't have any overtime then.
But
only
no
the
ties.
playoffs.
Never since then until 2025.
Yeah, we were kind of okay with the tie back then.
I don't like the current format. I think capping it at 10 minutes is weird. I think it should just be a possession each.
Oh, okay.
A possession each with an actual kickoff.
Yeah, I'd love to find a way to get rid of the ties. I understand why they don't want to.
I don't know what you guys think, but I am a big fan of what they do in college football.
I would have no issue with the college overtime.
That would work
rules.
too.
And you get to a point too that the second overtime or after the second one?
You got to go for two.
Got to go for two.
Yeah, I like it.
Why not? Let's do it. Let's go.
It is more exciting.
Derek Eagleton had an interesting one. He said just start kicking field goals at the 40.
Yeah.
And alternate until somebody misses.
Oh,
it's
just
like
a kickoff?
It's no field goals.
Yeah.
It's like penalty kicks.
Yeah,
like
not exactly.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
calling it like a kickoff.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Oh,
the kickers go off. They battle back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys have the edge there.
I mean, you don't want to have these guys out there getting hurt in overtime. They're exhausted. They played football for 3 hours. Let's just settle it with Aubrey and whoever else happens to be on the other team.
It's like a race or something. Our fastest versus yours. Our three best eaters.
I like that too.
Best eaters.
Vach said they ought to call out like Garrett used to call one on. Remember when in training camp he called it 1-on-1?
Oh yeah.
So we take Micah Parsons verse, and you have like a 1-on-1 pass rush.
Nate Thomas out there. He'll be pretty good. Man, we had a coaching altercation after the game yesterday. San Francisco and Jacksonville.
Oh, my man in Jacksonville kind of pisses everybody off.
Liam Cohen has that face about him.
Yeah.
Duval. He'll do that to you.
Did he go after the defensive coordinator?
Yeah, so Bob Saleh accused them of sign stealing. And I guess Liam Cohen did not like that. And he went up to him and said after the game, after Jacksonville won. Now, I don't think Liam Cohen does this if they lose this game. But he's feeling good about himself. They get a 26-21 win. And he goes over, and he's got bodies in between him, so he knows that there won't actually be a physical confrontation. He knows that he's got some buffer zone here, and he's chirping. He's chirping at Saleh. He's like, keep my name out your mouth. Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, and Saleh came up to him and it looked like he was trying to shake his hand, and Cohen just shakes his head and walks past him. And then once he gets a good, healthy 10, 15 feet away, then he decides to turn back around and start chirping.
So Saleh just says to him, quote, I'll bleep your world up. Ooh. You don't want to bleep with me. I'll bleep and end your bleeping life.
Oh, he said that? Bob Saleh said that?
Yeah, Bob Saleh said that.
I mean, dude, he's absolutely, he's roided up. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Let's just be real about that. So he's playing with confidence and a little bit of additional rage. and he knows that he would squish Liam Cohen.
Oh,
like Liam
like
Cohen's
a bug.
towards the bottom of the list of coaches you would want on your team in a battle royale fight to the death. Whereas Bob Saleh, up there towards the
I
top.
love the fact that everybody calls him Bob Saleh.
I mean, it might just be everybody in Jacksonville. That GM I'm not taking against anybody either. Looks like a little Smurf guy.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like he's about 18 years old.
He's the human embodiment of football analytics.
Absolutely.
You think he'd have gone for it on 4th and 4?
He would have gone for it on 4th and 40.
Since it said 2, he absolutely would have called down and said, Liam, we're going for it.
Yeah.
Liam would have said, you got it, coach. Injuries, big-time injuries. Malik Neighbors torn ACL, done for the season. It's a big one for the Giants.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
It really does.
Just when they get Jackson Dart, got him going here.
Yeah,
That's a big win, man.
Huge
You beat
win.
the Chargers.
Huge
Come on,
when Chargers
man.
were coming in, we're thinking, oh my gosh,
Come on.
are they finally putting it together? But the Chargers, also big loss.
That's what
Joe Alt goes down.
What happened there? What was they say?
Got carted off. It's an ankle. So, yes, he avoided. Right now, it does not look like it's going to be a season. It was feared, but now could just be a few weeks. That's huge for them. But
what a badass, too. He's got a high ankle sprain. He's trying to jog off the field.
Yeah, he is.
It doesn't hurt.
Dude, he is a badass. But the notable ACL and Achilles tears at MetLife Stadium. I mean, Yahoo Sports and others have put out the list. But, I mean, you go down since 2020, it's big-name players, including the Cowboys' own Solomon Thomas, Nick Bosa, Rodgers, Neighbors, Sterling Shepard, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jabril Peppers. So Odell Beckham Jr., former Giant, took to social media, said, Dear NFL, I mean this with the utmost love and respect. We, the NFL, take all the precautions in the world with everything else when it comes to players' health and safety. Please, 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 please get rid of the turf. Thank you in advance. Love OBJ.
Yeah, the problem with get rid of the turf there at MetLife, you got 2 teams playing on it.
Getting the grass just get too beaten up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. At one time, the old Giant Stadium did have grass.
Did it?
It did. It did. It had grass, and it was a mess.
Didn't work.
There's different kinds of turf. I think I'd be willing to change it out. You know, it's not that much money in the grand scheme of things. But remember when we were at the Super Bowl and we talked to the guy that has the cleats that pivot just a little bit?
Yeah.
Todd Heap, right?
Was it Todd Heap?
It was Todd Heap. You're right. Good call.
I mean, that's what I'd go with if I'm going to MetLife if I'm the players. I mean, I'll put a Nike swoosh over it, whatever I got to do. But that's pretty alarming since 2020, that number of players.
I loved OBJ's additional tweet that he added. He says, respect, and I love the Giants, but Death Life has taken too many talented players away from the game. That's the new name of MetLife
Death
Stadium.
Life.
Death Life Stadium. It's a bit of an oxymoron. But
they're going to have to put the grass in for the World Cup, but I guess that's just a couple of matches. And
it's just so different with soccer because you're all over the field. In football, you're spending most of the time between the hashes, which are narrower in the NFL, and you get chewed up pretty quick, especially if you're in a northern climate that gets some weather, some rain, and some snow. But it's doable, I think I would at least look at turning it over or looking into all the different kinds of turf. And if I'm in the NFLPA, I'm like, man, do we need to pass the hat and offer to pay this for you?
Now, another big injury, Ravens.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar's dealing with a hammy. We don't know how serious this is going to be. I was listening to Shefty earlier today, and he said, if the game had been closer, maybe Lamar would have gone back in. But since it was pretty much, we know the result here, they weren't going to push that. Hopefully it's not long, but they did lose their star defensive tackle, Justin Metabike, for the season.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be out. And Raven fans, I'm sorry.
They've been bad on defense, though, right?
So bad. And they started off really bad last year on defense, and then they got that kind of fixed. But this is my fault. I went ahead and I picked the Ravens to win the Super Bowl, and I just think that I screwed their fan base over.
It's happening to you? You on a run?
Yeah, it's just last year I went with Cincinnati. So if I pick you, I pick you to win the Super Bowl, just know hell's in store.
Probably
So
under 500.
Maybe I should have picked the Packers.
They get the Texans, then the Rams, and the Bears here over the next 3 weeks, depending on how rough Lamar Jackson's hammy is. But I think Roquan Smith sprained his ankle, too.
Yeah,
I think it gets worse. Like, they're missing 8 dudes on defense.
They lost a handful of players in that game, and it was bad. I mean, Kansas City was able to get explosive all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's the first time I think 2 years Patrick Mahomes threw for 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He got it going. And Xavier Worthy being back helped. This is probably the soundbite of the weekend in terms of quarterbacking. Cam Ward. They're 0-4. They just got shut out by Houston, who, in a weird move, traded Cam Robinson, their offensive tackle, today. Their offensive line stinks, and they just traded one of their tackles to the Browns. But whatever, maybe Houston's team tanking it, even though they're 1-3. Here was Cam Ward in regards to how they're playing?
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have this one. We got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
We ask.
I appreciate his honesty.
I loved it. I mean, I think that's a
sign of a leader
that
right
could
there.
be a tone setter, right? I mean, I think that
running
running game Moses kiddo, probably not long for that job.
Running game Moses.
Man. So that's probably going to be an open job if anybody wants that Tennessee Titans gig.
I saw people advocating for Mike McCarthy, who says he's getting ready to coach in 2026. Maybe take one last young QB under his wing,
quarterback guru,
develop him. I'd be terrified of that if I was the Titans. But I think a lot of owners would see that as a good, wise decision.
Wins games, 100%. Last thing here, Eagles did lose a player for the season, Ogbo Okoronkwo. Triceps tear, season, Dunsky. And bleep filthy, man. I don't know. They just find ways to win. They're so damn annoying. I hope things eventually.
They had 0 yards passing in the second half of that game.
If you just box score it, Tampa Bay should have kicked their ass. But somehow, some way, they've now won 20 out of 21. Screw you.
It's amazing how that first half, Jalen Hurts was dialed. Bowles was trying to send the blitz at him left and right. It was like,
A.J. Brown is now behind the scenes ticked off.
Very frustrated.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Let's cut out of here just a little bit early because I think Schotty's going to start yapping up there at the Star. We'll get the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on a Cowboys Monday as they tie 40-40. Wow, what a night. And we'll have more overreactions in addition to the finest and more coming up next year on The Fan.
All right, let's chat Prize Picks. Had so much fun on Prize Picks over the weekend.
I mean, like, this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box.
Your hunt for the perfect breakfast sandwich is over. Jack in the Box's sourdough scramblers, starting at $3.49, come with toasted sourdough, scrambled eggs, melty cheese, and your choice of hickory smoked bacon or grilled sausage. Then does you one better by being available all day.
All right, here comes Shotty in just a couple of minutes. We get the Cowboys press conference here on The Fan, coming off a 40-40 tie. It's a Cowboys Monday, and I'll take it, man. Being a 6.5, 7-point dog against Green Bay, the way that game started, the way it could have gone, to get the tie, maybe at the end of the season, that's the difference in making the playoffs and not. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Flagtober 2025 is going to start Saturday at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. We want to see you there. Brian's going to be out there.
I'll be there. Thank you very much for saying that, Dawson. Appreciate that.
Yeah, go say hi to Broadus. And then, the Red River Party, Texas OU, next weekend is going to be quite a scene. Our very own Lucius Alexander is going to be there, and we're all invited to join and party up for that. That'll be next Saturday here. Brian Schottenheimer press conference in just a second. What do you guys think about the decision to kick the field goal there at the end of the game? Go for it clearly?
I'm going. Yeah.
And I felt like you've really come around on this one because 4 yards is a long way to go. Like 2 and 1, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
But I think on 4th and 4, you got to pass.
Oh, no.
Like you're not running it on 4th down, are you?
You're passing the ball. But like I said, you've got guys like Tolbert seems to be pretty good down there. Pickens could go play. I don't know if I want to throw a jump ball there. We had Ferguson open on a route. Like I said, I had absolutely no faith that if you look at the possessions after the first half of that football game, touchdown, 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 field goal.
Yeah.
You have any faith in your? Listen, if you score there, now you're making them have to score a touchdown just to. Now maybe they could go for 2 themselves and try and win the game that way. But kicking a field goal right there to me was like, especially with McManus, the kicker, who can make a 57-yard field goal. I was like, well, I could say my expectations, I picked that team to win. Green Bay's a better team.
Yeah.
Green Bay's a much better team right now. And so good for Dallas, but I thought he was going to have to play the game differently, the way some of the decisions and stuff that he was going to make. And I would have had no problem if he would have stood at the podium if they lost that game by a field goal, and he would have said, well, why'd you go for it there? Did you see what they did to us in the second half?
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing.
Yeah.
Like, would I have had a problem if they don't convert and they essentially lose the game? And the answer is no.
Yeah, if you
aggressive.
If you get a couple of stops like you did in the first half, maybe you do. Maybe you kick the field goal there. But to me, I had absolutely no faith that they were going to get a stop. And they were probably going to get in field goal range anyway.
I don't know if you, Chief, you got some on that?
Well, I was just thinking, yes, the numbers indicate you should go, right? The
78%, something like that.
But even the people that are anti whatever the analytics say, they're all about, know your team, right? Gut feel about your team. Your team was not stopping them.
Yeah.
Your offense is what
That's the most important thing. That's the thing I always talk about.
Right?
Know the condition of your team.
So that's the condition of your team and the numbers. It was like a two-way go. Everything about that scenario was you got to go for it here.
Yeah.
Could it also be know your team, we probably won't convert this and we're going to give them the ball in a tie game?
Better chance to convert it or better chance to stop Green Bay's offense?
They really haven't stopped you that second half.
Better chance to convert.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
With the way the offense had been playing. And
in the back of his mind, was he thinking, I'd lived this 2 weeks ago. I felt the same way in that Giants game. I was like, they just lost the game here when they punted. And then they got an interception because they hadn't been able to stop the Giants. So I just wonder if he was going back to that and thinking, hey, I trusted my defense then. They came through. Can I trust them this time? Will they come through? And unfortunately, they didn't.
Well, Jordan Love was in the midst of breaking a record for most completions without an incompletion of balls thrown 10 yards or less. Did you hear that earlier with KNC Masterpiece? He was 28 of 28. The previous record was 22 of 22.
Damn.
And, Brian Broadus, Krusty's Corner, about 45 minutes or so ago, detailed some of the other plays where
the defense is having pretty significant communication breakdowns or having issues knowing what the responsibilities are. And I just don't know how that doesn't reflect on Eberflus. I think Wolchuk did a great job last night in the post game, and the rant went viral of how many missed tackles did Eberflus have, and the answer is none. But you brought some of these guys in. The trade for Sanborn, or the signing of Sanborn, the trade for Kenneth Murray, like that was done after Eberflus was brought in. You're tasked with teaching them. Like, you should at least know what your position is and what your responsibility are. Like, how many different coverages really are there? 4, maybe 5 if you count cover 5, and then there's the different things off of that. But how many things do you really have to know? Like 15? I'm asking a serious question. As a defensive player in the secondary, you got to know about 15 things, right?
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, which the communication stuff is super bizarre to me. I don't know why they're having such an issue with that. The Sanborn thing, and I mentioned that last night, like that's totally on Flus. I don't know, like Kenneth Murray might have been a player the Cowboys liked. I don't know if he was the one that was like campaigning, I really want Kenneth Murray or not. But I was so wrong about these linebackers, and a big reason why I thought the linebackers would be better is that is kind of Flus's expertise. So that's one thing. If you want to critique him on, I'm totally cool with it. My thing is, I think we have a knee-jerk reaction here where we just it's not going right. It's the coordinator's fault. Fire the coordinator. And the pushback that I've gotten is like, well, why were some of these players so good under Dan Quinn? How many of those players were here under Dan Quinn? They've overhauled this defense completely. Osa Digizua, Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs, who have since had major knee injuries or a foot injury. They're not playing the same as they were. And let's not forget, it was fire Dan Quinn after the Green Bay game. So to me, while I think absolutely 4th and 6, you want to question, they play zone, they don't pressure certain situations, I think Eberflus absolutely deserves some criticism. But I think we're a little too quick to say this is all on the coach. Last year was the same thing with Zim. Zim got it corrected. Maybe give Flus a little bit of time and he can get this fixed. I don't really think that he will, because I think it's a player problem. I don't think they have enough talent on that side of the ball. And I think it goes back to what we talked about last week is they've missed on their draft picks on that side of the ball the last 3 or 4 years.
No, I think your dead ball's on with that one. I would say you are dead last, and both Zim and Quinn did significantly more with at least similar type of players. But I think fundamentally it breaks down when not many of your guys are good run defenders and you have to commit extra resources. And now we're really having a problem in the secondary with understanding routes are getting passed off, or, hey, I'm the linebacker that's actually going to run the seam on this one. Like the fact that Stewart and Murray did not have that sorted out as the ball is being hiked. That's just weird. So I don't think this should be the 32nd ranked defense in football, but maybe I'm overestimating them. And Jerry has said coyly a couple of times, this thing is going to be good long term. Maybe this is part of the process of figuring, hey, we don't really have a great chance of contending this year. We'll put on a show offensively, but when we get to use those first round picks and get our coaching staff an entire year under their belt to go out into the free agent market right now we're scheduled to have a ton of money available. Let's go attack this when free agency has started and we have a pick of all the players around the league that are not under contract and instead of trying to fix it all now. Maybe it's a year of transition and development. Micah Parsons adding some context last night in the post game. The same way he called me in the office as a man, he couldn't tell me as a man. He said it's not necessarily about emotion, it's about respect. Is this going to be like Jerry Jones' rival of record? Do you think this is going to go on for a while? I think so. And I think feelings definitely got involved. Maybe Jerry Jones doesn't want to admit that, but every time he answers a question about it, he's throwing a significant amount of shade at Micah Parsons. And I guess I would feel significantly disrespected right now if I was him.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why both sides feel a little bit disrespected. Jerry's just doing the thing where he's like, no, things didn't get personal, anything like that. But like Micah's comparing Kenny Clark receiving the call. Well, of course, Kenny Clark's going to receive the call. He was blindsided.
Yeah.
He was like one of the stand-up leaders on that team and in that locker room for many years. He wasn't in a contentious battle. Of course, the GM's going to pick up the phone and call him.
Yeah,
because he had no idea what was coming.
I think Des Bryant had this moment as well around year 5 or year 6 where Jerry has said all these things to you, and then maybe you kind of feel hustled. You feel, what's Lucius call it, glamored.
the guy winks at you and smiles, and you're sitting here talking with the most powerful man in football, like your buddies, and you're going over all these life things. But I think the players kind of feel like they're getting worked when they reflect back upon it, and I think they're right. And I would encourage all new players coming in here to talk to people like Des Bryant and Micah Parsons about their experience. Like CeeDee Lamb said it during camp. I wouldn't advise going this route with Jerry Jones. Trying to get in there and talk to him yourself is not advisable. What's your gut feeling right now on the Jets? They'll be in Miami tonight. It's a battle of 0-3 teams. The Cowboys, the early favorite, 1.5 at New York Sunday afternoon. What do you think?
Not a good gut feeling. They have not done well in New York against the Jets for whatever reason. You remember the Sam Darnold game?
That's when Amari Cooper got hurt 5 plays in, right?
Yeah.
The thigh injury.
Sam Darnold's like, we knew what they were going to do.
I think it was like Robbie Chosen Anderson had like a 98-yard touchdown in that game. Just running by Jeff Heath.
I mean, I'd be worried about Justin Fields, who's now healthy. We'll see how he plays tonight, but him being able to just run around.
Yeah. I guess last year they did okay against Fields, but yes, exactly. I mean, 100% that would be a concern. I'm a little nervous. They should, if they play offensively like they have, I think they'll be okay and they'll win. But there is something about going to play against the Jets that has been an issue.
Is there any way CeeDee Lamb is back?
I don't think so. He was in a boot during the game last night.
Oh, the good news is Tyler Booker, Nick Harris tweeted, is not wearing his boot anymore.
Yeah.
He's out of the boot. Maybe
Okay.
Book saw what TJ Bass did and said, I need to get the hell back out there.
I mean, the Jets have a pretty good defense when you're talking about, is it Will McDonald, Will Anderson,
yeah.
something like that. Let's go up to the press conference. Shotty standing by, brought to you by Ford, the official vehicle of your Dallas Cowboys.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. We're a month into the season. Just what do you think you are right now? What do you think we stand despite the record?
They were a growing football team, a team that's learning a lot about themselves and improving in some areas and focusing on areas that we need to get better, which there's a lot of those. But I think it's an exciting time for us because I do think that there's areas that we can make large improvements. We're having to play some younger players for injuries, but we're also playing younger players because we want to. Whether you talk about what we did with Nate Thomas yesterday, rolling him some in at right tackle and, Shamar James getting some work. I mean, you have to play these young guys because you're going to need them at some point. So there's things we're excited about, but the focus is now, you move on to, the Jets, another opponent, another championship opportunity coming in here.
Are you surprised that we're still talking about the struggles of the defense, particularly in the secondary?
No.
We have veterans there.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a way to stop having those conversations, and that's to play better. We're capable of playing better. We need to play better. I thought our first down run efficiency and overall efficiency on first down was, I think, the best we've had, like 65% win on first down. Where we struggled was third down again. And we need to do a better job of self-scouting ourselves and what are we struggling with and what formations are giving us problems and why. We need to practice third down better, and then obviously in the red zone, last couple of weeks we haven't done a great job of keeping them out of the end zone. And so for us defensively, it's, the explosive plays have been a problem, and then, getting the people off the field on third down and making them kick field goals. That sounds like a lot. We can't fix all of that today. We can't go and put in a magic defense that's going to fix those things. We have to fix it through execution and team defense and communication and better coaching, and that's what we're working for.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Just a housekeeping note to start off. Any of the guys have a chance to come up IR or you start their window? Who are those guys?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about that, probably in through tonight and into tomorrow. I think there's a chance that there's a couple guys. I won't share with you who, but those conversations are a little bit early for us. We just kind of finished up the game, and now that we start getting ready for prepping the Jets, we'll have a better idea. But there's a chance that you could see a little bit of movement.
Secondly, in overtime, that you on fourth down, that you even think about going for, considering how the defense that played to that point and try to put a touchdown up?
No, we had our shots down there. I didn't really like my third down play call. I thought there's a better call I could have gone with. that's me being accountable to the team and myself. And but no, I think at that point, you're in overtime. You got to give yourself a chance. You get the lead, and we're going to always trust our team. We're going to trust the team. And unfortunately, we weren't able to win the game, and we came away with a tie, and it doesn't sit well with any of us. But no, I didn't second guess that thought.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. Through a month here, you guys have the highest rated offense in yards and things like that. But when you look at complementary football, is your third down offense something that you needs to get better? Maybe in an early in games, you only scored 10 points in the first quarter. Like, that's a way that you can help your defense in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, I think so. We never look at, hey, we want to be the first, best offense in the NFL. We want to lead the league in wins. That's what we want to do as a football team. And we don't really get caught up in the rankings per se, either good or bad, because it doesn't really matter. You got to find a way to win. But I would say, we did some complimentary things yesterday. I thought we finally won the turnover battle, Todd. I thought that was good. James Houston sack was a huge play, and then we were able to go out and sudden change. But, yeah, we can be better on third down for sure. And part of it is, being able to live in more third downs and manageable and things like that. We're certainly talented enough to do that. And then in terms of, time of possession, that certainly helps as well. But I will say again, we came out yesterday and, the plan all along was if we get to third manageable in the first drive, I was planning on running it the whole time. Very good front, saw some things that we thought we could take advantage of from them. They're a pretty aggressive blitzing defense, and they kind of had us out leveraged. So their call was better than our call on the first third down. But again, it's a 60-minute game. I'm the first one to always preach it to our guys. You can't win the game in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. You're going to win it in the fourth quarter. And so we'll look at it. But the third downs would probably be the biggest thing I would say that we just need to make sure we're on top of.
And then another overtime game. Do you have the same? How do you take care of guys' bodies? Do you think you'll do the same Wednesday?
Yeah, there'll be some things that we tweak. I got to see all the numbers still. I haven't seen all the numbers from the the catapult and all that stuff. We'll adjust something, but I plan on practicing. We'll just see what it looks like.
And then with Pickens, did you when you made the trade? Did you reach out to people before that had been around this guy to say, what is he like? Tell me about him. Did you do any of that?
Oh yeah.
Told about
different things, how much he loved football, and that he loves to play the game, and you might have to deal with him being late occasionally, and some things like that, which sometimes we all oversleep. I could have slept a few more minutes this morning, but I didn't. But for the most part, it was all positive, and the people that we spoke to in and around the league and in Pittsburgh and in Georgia, they were very honest. And I think that's the cool thing about this league is people are honest, and you have to be careful whether it's good or bad information. You do your homework, and then that's part of the process. That's not the only process. And from the minute I sat down with George Pickens in my office and we shot some hoops, it was very clear to me this guy was fired up to be a Dallas Cowboy and excited to help us go win games.
Has he been late?
No comment.
John Schottenheimer with The Athletic. You talked about simplifying things on the defense in previous weeks. Is there any more simplifying left to do, or is it as simplified as it can be?
No, there's definitely some simplifying we can do. Like when you look at it, it's a good question, a fair question. We didn't tackle very well yesterday. Like that's one of the things that happened to us. We just didn't tackle well yesterday. And I talked to the guys about it. We've got a thing called cup tackling where you've got an outside piece, you've got an inside piece, and then you've got a guy, coming down from the top, and so it creates a cup, if you will. And we lost our cup at times. They had a very specific plan. They wanted to attack us in space, and so they were throwing the bubbles and the perimeter screens and things like that. And our cups weren't very good, and then we're still tackling a little bit high. And again, I know you asked me about simplifying. The other area that jumps up from simplification part is teams are attacking us on third down with quick cadences. If you go back, we forced a 3rd and 9 or 10, I think, on the very first drive. The very first third down in the game, I think, was 3rd and 9, and they kind of quick counted us, John, and we weren't ready. And talked to the guys about that today. The best type of defense is a ready defense, and that starts with us getting the call in from Flus, getting the call communicated, and then getting our cleats in the dirt and getting ready to play. And it started with Chicago. They did it to us some. And so people are going to challenge us with that. So you implement that a little bit more in practice, and you do a better job of preparing those guys. And the number one way to fix the third down issues on defense is to emphasize it and do it more in practice, which we will.
And then the flip side of that on defense, if someone was like, okay, so what is a positive that you feel like on the defense that you guys can build off of, what would that be?
Run defense. I mean, our two D tackles, Osa and Kenny, played their two best games yesterday. I thought those guys were excellent. I think our run defense is good. I've talked all week ad nauseum about Josh Jacobs and what a great back he is and the power and size that he has, but we did some really good things on first down, and Donovan Ezaraku, man, he just continues to excel, and he played really, really well. And in between the tackles, Jack Sanborn's been really good for us. But if we can make people one-dimensional, it gives you a chance. And so the answer to that question would be, I feel very good about our run defense.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. How are things looking for Malik Hooker and Tyler Guyton?
I think Geit's in the protocol. I think we feel like he's got a chance to play this week. Hook's got something we think a little bit more serious. Could be a couple weeks. Finishing up a few more tests, but he might miss a little bit of time.
On that note, what have you guys liked about Wanye Thomas throughout your time here, and then to be in that role yesterday? How do you think he performed?
Well, again, one of the biggest plays of the day was the block, on the extra point. Huge, game-changing, momentum-changing play. I love his professionalism. I love his work ethic. I love his grit. Smart. He is a good communicator. I think that's important. We're looking to improve the communication, and I think he does a really good job with that. And he's actually gotten a lot of reps in practice because, we're smart with what we've done with Malik and Dono from a practice standpoint. So he'll definitely be ready to go. And, again, I thought he did a nice job for us yesterday getting called upon.
And from your perspective, how has this offensive line been able to stay so consistent despite a couple starters being out? You had to deal with the issue with Guyton and Steele during the game, yet you were still able to find running lanes and keep Dak mostly clean.
Yeah. Number one, the brotherhood. That unit in most organizations is super tight. These guys are incredibly tight. Every Thursday night there's a dinner with the offensive line and the quarterbacks, and they spend a lot of time together. But I don't think it doesn't happen without a belief in what you're doing from a scheme standpoint, a belief in what you have with a coach like Connor Riley and Clayton Adams and guys like that. And it's pretty amazing to think about the team we just played and their ability to rush the passer, that we were able to do that. The protection plan was good. It was sound. And a guy that probably doesn't get talked enough about that did a hell of a job yesterday, and you guys can pull up the clips, was Javonte Williams. He was cleaning edges for us a lot, and there's times where you want to keep him in, and those things don't go in the stat book. But I thought he was incredible at that yesterday.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. When you guys brought in James Houston on the first practice at camp, did you think that he would be having this much of an impact for you?
Actually, I did, Tommy. I really did. I mean, because we had a hard time blocking him. We really did. Like, I remember in training camp, him winning on a rush on one of the early third down. It might have been a 2-minute period. But it just goes to show you, there's great football players out there everywhere. And what I love about James is, here he is going out and creating, havoc for the quarterbacks and making a strip sack fumble, recovering himself. But he's also running down on kickoffs last week, making the opening kickoff, and did the same thing yesterday in terms of making plays. And he's getting better against the run, and that's not necessarily his strongest suit, but he's working on those weaknesses. And anybody that's willing to work on their weaknesses, to me, is someone that you're excited to have on your team.
With CeeDee and Tyler Booker, have you guys learned anything more on them, and if IR is a possibility?
Yeah, they're both trending in the right direction. We're not going to make any decisions right now. I think we'd rather not. I think Book's out of the boot, which is great, and I think both guys are getting better. And we'll see what the time frame looks like. But I don't think we plan on doing anything, certainly right at the moment. But we reserve the right to change our mind.
Scholar. I'm Skyler Dixon with BAP. You mentioned earlier
coaching a little bit more on third down defense, and I think you kind of, or practicing a little more. And you may have kind of answered it with talking about the quick snap you a few times. But how do you feel like you kind of practice third down defense better, and how do you balance that versus maybe kind of psyching guys out about it and putting too much emphasis on it?
It's a fair question. I don't think you psych guys up. I mean, these guys are professionals, and whatever we emphasize, Skyler, I mean, they're usually great about. They get it. I mean, they don't sit around and read the stats, but they know. I mean, you can't look at our stats and not know that we're struggling on third down. You put a little bit more emphasis on it earlier in the week, which adds 4, 5, 6 more reps, maybe on Wednesday a little bit more, and then you start throwing in more Thursday, and you probably got to give up something on first, second down to steal some more reps on third down. You got to steal some from red zone, and you got to be smart. But that's where the balance of a well-constructed practice schedule and the emphasis in front of the room. And again, I said to the guys today, it could be this week, it might be next week, where we win a game 10-3. And our defense has 4 takeaways, and I mean that's the ebb and flow of our league, and that's the way things happen. So this is a football team. It's the greatest team sport in the world, and it's the most difficult team sport in the world because of how difficult it is. But we will emphasize third down. Why? Because we're not good enough. It's not the standard, and therefore you're crazy if you don't.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Dak talked a lot about the timing yesterday with his receivers, and that was one way to kind of counteract a pass rush that can get after the quarterback quick. What is just the behind-the-scenes kind of group effort to decipher, hey, what is our timing going to be on this play, and how impressive is it, I guess, to keep everyone in sync in that regard?
Well, we talk about a couple different things. We talk about the time clock of the quarterback and the rhythm of the pass. We talk about launch points, which is where the quarterback throws from. You never want the quarterback just to be sitting in the well, at 7.5 or 8.5 yards deep, right behind the center. So we try to change those up a lot. I do think that there's a lot that goes into the fact of, Dak and I's relationship and, understanding, we call it the play caller's purpose, which means when we call certain plays, there's a design of what I'm looking for as the play caller, because there's nothing worse as a play caller when you've got 1st and 10 and you call a pass that should make you, let's say, 5 or 6 yards. And you're like, you see the look, and you're like, okay, boom, I should be 2nd and 4. And then you're like, oh, man, it's 2nd and 10 because the ball goes someplace else. But I think, he's seeing it really well right now, and he's playing with confidence, and he's, just, like I said, playing firm on his back foot. And if you have a firm back foot, you're normally going to be getting the ball out on time and in rhythm, and that gives guys a chance to run after the catch.
And MetLife is obviously, the turf discussion comes at every time you guys have to go to MetLife, or anyone does. Do you have an opinion on that, and do you talk about the turf when you talk to your players this week?
No, I was there for MetLife's first game. I was the coordinator. I remember we beat Cincinnati in 2009. That was the last game ever played, I guess, in the old one. And then I was there for the first one. But no, those are things. I mean, that we spend more time talking about the opponent.
This is The Athletic. Brian, as a former quarterback, and you've been around the league so much, building off of what you were just talking about, what are the signs you see when a quarterback is just feeling it, dialed in, whatever the case may be, the way Dak is right now?
Well, I appreciate you putting me in the same category as Dak and some of the elite quarterback side. I mean, it's something. I did throw the first touchdown pass of the 1996 national championship season. Go Gators. I think the biggest thing is the trust that he has in all of our players, all of the skill guys. Like we talked a little bit last night, about Ryan Flournoy and Jalen Tolbert with a big, huge conversion for us in the 2-minute drive on a shallow cross, and the scramble play and the catch by Tolbert, which, again, I knew it was incredible. I did not know how incredible it was. There we go. Is that you, Brad? No. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's all good. But, I mean, that catch was incredible. But I do think that. I think it's just the trust that he has in throwing the ball to wherever the read takes him, and trusting that those guys are going to be in the right spot. And that sounds simple to the world, but it's not. I mean, you're talking about an elite pass rush group that was all around him. And, I mean, the throw he makes to George Pickens on 4th down is an incredible throw. It's low and away. He's got to move up because they're coming off the edge. And that doesn't happen without lots and lots of practice.
And then you've had 2 overtime games now. You lost the coin toss in both overtime periods. The way that this new overtime is, has the results of these 2 overtimes informed you even better for when you do win a coin toss, how you might go with it?
Yeah, I think we have a plan. I mean, I'll share with you guys, if we would have won the coin toss, you're not supposed to say defer, so you have to say kick in overtime, because you want to know, what do you need? Because, if they go down and they get a field goal, then you're going to probably be aggressive and maybe go for it on 4th down and things like that. And so I think that's kind of the new realm that we all go with. But what you guys have seen really in both of our overtime games is the 10 minutes. It does go fast. And the next thing you know, you're like, well, hell, we got to go. Because I know they felt that, in Green Bay. And so that's part of it as well. But I think we're all adjusting to it, but that would be our plan.
Garrett.
Garrett Bodell, CBS Sports. Brian, I think Miles Sanders left the game briefly yesterday. What's an FT update on him?
A little ankle. I think most of the tests have come back good, so I think he's trending to be able to play.
In a month into the season, Jaden Blue is yet to be active. Where is he at in your program, and what does he need to do to suit up on game day?
Very close. I'll say it again. I've said it a number of times, Garrett. I mean, he's practicing really, really well. I challenged him a few weeks ago on being consistent. He's done that. He's becoming one of our best offensive practice squad players. He gives the defense an incredible look with his speed and playmaking ability. So very close.
Patrick.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Just kind of feeding off of that. With Miles dealing with the ankle, even though he's trending towards playing against the Jets, obviously that you got to have an insurance policy against that. Jaden Blue is one, but how does that color your conversations to come this evening on a guy like Phil Maffa?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we'll talk about. Again, the one thing that we have, and it was a little bit of a scramble yesterday when Miles went out because, we had to do some moving of parts on special teams. I thought Nick Sorensen and his guys did a great job because we had to pull Hunter off of some of the teams. Hunter's a guy that plays 4 core, but when he becomes your backup, runner, we had to make some adjustments. So we'll have those conversations. But again, I think kudos to Nick and his staff. And I mean, that's the unseen or unwritten thing that happens on game day when, they come up and they tap you on the shoulder and they say, hey, so-and-so's this or so-and-so that. It's not like, okay, cool, we'll figure that out later. Like, it's immediate, and you're like, okay, tell Nick, tell Flus, whatever it is. And, it's wild when you think about, we have these guys dressed and you can't use them all.
Players. Get back to Dak for a second. A lot of people think yesterday may have been his best game. What do you think he's playing? You were certainly here in 2023 when he had his best season of his career. How would you compare where he is now to where he was then?
I don't really look back very often. I'm not trying to avoid the question, but I don't look back. I think, the player that I see every day in practices the way he plays. And I think, we've preached a lot here, I believe here, that practice is what separates us. And that's why I go back to the 3rd down thing. Like, okay, well, just practicing it doesn't mean that you're going to improve it. Well, no, but it gives you a chance. And so I think the guy that you see performing on Sunday nights and Sunday afternoons is the same guy that we see on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Usually Wednesday's a little bit hit and miss because there's some new plays and new installs and we're trying things. He's trying throws and stuff like that. But, man, I would say his practices really for the first 4 weeks, have been outstanding. So you go into the game as a play caller with a ton of confidence because you're like, yep, saw that on Wednesday, saw it on Thursday, saw it on Friday.
You talked about earlier about the play design has a purpose. It seemed like last night he was on lockstep with you with the purpose because getting the ball out quick, taking the short things early, and is that part of what you're talking about? Because he said just being a veteran, been here 10 years, that's why he's playing the best.
I would agree that it helps, man. There's not much he hasn't seen. There was a play early in the game. We're in a double chip edge protection deal. We're trying to push the ball deep down the field. We're trying to neutralize the 2 edge pieces, which are great players. And they kind of all got out of there, and there was a little bit of leakage. I don't remember where, and he boom right to it was Javonte, right to Javonte. It was 2nd and 4 for a 5-yard gain. Bam, brand new set of downs. Well, as a play caller, man, you're like, all right, here we go. Like once you get the drive started, it's so much easier after that first earned first down as a play caller, and as a quarterback as well. You get the first one, you're kind of like, okay, there's a rhythm that kind of gets started. So things like that you're just like, man, he's executing and running the offense at a high level.
You talked about the missed tackles earlier. There's always going to be missed tackles. Do you guys have maybe 0 is the number that is acceptable each week for you? But how many were there, and how many did you look at were not acceptable?
Yeah, well, we had too many. I don't have the exact number in front of me. Those usually are getting tallied up once we get the grades and stuff in, and I just don't have those numbers in front of me. It was too many. Because what happens if you've got a guy and you've kind of got him in the cup, and let's say it's at the 30-yard line, all right, and you should get him, and we say either knock him sideways or knock him back. That's our words. You knock him sideways or you knock him back. Well, if that guy that should be tackled at the 30 gets up to the 34, 35, 36, that's 5 or 6 hidden yards. Well, that over the course of 70 plays, those 4, 5, 6 yard hidden yards become 40, 60, 70. And we're too good at tacklers to let that happen. And so there's a technique to it. And I don't think it's anything new to the league, Todd, the way, people, are smart with practice and how they do it in training camp and stuff like that. Usually tackling gets better as the course of the season, but we need to get better. And it starts with technique and using our hamstring tackles and using your leverage of the cup that we're trying to create.
And then how much did you go back, maybe the first time you looked at it this morning, and say, really, there's 1 second left?
Was there 1 second left?
Maybe it was a half a second.
No, that game didn't come down to that. We had our chances as a football team, and but if that ball gets kicked around just a little bit more, would have been interesting.
If it doesn't hit him, it's game over, right?
Yeah. I'm not going there.
You're gonna change the clock operator?
Yeah. Huh? We don't have the clock operator.
NFL hires.
Get him, Ted.
Pays that position. Yeah.
It's at home. Home field advantage.
How about we put you in charge of the clock?
Yeah.
I'm not pointing fingers, but it came from over there. Anything else? You guys good?
One more. Revel, is he taking a step back? Where is he at?
No, he's part of that discussion that we'll have over the next couple of days. No, I wouldn't think so. Again, these things are all different. Everybody's timeline's different. You're talking about a young player, young player that's dealing with a lot, learning the defense, having to go through all the rehab, and he's doing good. Yeah, man.
When Dak was trying to get to the end zone and Mike ended up tackling, Ferguson had the block on. Is that considered a missed block or what net rep?
No, it's a tough matchup. I mean, literally, if we look back at it again, we probably would have told Javonte. It goes with me. Put Javonte over there to help him, but that's a tough matchup for Fergie. Again, about another half yard, and might have been a 1 yard gain. Sorry, Micah.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes. The Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, brought to you by Ford. That's 3 hours down. We got to run. We'll come back, react to all that, plus get you some football's finest here on a Cowboys Monday on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We got to get right with the clock, but we got plenty of takeaways from the Schotty presser, including who might be getting activated here, open up their 21-day window to return, and what he has to say about the defense that still looked bad and the adjustments they still have to make. We'll get to that, some football's finest, and then before too long, we'll be into the Expressway. G-Bag of the Day is coming up, and we're back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're back in the clock now. We're flowing here. It's a Cowboys Monday as they come away with a tie, 40-40 against Green Bay. That I think it feels like a dub to me. Sometimes a tie can feel like a loss. I'm sure it does for the Packers right now after the way that game got started and all the expectations. Anyway, we'll talk more about the Cowboys coming up here to kick off the Expressway in about 10 minutes. Here's the Chief with some of the football's finest.
Speaking of that tie and how weird it feels, here was Jerry Jones after the game, asked about the tie and if it was like kissing his sister.
Well, I've never kissed my sister, so how's it taste?
I wouldn't know you.
Shout out to whoever's cackle that was there at the end.
Clarence Hill,
I think
isn't
it's
it?
chill.
Is that Clarence cackle?
I think it was his video.
Well,
Clarence.
that is Jerry saying I've never kissed my sister, but he is curious about how that would taste. I don't think it would be good. Bullchuck, any
Thank
thoughts?
God, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know why. I don't know how kissing your sister plays. Like, there's nothing good about kissing your sister.
Weird, dude.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. What are the? Can somebody? Let's do this right now.
It's only cheek.
Let's get the origins of why a tie is like kissing our sister. Right. Who is the mastermind behind it? I think we need to know because that doesn't even feel like there's much of a win there to be found. Whereas, like, for the tie last night for the Cowboys, I can find some wins
Bear
there.
Bryant.
It was Bear?
The phrase a tie is like kissing your sister is a well-known sports phrase which originated by Paul Bear Bryant in 1949.
So this goes way back.
Yeah.
Looks like Eddie Erdelatz picked it up for
53.
In 53.
Eddie Erdelatz.
Eddie
That's
Erdelatz.
That's crazy.
The old Navy coach after a game against Duke.
What the hell made Bear Bryant even say that, though? But yeah, that's one of his all-time quotes.
I guess it's just around the idea that a tie is just unsatisfactory. So it's like something you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the best way to make that feel like it's palatable. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one, but that's what happened last night. Feels like a moral victory to me, though. I'll be honest with you.
Screw you and your moral victories.
Putting up 40 spot against that team right there.
That was nice.
I mean, you can imagine now, once again, this team having a great offense. You can put up points against them with 2 offensive linemen out, 3 for part of the game, and no CeeDee Lamb. You can score against anybody. Let's go 40 burger all the time.
Yeah.
That's the way that game makes me feel. Your run game's for real. Your coaching staff is for real. Like, could you imagine Jason Garrett in that kind of situation or Mike McCarthy?
No, it'd be
no, it would have been bad.
Down one line.
You lose that game 45 to 9
for sure.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happens, and we've seen it before where you do have all hands on deck, and you're supposed to win the game, and you still get run by a mile. So all things considered, last night was still fantastic. After the game, there's an interaction between Dak and Micah is talking to Dak saying, "Yo, I'm talking about precision timing. That S was quick. I always believed in you."
And that one was weird to me. That felt like RG3 going up to Romo, like trying to big brother him 12 or 13 years ago or whenever that was. I think Dak kind of had a reaction to it like, huh? Yeah. What do you...
I mean, there was no
you always believed in me.
You always believed in me?
Like I've been doubted this whole time.
Like you're giving credibility to the people that don't believe in me? Like, I got your back, dude. I understand how people might be doubting you, but this guy over here...
Not me.
This guy, man, I always had your back. So, yeah, I thought that exchange was weird.
But, I mean, it is also true when it comes to just the precision timing and getting the ball out so quick last night.
100%.
Like, there's Micah acknowledging, like, he knows in his own mind, gosh dang it, my night should have been so much better if I was going up against a lesser quarterback who wasn't able to handle that type of pressure, get the ball out super quick, and not just get it out and live to play another day like we saw for years with Micah, where he should have had like 5 or 6 more sacks a season, but quarterbacks are just dirting the ball just to give up play. That's not what Dak was doing last night. Dak under pressure, 12 of 14, 162 yards, and a touchdown.
He was amazing, and you could also interpret that, just as you're saying, as it's Micah Parsons going, holy crap, this offense is nice, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pro Football Focus has Dak rated the #1 quarterback under pressure this year, a 90.2 grade. The quarterback who's second on the list is Matthew Stafford with a 73.8.
I don't know if it's toughness or a sixth sense, but he's got guys leaning on him, and he's putting balls on the money. I really feel like he felt, was it Micah behind him on the attempted strip?
Yes.
Where he kind of pulls the ball forward.
Yeah, he's got it.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the play. Jordan Love in the same scenario, sack fumble, game-changing play. Dak was, he was just outstanding last night. Right now, the Cowboys have the number 12 pick, which would be their own, and then they would also have the number 20 pick in the draft, which would be the Green Bay Packers.
Let's go.
That could be a good one. Last time they had 11 and 20 in the first round, it was DeMarcus Ware and Marcus Spears. Pretty good.
Last draft.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's probably going to be ultimately decided in the postseason. But as we've seen in the postseason, it's really only the top couple of seeds that are making deep runs. And right now, the Packers look like maybe a wild card team behind Detroit in that division, and probably wild card or division round roadkill. They can't really stop the run. Their run game's pretty good, but I don't know if that team is balanced well enough. We'll have to see what happens when they get healthy. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the finest is in the books. We'll come back. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. We'll get you everything that's been developing in the world of sports, including highlights from the shoddy presser that we were entertained by about 30 minutes ago. What he had to say about all the big talking points here as the Cowboys sit now at 1-2-1, getting ready for the Jets. And we're back here on the Fan.
Thank you. remember that Uber Eats had groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. It was a Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
Wasn't Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. LA's got the G-Bag today coming up in 7 minutes, and then LA Live. The Expressway is brought to you by our friends at the On Time Experts. And it's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Okay, lots been going on in the world of sports. 214 says, I wouldn't care if Dak was rated the worst quarterback as long as he can turn it on in the postseason, but he's shown us who he is in the playoffs. I think this version of Dak is better. I understand 214 your disappointment, and I don't think this team, if they make the playoffs, is going to have success. But I think Dak has shown here in these 4 games that with less supporting around him, he's playing at a higher level, and he's elevated his performance as the pressure around him increases. I don't know how you could ask for anything more from a quarterback. And just these moments where it looks like he's done, and then he raises up and maybe off platform a little bit, rifles a bullet on the spot. Like he is, he's definitely living his best life. And I think that idea maybe in the offseason of could he be entering that place where he has the experience, but now he's still healthy enough or young enough to play at his absolute peak. I think that's happening. You have a small window. And if they're not going to build out this defense, I want to see them aggressive in the offseason in free agency and trades to put the kind of defense around that could win playoff games.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do on that side of the football.
Okay, the New York Giants want a different voice. They have fired Bob Melvin. People are wondering if that opens the door for Bruce Bochy. If you missed us Friday, Eric Nadell with us said it's his opinion, it's his belief that Boch is going to be back. So we'll have to see how that thing plays out here over the next couple of weeks. But that would be a logical landing spot if indeed Boch does want to move on. I think I'd want to go. You know, seeing how this team played over the last couple of years, and then understanding ownership doesn't want to throw a bunch of money at it. If you love North Texas and you like the idea that you're close to Tennessee, you can fly home and see your wife and do all that. Maybe that's a good tiebreaker for Bochy. But I don't think I'd want to go to the Giants either because they're not much better off. Like at this point in your career, it should be all about a fifth World Series, and I don't think the Rangers are positioned to be a high probability for that.
Did he enjoyed that time out there, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he really enjoy that? I mean, he was Padres, Giants.
Probably been a California guy for
World Series,
30 years or so.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's got, maybe they still have a home in that area, something like that.
Possible.
You know, kind of.
I think Buster Posey's the GM there, one of his old players. So they got a good relationship. I mean, I do think he'd probably like to be back, but I think that's the big question, right? If ownership's going to take a step back on the payroll, does he view it as like, all right, we're still competing or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think they could. But I don't need could. I need, damn it, we're one of the favorites going into spring training. Coach Nick Sirianni with the Eagles asked about A.J. Brown's cryptic tweet following Sunday's game. Said he believes the receiver wants to remain in Philadelphia, suggested that whatever frustration he's feeling is tied to his desire to help the team win. Brown posting on Twitter last night a quote from the Bible, "If you're not welcome, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way." I think he's frustrated with the boring offense as Philadelphia has a winning formula still that's holding true, and until that breaks down and they start losing a bunch of games because they're not taking more risks offensively, I don't think that'd be a place I'd want to spend my prime. We've won the Super Bowl. It's obvious he doesn't get along great with the quarterback. He's done his best to be a pro. But if you want to put up numbers right now as a number one wide receiver, Philadelphia is not the place to be. And I think as a Cowboys fan, you love that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's crazy how dialed Jalen Hurts was in that first half. And then the second half, A.J. Brown gets 9 targets. And it results in, 7 yards? And when you go back and look at some of those targets, they were they were really poor opportunities. Balls were just poorly located. the entire time. So, but it's tough when you are winning games. I guess he can see through that to know, like, hey, we're not going to be able to win playing like that.
Yeah.
In terms of actually being able to win a Super Bowl doing that.
I mean, for some of these great players, they're driven by greatness, right? And sure, the winning is good and getting paid is good, but I come out here to kick everybody's ass. And if you've been doing that since you're 5 or 6 years old, it doesn't compute, or it's not the same level of fun to you. You play the game for different reasons than maybe one of those role players on the squad. Okay, and I think that's part of what drives players to greatness. Like, they can't stomach the idea of doing this any other way than being the absolute best. Shoddy takeaways. Asked his thoughts on this team being 1-2-1 after 4. He says it's a growing football team and we're improving in some areas. We're playing younger players because we want to. There's got to be a payoff long term from it, and I'll say it again. If you're not going to invest in this defense this year to fix it, I want to see a massive push all in coming up next March. Did you think about going for it? He said the only thing he thought about was there's a better call that he could have gone with.
Yeah.
And he took some accountability as a play caller for that, but said he wants to trust the team. I mean, if you want to trust the defense, why not trust the offense? I think it would be the pushback there. Said there is more simplifying they can do on defense, but also said they did not tackle very well.
No.
Said they're tackling high and they're out of position basically with how they want to execute it. Talked about a cupping technique.
What's that?
I guess it's multiple players arriving to kind of create an umbrella around the player who's got the ball is kind of what
that would be it.
Inferred from that. Okay. Asked about positives from defense, the run defense specifically, and then talking about Ezeraku. And then he gave some injury updates as well with Malik Hooker and Tyler Guyton. Says Guyton could play. He is in concussion protocol, but then Malik Hooker has something more serious and could be out a couple of weeks. Did Wanye Thomas do a nice job stepping in a free safety?
I felt like he did. I mean, they didn't give up a bunch of deep balls.
Yeah, there was he had a tackle though that he missed on one of the touchdowns.
Yeah,
where he came up and he just really it was a real kind of a quick. It might have been one of the last runs that they had when they.
Yeah, I think it was the Wilson.
Yeah,
might have been the backup running back.
It was one of those where he had a chance to make the play in the hole and just didn't come up with it. So the week before he had done much better against the Bears when they put him in there, and then they took him out. He played in the red zone, really the tight red zone against the Bears, and I thought he deserves more opportunity. But they've just. It's just hard to say, man, because every time they put somebody in there, you think, okay, this will be something good. Then, like I said, he didn't bring a guy down in the open field that resulted in a touchdown. So those things are kind of crazy.
And Tom Watson among U.S. golfers apologizing to the European team for the behavior of our northeastern New York golf fans who made that damn thing look like an Eagles game, for crying out loud. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, buddy. Here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up on social media at Lucky Lucius P. That is Lucious. Only send me G-Bag of the day clips, shawty. There's a whole lot of cool things on the internet. I don't have to see every one that you see. You know what I'm saying? I love you, though. I do. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All right, this is day number 3 for this champion audio, going for 4. We go to the morning show here on The Fan, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's this one right here. This is his best birthday. Listen to this, man.
Well, my favorite birthday experience ever would be my first birthday experience in college.
21?
Yeah. No, I was. It would have been 18.
I was
15. Turning 18.
Okay.
That's when I had my first college dalliance with a lady.
On your birthday?
3 weeks into college. My first dalliance. We came home after a penny pitcher night. I had 7 pitchers of beer. She had 5. All right, so we were going back to I was walking her home.
Gosh, both of them just bloated.
Just absolutely just obliterated. And it took us an hour and a half to walk probably 3 city blocks.
Penny pitchers?
Penny pitchers. So it was $5 to get in, and then penny pitcher. A penny a pitcher.
Nice.
We went upstairs. We fooled around, and she kind of, sort of peed on me.
What the hell did you just say?
She wet the bed that night.
She wet the bed.
Not the way you wanted.
She wet the bed. She wet the bed.
Okay. Why do you think she would be pissed off if you said it?
And then I told her, we wake up the next day, I said, you wet the bed. And she said, yeah, I figured I would. And I said, I'm sorry, what? And she said when she drinks, she would do that.
Wow.
She would wet the bed. So she had like rubber sheets.
So she had like rubber sheets.
Wow. Well, she didn't go back to your place.
So she had what?
You happen to be wet in a bed here tonight.
Man.
Might as well be mine.
She did go to this place, right?
I thought it was her place.
It was.
I thought they went back to her place. She had the rubber sheets.
Shoot.
She brought them.
Yeah.
She had them available.
She's got them in her go bag.
Yeah, she's got her like overnight bag with her rubber sheets ready to go.
Quite a bit different from my initial college experience.
Oh, boy.
I was at a very religious Nazarene university. And any suggestion in the freshman dorms of people being intimate with one another would spread like wildfire. Oh. It was like, oh my goodness, can you believe that this person, that guy right there, he did it.
They were soaking.
Yeah. He testified there at the last youth group meeting or whatever that he'd had sex and it was the biggest regret in his life. This is 94, right? So considerably more old school than now. But even then, it kind of took me away. Not quite the college experience I was expecting.
Haven't had no sex. All right, let's go to the Spanish call of the George Pickens TD last night.
Serie, formación, escopeta atrás. Prescott cruza el pase. George Pickens se quita la marca. Pickens llega a las diagonales. Llega a las diagonales. Esquina izquierda. ¡Qué bárbaro! Anotación de los Dallas Cowboys. George Pickens, el número 3.
Such a good call.
That's my favorite phrase they use in the Spanish play-by-play, que barbaro. Que barbaro. I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Efforting.
Que barbaro.
What, a barbarian?
I don't know, man.
What a barbarian.
Hope I just didn't swear.
You said the crowd at the Ryder Cup were giving Matt Leroy and everybody a hard time?
They poured beer on his wife and stuff.
Yeah, they sure did. It was pretty nasty. But he had a little mic drop at the press conference after they won and everything.
With all that in mind, everything you go through, how satisfying is it to turn around to someone and say, quote, shut the F up, and then stiff it to 2 feet? Very f***ing satisfying. Congratulations.
Congrats.
It wasn't stiff. I had to put it.
I had to put it. It wasn't stiff, mate. I had to put it. Look at here. Ain't it? All right, let's see what else.
Looked like a Happy Gilmore show out there.
It was rowdy.
Was it?
Real rowdy. Yep. A lot of beer drinking going on.
USC versus Illinois. Illinois fumbling all in the end zone. Gus Johnson lost his mind.
Here's Valentine. He lost it. Who wants it? Oh my goodness! In the end zone. USC has the football.
Holy Chicago!
In an Illinois game. That's clutch.
Can you imagine if he had to call that Adonai Mitchell play where he drops the ball before going into the end zone?
No.
He'd have lost his mind.
This isn't one. Giants QB Jackson Dart.
Winner.
He went live during the post game.
He did.
On this little computer on this hand phone. I don't know who gave it to him. Could have been like the Giants official. Little what's the name situation?
PR people?
Yeah, he went live and Cam Scatterbull in the background. Listen to Cam in the background. Just crashing his live.
Big Blue. What's going on, Big Blue? Hey. It's 4-4 and 6 in a trap. Big dubs.
Appreciate you guys for the support. Wasn't easy, wasn't clean. Found a way to win the game and pull out a big dub. So appreciate you guys for your support. On to the next week.
He's trying to be all button up and everything. Cam in the background. Come to our trap. Take over our trap. It's all over the place. And I'm going to leave you with this one right here. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Ice Ice Baby Remix.
All right, stop. Open your Bible and listen. Pastor Frank is about to start preaching. The Holy Spirit grabs a hold of me tightly, pouring blessings over me daily and nightly. He will never stop. Oh, I know. Seek him always and you'll grow. At the foot of the cross, I take off my sandals, giving him my burdens and the rest he can handle.
Pretty dang good flow for a little churchgoer.
I would say.
Ice Ice Baby Holy Spirit remix. One
Ice,
challenger.
Ice, baby.
USC.
Too cold.
Gus Johnson. He lost it. Holy Chicago. Rory McIlroy dunking all over the American golf fans. I mean, as alternate and disrespectful of an experience that was, if the players are enjoying talking trash back and stepping up, hitting big shots, maybe that's the way golf should be.
Yeah.
I mean, all the other athletes have to deal with a little noise. Live golf. Is that what they're doing over there?
Live golf. A lot going on over there, yeah.
Is it George Pickens' touchdown in Spanish, que barbaro, or is it our champ Choppy on his best birthday ever? I'm going to go with Gus Johnson, Chief. How about you?
Samesies.
Lucius.
Chop.
Well, Chuck.
Chop.
Brian.
What's the score on that?
It's tied at 2. Chop and Gus.
Gus.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Gus Johnson's call there of Illinois versus USC. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Bam.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done.
Yeah.
Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. Yeah. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
Yes, have a damn good day. This is LA Live for Monday, September 29th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Welcome back to the grind, Tolos. Glad to see you guys made it here safely. I had a great weekend.
Honey burgers at the fair.
None yet.
Yeah,
it was turkey legs.
Oh,
Yeah.
How was opening day? Good?
I didn't go to opening day, but opening weekend was great.
Opening weekend.
Yes. Had a fantastic State Fair Classic. That game is always like a reunion to me because you always see people from your past in there, and you're like, I ain't seen you in a minute, cuz. Randomly ran into my uncle out there and his girlfriend. It was pretty sweet, man.
Did you get to introduce the act? Was this the one?
The who?
The act, didn't it?
TLC?
TLC. Oh, man. No, I did not get to introduce TLC.
Oh.
They decided to go with their DJ who was garbage.
Oh, no.
Oh, he was so garbage on the intro. I was like, y'all sat me down for that.
Yeah, that kind of makes you feel great about it.
Y'all's L, really. Really, that's y'all's L. But yeah, the game was like a reunion. It was good to see people out there. Shout out to Prairie View for getting their job done. 28-13. Prairie View's been on the run. I think Grambling got some, a few in the past, but it's really been Prairie View. Grambling hasn't dominated since, Coach Eddie Robinson.
Oh, legend.
Yeah. And shout out to K104 and Bay Bay and the New Dallas movement. They were having a whole concert. I'm talking about a whole concert in the end zone of the game during the game. A whole concert, bro, during the game. Down set, and they just introduced a new acts on the stage. You're like, wow, this is crazy. But they had it lit out there. Good vibes. All right. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Have you guys ever heard of this? What is this, man? Blue Star Talk on Facebook?
No.
Blue Star Talk on Facebook.
No, I don't think so.
They've been on my radar for about 2 weeks now. I didn't get to bring them up last week, but this week I've had enough. I'm putting my foot down.
Okay.
Blue Star Talk on Facebook. They keep killing Cowboys for likes. They keep killing Cowboys for attention. They killed Travis Frederick.
Like rage baiting.
They killed him. Terrence Newman, they just killed him.
Like legit.
Oh,
RIP,
they're ball sacking people
They're
about
ball
deaths?
sacking people about deaths.
Oh, that's not
Facebook
good.
is the king of that.
Yeah, it is.
This is crazy. Yes.
They must be getting monetized heavily because there's a lot of that engagement farming stuff happening around the Cowboys.
That's messed up.
Yeah, deaths. Like, you just randomly open it up and I seen that Travis Frederick was dead. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then it wasn't true whatsoever. They killed Doug Freese, Zach Martin, Quincy Carter on Friday. They killed Quincy Carter.
Damn.
They killed Quincy Carter on Friday. And that little piece of news let me know one of my followers may have a connection to Quincy Carter that I did not realize. I've been following this girl, I'll just say her name is Lindsay, on Instagram for a very, very long time, and she put this out right here.
Did I even have to get on here and address something like this? But I am so angry right now. To Blue Star Talk and all the other fake news people that reported that Quincy Carter had passed away, you did nothing but hurt and devastate our families, our child, and other people and his fans. Quincy Carter is not dead. You had no right to post lies like that. You will be held legally accountable for spreading the lies and continuing to keep those type of posts up. Quincy Carter did not pass away. Quincy Carter is not dead, and you are wrong for spreading those type of lies and hurting people that love and care about him and hurting his fans. You will be held accountable. People, Quincy is not dead.
Breaking news.
Go get him. Thanks, Lucy.
Yeah. Watch out for that Blue Star, whatever it's called.
Messed up, dude.
Shout out to Lindsay. I didn't know she had Quincy Carter's baby. Following you forever, girl. I mean, that's what it sounds like, at least. I'm not totally for sure.
Child, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Hey, way too many mass shootings over the weekend. Way too many mass shootings. I mean, one is enough. One is enough, but I think we had like 6 over the weekend across 4 states. A gunman in Michigan ran into a church, a Mormon church. Y'all seen that?
No.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my God! You did what is on your timeline? You seen that, bro?
Yeah, it was set ablaze.
Yeah, that was scary. That's 100% scary. Them people in there worshiping their God, and you just that's scary, bro. North Carolina, this man pulled up on a boat, fired at an outdoor bar. People just chilling, eating their burgers, drinking the drinks, and having a good time. And he pulls up and we gotta chill out, man. We gotta chill out. Kickapoo, Lucky Eagle Casino in Texas, there was a shooting. Everybody gotta chill out. We can't keep this energy up. We can't keep that up, bro. Oh my God. And the Bud Crawford parade. I woke up Saturday morning to clean the crib. And I said, let me stream this parade on YouTube, on all the televisions in the crib. And Nebraska showed up for Bud. Shout out to Nebraska.
Hell yeah, they do.
Y'all showed up for Bud. It was thick out there. Thousands supporting Bud. Lots of lowriders too, and G-bodies. G-bodies in the parade. So chef's kiss to those people that brought the lowriders and the G-bodies out there. Even Bud had his G-body Monte Carlo on the scene.
Got a car show out of it too?
Oh my God, got a car show out of it. It was amazing. The mayor of Omaha gave Bud the key to the city again.
That's got to be such a cool thing.
Yeah. Listen how Bud accepted this. He had a question.
Okay, Mayor, can you come here real quick? Oh, man. Mayor. So, this just came to my mind. I got the key to the city, right? A lot of y'all probably don't know, but this is my second key to the city. Let's go, Bud! So, that means today my day, right? That's your day. Okay, so, but tell me, what do this open?
Great question.
Today, whatever you want. Hey, y'all got that on camera?
Uh-oh.
Today, September 27th, anything I want is mine. I don't want to hear nothing. If I go in a restaurant and say y'all packed and y'all ain't got no room, I'm gonna say, today, thank you, everyone.
Trying to get him off the stage before he asks them for something else.
What does this actually do, man?
I respect that he was thinking about food, though.
How far can I get? Yeah, he was.
After all those weight cuts.
Yeah, so they went out there and had themselves a good time. Woke up Sunday morning. Bud was held in police custody.
Oh, no.
I was like, what? What do you mean? Apparently he was pulled over at 1:30 for reckless driving. Cops pulled guns. They pulled guns on him even before they got to the car and realized there was 2 guns in the car because there was security in the car and the security has guns. And plus, have you seen Bud's ring he got from the Ring magazine?
No.
And those belts? You got to protect those belts with something.
Security's not driving the vehicle, huh?
Yeah. No, Bud was driving his G-Body. And apparently
Did Bud pull out the key and show him he had the key?
He should have.
Like the key to get out of jail?
He should have, man. Yeah, them cops pulled guns even before they got to the car.
Jeez.
So I guess they were a little nervous about that G-Body. I can understand him driving a little reckless. He was feeling good.
Oh, yeah.
He was feeling good.
It's my night.
It was my night.
Sure he was.
He said it. What can I get with this? He was feeling good. But I don't know about the guns. It's a little unnecessary. Here's a clip from that.
Seatbelt. Step out. I'm opening the door. You can take mine off right here on my right. I'm keeping my hands up. I'm not reaching for no gun, bro. Step out. Can I move my phone?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Was all that necessary? You can hear Bud saying after he gets out the car.
Unbelievable.
And it was his birthday. He was celebrating his birthday, too. My man was on one. It's not like he was out there drinking and smoking, because you would have heard that in the situation.
He didn't sound slurry at all.
Nah, he doesn't drink and smoke. Yeah.
Maybe he didn't want to reach into his jacket, pull out his key.